W.F. Howes presents an unabridged recording of Crooks, the stories behind the headlines by Paul Williams, narrated by me, Paul Williams. Dedicated to my family, friends and colleagues who provided love, support and encouragement, and to the many unnamed Gardaí whose interventions saved my life and protected my loved ones on more than a few occasions. Prologue. The memory of covering my first crime story 40 years ago has not faded with time. It was a cold afternoon on a bleak, wind-swept mountainside in Leitrim in mid-December 1984. I was standing frozen to the spot, arms in the air, staring down the two long, shiny barrels of the old shotgun pointing straight at me from a few feet away. My startled gaze met the owner's razor-sharp eyes as they peered unblinking between the two silver hammers at the operational end of the ancient weapon. "I shot black and tans with this, and I'll do the same to you, you tinker." The hard edge to the pensioner's voice left no doubt that he and his trusted gun had indeed dispatched a few of the hated British paramilitaries over 60 years earlier. Now, the situation wasn't helped by the fact that the stranger who'd called to his door was a dishevelled-looking 19-year-old in faded jeans and an old combat jacket. I had no doubt that he could do it again. The veteran of the War of Independence assured me the weapon was loaded. I believed every syllable he uttered as he sat in a chair facing the door in the modest, whitewashed cottage on Slievenearn, the mountain of iron, in whose shadow I'd grown up. Fresh out of college and full of enthusiasm, I was 4 months into my first staff job as a cub reporter with my local newspaper, the Leitrim Observer. I'd come looking for a scoop, not expecting the prospect of getting a belly full of buckshot instead. In those unforgettable few moments of pure fear, it looked like my career was about to end before it even got started. It was a baptism of fire in a job where threats of being shot would become an occupational hazard in the years ahead. The antique shotgun and its owner, John Bernard Keeney, the 82-year-old warrior, were the reason I was there in the first place. My initial foray into crime reporting involved chronicling a terrifying phenomenon which suddenly emerged in the winter of 1984 and has haunted rural Ireland ever since. 4 decades later, it has effectively become normalised and is euphemistically categorised as rural crime. It involved gangs, mostly from the travelling community, who began specialising in targeting the most vulnerable people in society, elderly folk living in isolated areas in the northwest of rural Ireland. The counties worst hit were Leitrim, Roscommon, Sligo and Mayo. At the time, the sudden upsurge in rural crime shocked the entire nation. Pensioners living alone were being robbed and beaten in their homes. I didn't know it at the time, but I was witnessing a watershed moment in our social history which shattered Ireland's pastoral tranquillity and left people living in fear. A career in journalism is a constant learning curve, and this was my stark introduction to a dark side of life I knew nothing about. In November and December 1984, the number of raids had reached epidemic proportions. Over a number of weeks, the owner of the Leitrim Observer, Greg Dunn, and legendary photographer Willie Donlan took turns driving me the length and breadth of the county to interview the growing number of victims. I found it truly shocking. I grew up in a close-knit, peaceful, law-abiding rural community where keys were left in the door and our elderly citizens were treated with the utmost respect. Crime was practically non-existent in lovely Leitrim. It was deeply upsetting to see and hear the fear in the faces and voices of people like my beloved granny Ellie, who had passed 6 years earlier. I will never forget the sense of despair in the people whose trust in the world had been shattered in their twilight years. The old folks who had lived through the worst and the poorest of times didn't trust banks and believed in keeping their savings under the mattress. The money was for the rainy day, and to ensure there was enough for a funeral so that they would not be a burden on anyone. Our proud older generation wanted dignity in death. For that they were robbed and in some cases beaten and terrorised. It left me with a lifelong detestation of so-called travelling gangs. But there was one good news story on the back of the crime surge, which was why I was trembling in front of John Bernard's shotgun. I had heard on the Bush Telegraph that 2 weeks earlier he had sent a gang of thieves running for their lives in much the same fashion as I was now experiencing. I wanted to tell his heroic story. He had plenty of reason to be on high alert. The week before my visit, the crime spree had claimed its first murder victim when an 82-year-old woman was beaten to death in her home in neighbouring County Roscommon. Bridget Cummins was fatally attacked with a broken chair when she and her elderly sister, Mary, confronted a burglar who had entered their bedroom in the middle of the night. When I knocked on the door of the isolated cottage, it was answered by John Bernard's charming 71-year-old wife, Bridget. I remember her smile as I asked to speak to her husband. She said something like, "He is here," before calmly standing to one side to reveal the same double-barreled shotgun I came to talk about. I instinctively hoisted my arms in surrender, realising that I could not move either forward or backwards without being caught in the blast. I excitedly explained that I was from a few miles down the road in Ballinamore and there's no tinkers there. I also told him I was with the Observer, although I looked nothing like a reporter. I could hear Willie Donlan's car starting up as if he's about to leave. I have slagged my old friend about that ever since. I told John Bernard that Willie was, I hoped, with me. Willie has always been a household name at Leitrim. After a few tense moments, the mood suddenly changed and John Bernard and his wife broke into smiles. The reliable old gun was placed to one side and I was invited to pull up close to the fire sun as they told their story over cups of piping hot tea. The thieves' modus operandi was to arrive pretending to sell blankets and other goods. Then they either stole the money surreptitiously or terrorised their victims to hand it over. The Gardaí later confirmed to me that the men who called to the Keeney's isolated home were suspected of carrying out dozens of similar burglaries over the previous months. They had arrived after dark. 2 men approached the front door while the third remained in the car with the engine running. They were offering to sell blankets and were attempting to move into the house when John went on the defensive. I got suspicious because it was the first time anyone came to sell blankets to me on a Sunday night, he recalled. It was then he introduced them to his reliable old war companion. Facing the double-barreled shotgun, the thugs vanished in seconds. "We weren't afraid of the Tans, and we'll surely not be afraid of a bunch of boyos," said the former guerrilla soldier. When I asked if he would have used a lethal weapon, the veteran didn't hesitate. "I haven't got the gun for fun," he smiled. John and Bridget posed for pictures after the tea, with him brandishing the fearsome weapon of war. I was so proud as I watched the front page story trundle off the ancient printing press on the 15th of December 1984. I felt that it would do some good, which is what it's about for all journalists. In the story, the local Garda superintendent warned of the result if people were prepared to protect themselves with guns. In a message clearly intended for the bad guys, he told me, "At present, we have an explosive situation if someone is forced to use a gun. It could have tragic consequences." In the days before the politically correct era of bullshit we now live in, the superintendent had no intention of depriving John Bernard Keeney of a shotgun. He wanted to inform the ruthless thugs, labelled granny bashers by the rest of the travelling community, of what might happen if they kept up their activities. Today, if a farmer or elderly person uses a gun to protect themselves, it is automatically confiscated by the police. 40 years later, I am still highlighting the problem of rural crime. The more things change, the more they stay the same. I have written many stories about innocent, decent people like John Bernard Keeney who have been murdered or left seriously injured when predatory monsters entered their homes. Whenever I hear of another brutal crime committed against vulnerable rural dwellers, I always get damned angry and think of a gutsy old veteran who fought for a free Ireland and stood up for himself. That experience on the side of the mountain coloured my view of the world. It launched my career writing about crime, criminals, and their despicable acts. Chapter 1. Crime Reporting. It has been said that if journalism is the first draft of history, then crime journalism has a habit of being rougher than most. I've spent the past 40 years chronicling the roughest draft of history in the making, the evolution of organised crime in Ireland. From the front seat of what was often a white-knuckle ride, I have witnessed firsthand a lot of the seminal events which changed the face of the gangland that first absorbed me as a junior reporter. When I moved from the much more tranquil world of provincial journalism to the big city, I realised that rural crime was only a small part of the complex picture. My journey in crime reporting began while I was studying for the Leaving Cert. As an idealistic youngster looking for adventure, I wanted to become a war correspondent. In 1983, I was accepted onto a 2-year course in the School of Journalism at the College of Commerce in Rathmines, then part of the Dublin Institute of Technology, now known as Technical University of Dublin. It was the only journalism course in the country at the time, and each year 25 candidates were selected out of about 300 applicants. To qualify for a place, students had to get at least 2 honours in their Leaving Cert subjects, including English, and be successful at an interview in front of a 3-person panel consisting of the course supervisor David Rice, the then editor of the Irish Times Douglas Gageby, and, appropriately enough for the profession concerned, a psychologist. When compared to other occupations, journalism tends to attract a disproportionate number of eccentric people. The panel picked the applicants who they reckoned were suited to the job of a hack. What many journalists of a certain age refer to as Rathmines was the bedrock of Irish journalism. Amongst its alumni are several of the top names in Irish broadcasting and print media, international best-selling authors and several well-known newspaper editors. My class included long-term friends John Burns and Stephen Ray. As deputy editor of the Sunday Times, Burns made it one of Ireland's biggest-selling newspapers, and Stephen became the editor-in-chief of the entire independent news and media group. Another classmate was Earl Gearan, the BBC's intrepid and much-respected international correspondent. Then there was me, the guy who wanted to go to war. I didn't think that I had much of a chance of getting a place, especially when I had to explain why I had 3 secondary schools on my CV. As a rebellious kid, I was expelled from 2 and finally settled down in the 3rd, Carrigallen Vocational School, which, my long-suffering parents reminded me, was my very last chance of a formal education. The principal was Mick Degnan, an old family friend who decided to take a risk. Having to cycle 10 miles a day to get there certainly focused me on my studies. I told the panel the unvarnished truth. One of the principles I always stuck by in my life and career is to tell the truth, whatever the consequences. As a journalist, the people you deal with must have trust in you. I said that my parents were both relieved and surprised that I had actually managed to do my leaving and had then come out with good results. Then there was my explanation to the panel as to how I came by the still bandaged nasty head wound. I had sustained it a few weeks earlier when I stole my mother's new car and went for a joyride one night with a group of friends. My reckless escapade came to an abrupt end when I wrote it off after ploughing into a telegraph pole. We had a miraculous escape from what criminologists would describe as my primary act of law-breaking deviance. To cap it all off, when the interviewers asked me what kind of journalism I fancied, I remembered the look on their faces when I said war correspondent. This kid is mad. My dad, Benny, drove me up to Dublin in the dusty pickup truck he used in the family business, which was quarry drilling. We looked a right pair of local yokels from the bog. Thanks to me, the pickup had become our primary mode of transport. Dad asked how I did. I said I'd done shite, and as we drove back to Leitrim, we discussed what I was going to do next. I'd already decided on a strategy in the likely event that I was rejected. I was determined to get a start in journalism. I had compiled a list of the names and telephone numbers of every provincial newspaper editor in the country. I planned to start at the top and work my way down. I was certain one of them would have a job for an enthusiastic rookie. Provincial newspapers have always provided the best training ground for journalists before they can look to joining the nationals. The telegram informing me that I had been successful was one of the most momentous experiences and biggest surprises of my life. There were no texts or emails in those archaic times. After my first year, I spent the summer and work experience at the Longford News, but before I was due to go back to college, I was offered a job at my local newspaper, the Leitrim Observer, by the owner Greg Dunn. The Observer had been the starting ground for David Walsh at the Sunday Times, the journalist who exposed Lance Armstrong as a doping cheat. I dropped out of my second year and my graduation. The summer months had convinced me that I could learn more in the actual job than in a classroom. In those days of high unemployment, even David Rice advised that I should take the job when it presented itself. I found myself in the very strange position of reporting the news from my hometown of Ballinamore. The Observer was one of the oldest newspapers in the country and one of the last still using the hot metal system. I loved the smells of the molten lead and the printing ink and the sound of the big, very old printing press. I was witnessing a piece of publishing history which would very shortly give way to new technology. Rural crime was my first big story. However, I left the Leitrim Observer 6 months later when Derek Cobb, the colourful owner of the Longford News, offered me a staff position. It was no reflection on the Observer. The News, based in a big town, was more exciting. It was one of the only full-colour newspapers in Ireland at the time. Derek Cobb was an amazing, inspiring boss. A magician, hypnotist and artist, he was, and still is, a legendary figure in Irish newspaper history. His extraordinary flair for presentation and layout made him a pioneer. His deputy was another journalistic titan, John Donlan, a Rathmines alumnus, whose writing first attracted me to the newspaper. 4 decades later, he lives close by and still reminds me, "I taught you everything you know, Gosson, not everything I know." In 1988, Donlan was appointed the first news editor of the Irish Star newspaper, which was based close to the Sunday World, so he could keep an eye on me. 16 years later, he became my news editor in the Sunday World, where the sports editor, the late and much-loved Pat Quigley, acknowledged his role in my career with the nickname Bram, as in Bram Stoker, who also created a monster. Donlan had previously trained another journalist, my future partner in life, Anne Sweeney, who was also from Ballinamore and a few years ahead of me in the business. She went on to earn numerous awards for her work and later worked for a time with the Irish press. We met when she joined the Longford News. The paper was also the training ground of a number of renowned journalists who had departed for the bright lights of Dublin, Alan O'Keefe and Liam Collins. I always wanted to follow in their footsteps. I had 2 wonderful years in the Longford News. We had a great editorial team, Donlan, Anne, me, the late Joe Donlan and photographer Willie Farrell, under the leadership of Derek Cobb. The weekly routine included covering the local district courts and meetings of the County Council, the Urban Council, the VEC, the Agriculture Committee and even local parish committees. Kieran Mullooly was a junior reporter in the Longford Leader at the time and would help me navigate the bewildering maze of EU-imposed agricultural acronyms. In 2024, Kieran, who spent 30 years as an RT correspondent, was elected as an independent Irish MEP. In those years, if there was a meeting, the junior hack was dispatched to cover it. A lot of them were boring, and it challenged our reporting skills to eke out the newsworthy angles and produce readable copy for the public. In summer, there were agricultural shows, ploughing matches and festivals. I liked the festivals the best. I also did plenty of human interest stories about ordinary people's lives. My first campaign, apart from covering rural crime in the Leitrim Observer, was highlighting the appalling living conditions of travellers on the halting site at the edge of Longford town. In 1986, I answered an advert looking for 2 junior reporters with the Sunday World. I jumped at the chance of joining the country's most exciting tabloid. In many ways, the broadsheet Longford News was as close to a tabloid as a provincial newspaper could get. I was told that a few hundred aspirant hacks had applied, but in the end, much to my surprise, I got one of the jobs. I joined the paper in February 1987 with Cathy Kelly, a dear friend, who went on to become an international best-selling author. Under the guidance of our news editor, Sean Boyne, it was where I started the reporting on crime, which has dominated my life ever since. One of the unique features of working as a reporter is that you witness all human life in its most unvarnished form. It is a constant learning curve. Unlike any other area of the media, crime reporters get close up and personal with the dark side of human nature. At the rough edge of history, we see humanity at its rawest and most evil, reporting on violence, murder, tragedy, atrocity, greed and betrayal. Through the decades, I investigated and exposed a fascinating and fearsome cast of characters: killers, paedophiles, rapists, armed robbers, drug traffickers, money launderers, fraudsters, extortionists, and terrorists. To get around legal hurdles, I started the tradition of giving them exotic sobriquets, which contained a strong hint to their actual identities. In the process, I made the criminals' household names, much to their often extreme annoyance. I spent much of that time recording dramatic changes and seminal events as the underworld morphed from a motley collection of armed robbery gangs into a vast, multi-billion-euro drug trafficking industry. Irish Crime Inc. is now a thriving international entity, with Irish narcos now dealing directly with the leaders of the most notorious cartels in the world, including those in Colombia and Mexico. When I joined the Sunday World in 1987, armed robbery was the stock and trade of organised crime. Within a decade, it was exclusively narcotics, particularly cocaine, the devil's dandruff, which continues to be the fastest growing commodity on the market, either illicit or otherwise. In the process, I observed the old gangland ethics of the so-called ordinary decent criminal being swept aside by a much more violent and treacherous breed of gangster for whom life was as cheap as a bag of cocaine. With so much money at stake, greed, treachery and betrayal replaced the concept of honour amongst thieves. All gangsters by their nature tend to be social Darwinists who believe that only the fittest, strongest and most ruthless get to survive and prosper. When I started out, there were three main Irish criminal gangs led by the General, the Monk and Factory John Gilligan. Today, there are at least 30 large narco groups at the apex of a hierarchy consisting of scores of smaller outfits in a sophisticated and well-organised international distribution network. At the top of the pyramid are the cartels run by Irish expats Christy Kinahan and his sons and George Mitchell, the Penguin. In the process, the narco virus has seeped out beyond the cities and poisoned the countryside. Drug dealers now sell their wares in every village and town across Ireland. Crime has become part of the fabric of society. I discovered early on that the linchpin of organised crime is the symbiotic relationship that exists between civil society and the underworld. The dangerous latter could not prosper without the ambivalent former. Law-abiding citizens' insatiable love of cocaine has generated an alternative economy and a new criminal subculture that has brought carnage and savagery in its wake. The drug dealers' customers, who comprise a large cohort from all walks of life, are cognitively detached from their inadvertent role in the rise of the Godfathers and the violence that they abhor and fear. The problem has created another disturbing social phenomenon whereby the families of drug takers are intimidated into paying their children's debts. The transition to the era of the narcos can be quantified in blood and misery. It created the new phenomenon of the gang war as the gun became the corporate tool of choice for the entrepreneurs vying for a share of the spoils. In 1987, I covered my first gangland murder, that of a scrap dealer called Mel Cox, who crossed swords with the family of Jerry Hutch, the monk, whose life and crimes I have chronicled in articles and books. The criminal mastermind's rise to gangland infamy coincided with the start of my career in national journalism. He and his gang pulled the biggest armed robbery in the history of the state a few days before I was given a desk in the Sunday World. They hit a cash-in-transit security van and made off with the equivalent of €3.3 million today. From that point on, I developed an enduring interest in the enigmatic Godfather and his crimes. Of the cast of characters I encountered through my journey covering crime, Jerry Hutch stands out as being the nearest thing to being honourable and decent you can get in the underworld. It doesn't mean he is clean, as he has been connected to 3 gangland murders spanning 40 years. Then there are the victims, mostly security staff, who were terrorised at gunpoint in the various heists. But I like to describe him as the least worst of them all. The Cox murder, which had nothing to do with drugs, was the only gangland killing recorded in 1987. At the time, I had no context to speak of, as I was only finding my feet in a new world of cops and robbers. But from then on, I gradually got to know Gardaí on the front line, the people who knew better than anyone else what was actually going on. I met them in the courts and at conferences. In 1990, I was granted exclusive access to spend a fascinating day with the Gardaí based at Store Street Station. I rode along in their squad cars as they raced between reports of robberies and assaults in and around O'Connell Street. When darkness fell, I was in the local Garda van as it was pelted with stones and bricks from the now demolished Sheriff Street flats. Some of the most remarkable and decent people I have met are members of An Garda Síochána. It helped get me hooked. I also got to know criminals at the various levels of the gangland hierarchy. As I got better known on the crime beat, sources would make contact with information. People came forward for myriad reasons, from jilted lovers to gang members burying grievances against their fellow mobsters. People would also come forward after reading a particular story to reveal other details. In journalism, protecting sources is sacrosanct. In crime journalism, the responsibility is the difference between life and death. One of the criminals in this book, P.J. Judge, the psycho, once plotted to have me kidnapped and tortured in order to identify who amongst his mob had been giving me inside information. Sources involved with gangsters put their lives and the security of their families at risk by telling what they know. The new murderous era of gangland has made it more hazardous than ever. A decade after the Cox murder, there was an average of 20 murders per year. By then, I was immersed in the world of crime. Over that period, I noticed a predictable pattern emerge in the life cycles of the average hoodlum. Ambitious, low-level gang members who shoot their way to the top of the pile and become major players don't often retire at the top or die in their sleep. If they don't get busted by the police and sent to jail, they stay at the top for 5 or 6 years before falling foul of an even more violent and ambitious pretender to the throne. It is a paradigm for the dynamics of succession in a world where the only rule is that of survival. The primal instincts of treachery and betrayal tend to be the root of most gang wars. Those same instincts sparked 2 of the worst gangland conflagrations I witnessed in all my years as a crime reporter. The most recent was the mismatched Kinahan-Hutch feud in Dublin, which claimed a total of 18 lives, including 2 innocent bystanders. The vast majority of the killings, 16, were the work of the Kinahan cartel and their allies, in their attempt to wipe out the Hutch clan. It began in 2014, when Gary Hutch, the monk's nephew, double-crossed his boss, Daniel Kinahan, by trying to have him whacked. When the assassination attempt failed, a peace deal was hammered out between the cartel and Jerry Hutch so that his nephew's life was spared. A year later, Daniel Kinahan reneged on the agreement when he had Gary Hutch shot dead in Spain. The same day, his sicarios went to kill Gary's gangster father, Patsy Hutch, but failed. Then Kinahan stepped over the line when he sent his hitmen to execute the monk. Cops and crime reporters knew that a seismic eruption of violence was now inevitable. When it came, however, everyone was stunned by the ferocity of the unprecedented attack on the Kinahan cartel at the Regency Hotel, North Dublin, in February 2016. It included a 5-man hit team, 3 of whom were dressed as emergency response unit cops brandishing AK-47 military assault rifles. The equivalent of a terrorist spectacular was intended to wipe out the entire top tier of the cartel. However, the planned massacre turned out to be a failure when Daniel Kinahan and his top lieutenants escaped. One gang member, David Byrne, was shot dead. Equally unprecedented and shocking was the bloodbath that followed over the next 2 years. Kinahan and David Byrne's brother Liam, the gang leader in Dublin, unleashed a small army of hitmen who murdered 14 people. The people living in Dublin's north inner city community where the Hutch family came from were terrorised in the process, and the real ERU were deployed on the streets to keep the peace. The monk was acquitted in 2023 of involvement in the Regency attack and David Byrne's murder. He has resumed his carefree life in retirement, which the row with the Kinahans had interrupted so violently, but the madness has cost him dearly. He lost his brother, 3 nephews, and his 2 closest friends. The ongoing savagery of the Kinahans has proved another defining feature of the story of crime, which seems to get lost on even the cleverer godfathers. Murders are bad for business. Gangland violence attracts more heat from the police than any other crime because it terrifies society and undermines the public's faith in the state's ability to protect them. The extraordinary Garda response during the feud led to the imprisonment of over 80 members of the cartel in Ireland. Many of them were convicted on their own words as secret Garda bugs recorded them plotting murders. The leadership of the gang's UK operations were also busted and locked away. Ultimately, it focused international attention on the Kinahan's billion-euro operation and their corrupt influence over international professional boxing. They became pariahs, confined to their desert bolt hole in Dubai, after the US authorities offered a bounty for information leading to the arrests and apprehension of Christy Kinahan and his 2 sons. It placed them at the top of the world's most wanted list of narcos. In September 2024, the Irish state was using diplomatic and police connections to secure the extradition of Daniel Kinahan and at least one other member of the cartel. I look forward to writing the end of that story when it inevitably arrives. The war that raged for over 10 years between the sadistic McCarthy-Dundon mob and the Keane Colopys in Limerick was even more horrendous than the Kinahan-Hutch feud. I spent a lot of time in Limerick over the years, and at one point the wry joke in the Sunday World newsroom was that I had achieved my initial ambition of becoming a war correspondent. In the midst of the mayhem, the Dundons earned the deserved distinction of being the most savage creatures in gangland history. I labelled them Murder Inc. and wrote a book of the same name. As part of their campaign of terror, they deliberately murdered 5 innocent people, either because they got in their way or, with the shocking execution of young mother Biba Salute, simply as a personal favour for another gangster pal. I was covering a real-life horror show. The murder spree claimed over 20 lives. In both cases, whole communities were terrorised and scores more adults and children were left injured and psychologically traumatised. The war also produced an accidental hero in Steve Collins, the extraordinarily brave father of Roy Collins, another innocent victim who was murdered by the Dundons in 2009. The murder was revenge for Steve testifying in court against Wayne Dundon, jailed for 7 years for threatening to kill Steve's nephew in the family pub in 2004. Steve galvanised the people of Limerick when he organised a huge march, demanding an end to the mobsters' grip on the city. His actions forced the government to introduce a raft of hard-hitting anti-gang legislation and move gangland cases into the non-jury special criminal court to avoid the intimidation of jurors. I was honoured to have been able to help Steve by highlighting his campaign. He and his family remain dear friends. The murder of entirely innocent, decent people was the starkest example of how the new breed no longer observed behavioural boundaries and didn't care who they hit. The gangs are no longer afraid of the public being part of the collateral damage. The journey through the evolving crime world has been fascinating and rewarding. It could also be emotionally disturbing, depressing and angering, especially to hear the harrowing stories of the innumerable, often forgotten victims whose lives were irrevocably devastated by evil deeds inflicted by bad people. I also got to shine a light into the other dark recesses of society where evil hides, through the experiences of victims of domestic abuse, rape and child abuse. The most disturbing story I ever covered about child sex abuse happened in 1992. A private investigator, Liam Brady, had been hired by a company to secretly record phone calls made by an employee, a seemingly respectable man that they suspected of being involved in fraud. What the tapes revealed was much more disturbing. The man was part of a paedophile ring. In the recorded conversations, he could be heard talking to another man as they discussed abusing children as young as 2 and 3 years of age. The subject matter was the most vile and depraved that I have ever encountered. The Gardaí launched a major investigation after Brady reported his findings to them. In one particularly creepy recording, the man was talking to his teenage daughter. And while there was nothing explicitly said in the conversation, I still recall instantly thinking that he was also abusing her. It was fucking sickening. A file on the case was later sent to the DPP by Gardaí attached to a special unit in Garda HQ, but it was decided that there wasn't enough evidence to sustain a criminal charge. The secret recordings could not be used in the case. A few days after we published the story, I was a guest on a popular late-night radio phone-in show with Chris Barry on FM 104, where we ran a few clips from the tapes, but with the voices disguised. The lines to the show were jammed as hundreds of men and women called in to relate their own horrific stories of being abused as children. It was a steep learning experience for me. I remember standing in a queue in the bank a week later, when it suddenly dawned that any one of the respectable-looking men in front of me could also be child abusers hiding in plain sight. As a parent, the experience made me very, very protective of my kids. Another investigation which I am most proud of was exposing as a serial paedophile a major godfather called Stephen Rossi Walsh in 2006 by telling the stories of his terrified female victims who he raped as children. Walsh was a dangerous criminal who had been a member of the Generals gang. He had also been involved in arson, extortion and accident fraud. Everyone was terrified of him. The publicity gave the victims the courage to testify against him. He was subsequently convicted and sentenced to over 20 years in prison. Writing about the stories of such cruelty and desolation made it hard to remain impartial or detached. And there were other reasons why it became more personal than business. Since the mid-1990s, Irish crime journalism has become a hazardous profession, following the gangland murders of two colleagues and friends, Veronica Guerin and Martin O'Hagan. In 2019, the name of journalist Lyra McKee was added to the list. The threat of violence, intimidation and death became the popular course of action for criminals like John Gilligan, who sought to silence the messengers. The crime beat is the only area of the media where journalists run the risk of being targeted by dangerous people as a result of what they write. On more than a few occasions, the menace of gangland violence came too close for comfort to my own door, as it has done to other crime reporters. I had a few close shaves, but thanks to a combination of survival instincts, luck and timely interventions and protection from the Gardaí, I lived to tell the story. I hold the rather dubious distinction of being the only journalist in the country to receive permanent police protection for over a decade. Crime journalists, myself included, have also come in for more criticism than any other area of the trade, from politicians, academics, other begrudging journalists and, of course, the criminals themselves. Vincent Browne once wrote, "Crime journalism is the lowest form of the species." At the time, he was upset by the fact that we'd accused Patrick Duchy Holland of being the hitman who murdered Veronica Guerin without any evidence. Holland was the assassin. The only reason there was no evidence was that witnesses were too scared to testify. The most common quibble is that we glamorise the mobsters and the mobs. It's nothing new. In 1837, Charles Dickens, one of the first journalists to write about crime, was castigated when he published Oliver Twist. The critics accused the greatest literary genius in history of glorifying crime. It's nice company to be in. Criminals by their nature prefer to reside in the shadows, well out of the spotlight of media attention. One of the lessons I first learned in the years spent covering the story of the General, Martin Cahill, is that gangsters will do anything to preserve their anonymity and avoid exposure in the media. Cahill never went anywhere without his mask. Being unidentifiable and anonymous provides a layer of protection to the gangster. Like vampires being caught in the sunlight, media coverage can be potentially disastrous. Exposing crime and criminals has an important role in a free society. Public attention on a criminal and their exploits makes life difficult and gives the police greater impetus to come down hard on them. By and large, most of the leaders of the gangs are men. There are no known godmothers in Ireland. Testosterone is an important ingredient in the criminal psyche. When intimidation doesn't work, they resort to their lawyers or complain to the press council about some perceived infringement of the codes of ethics. I've lost count of the number of threatened legal actions and complaints I've received. The vast majority of them went nowhere. Over the years, a number of major criminals applied unsuccessfully to the High Court, seeking gagging orders against me. They attacked me on websites, in poster campaigns, and even on RTE's Liveline. These days, criminals mostly scurry around like rats in the sewers of social media, from where they spew lies and attack the credibility of their accusers. When they go on the offensive, you know that you have done something right. As a crime journalist, I have always believed the old adage, you only get flack when you're over the target. Daniel Kinahan was a prime example of using the social media platforms to spout lies. He even made a ludicrous YouTube movie to claim that the 2016 attack on the Regency Hotel by the Hutch gang was the product of a grand conspiracy involving the Irish government, the Gardaí and the media, just to keep the Kinahan's favourite political party, Sinn Féin, out of power. Sinn Féin has always wanted to abolish the Special Criminal Court because over the years it was the state's main weapon against their terrorism. Kinahan even commissioned an online book written by some anonymous individual in which, amongst others, I was named as being one of the conspirators. At the time, he was particularly exercised by a story I'd written for the Sunday Independent. It came from the Hutch clan and outlined Gary Hutch's knowledge of how Kinahan had double-crossed and murdered former business associates in Europe. Daniel had tried to cover up the killings as the work of Russian mobsters. I've also learned a lot about the psychology of gangsters over the years. One of the things that always fascinated me is how men who control criminal organisations through fear and violence can be terribly thin-skinned when it comes to media coverage. It is a trait shared by every villain I ever encountered, regardless of whether he is a street-level thug or a clever international crime lord. If they can't lash out physically or issue death threats, the vast majority of criminals will instinctively play the victim. Criminal psychologists would describe it as the process of rationalising their behaviour and the classic defence mechanism of a narcissist. Daniel Kinahan's father, Christy Kinahan, was, like his son, a self-pitying mobster. But even the imperious, well-educated, self-styled gangland sophisticate who speaks several languages proved to be a sensitive soul. I bestowed him with the sobriquet the Dapper Don in recognition of his dress sense and elevated position in the hierarchy of mobsters. For several years I tracked his trajectory as he became one of the top drug traffickers in the world, highlighting the cartel's controlling role in organised crime and its international operations. Kinahan had proved to be an elusive target over the years as he went to great lengths to avoid reporters. I was the first journalist to doorstep the international mob boss when I finally caught up with him in Belgium in 2009. I was waiting for him with a photographer as he emerged from a court in Antwerp. He had just been released on bail after being held in custody for a year while the authorities investigated money laundering offences. A year earlier, I had gone to Antwerp to exclusively cover the story of his arrest. The conspiracy included a football club and a number of Belgian police officers. The court had found him guilty and sentenced him to 4 years. We had been tipped off that he was going to be released because, in the strange Belgian justice system, a felon only has to serve a third of his sentence, and Kinahan had served most of that already. The deal was that the authorities would contact him when it was time for him to go in and finish the final months of the sentence. As he walked with his lawyer on the street, I sidled up and introduced myself. The Dapper Don went white in the face, but showed no other emotion. He was much taller than me and a known expert in judo, so in the event that he knocked me unconscious, I warned photographer Pádraig O'Reilly, get the picture, then call the ambulance. As I walked alongside, I asked Kinahan what he thought of being classified as one of Europe's biggest cocaine dealers. Clearly angry at the unwarranted intrusion, he sullenly replied in a cultured European accent, "You do not tell the truth. You take information from the police and then write false stories based on that information about me. Therefore, I will not be giving you an interview." Then he began accusing me of being a drug abuser and hiring prostitutes in some part of Spain I had never heard of. Criminals have a narrow imagination when it comes to hurling abuse and project their own moral code. In a spontaneous reaction and a moment of madness, I shoved the godfather of international crime at my shoulder to see how he'd take it. I was recording him on my phone as I said, "Christy, for all your sophistication, you're no different from all the other scumbags. Can you not come up with something more original?" My life has been punctuated with reckless moments. I said I wasn't there to hear about my imagined bad habits. I was there for his side of the story, asking him, "Isn't it time that you put the record straight?" The dapper Don said nothing more and walked off. I was delighted that I got what I came for. His pictures were plastered all over the front page of the Sunday World the following weekend. Eamon Dunn, the serial gangland killer I dubbed the Don, was another mobster who felt terribly sorry for himself. Over a period of 4 years, Dunn waded through a river of blood to become one of the most feared figures in gangland. The Don was directly responsible for 15 murders during his strike for power, including that of his former boss Martin Marlowe Hyland and of innocent trainee plumber Anthony Campbell, who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Dunn had also been involved in the organisation of the murder of Baiba Salute. On the 20th of January 2009, the paranoiac murdered his best friend and fellow gangster Graham McNally. It was the third murder in the space of a few weeks that he had either ordered or done in person. By that stage, he had slain 10 former associates and enemies. As gangland's most prolific killer, he was certainly worth an interview. The following day, I phoned him to ask about his role in McNally's killing and the other murders. I got his number from a source and decided to chance my arm. The Don was furious at the intrusion into his privacy and demanded to know where I got his number. I glibly explained that I couldn't reveal my sources, lest they suffer the same fate as his other victims, which of course was perfectly true. Surprisingly, he opted to stay on the line as I recorded his every word. Dunn's responses were typically defensive and evasive. He denied any involvement in the murders and diverted to complain bitterly about the media coverage of his activities, especially the stuff that had appeared in the Sunday World. Dunn, the serial killer and most feared gangster in the country at the time, put on a human mask and accused me of putting his life at risk. I got a very illuminating interview which bordered on parody. "I feel that I am now a target over all of this. I feel unsafe. I don't know anything about anyone getting clipped," Dunn moaned, as he blamed the media and the cops for his predicament. When I asked if he was aware that his name had been linked to the various murders, Dunn angrily replied in a self-pitying rant, "I didn't murder anyone. What do you mean my name is coming up everywhere as a suspect? I am aware that I am hurt and upset over my friend being killed. I think it is very insensitive of you to be ringing me today after my friend has been killed. I am fearful for myself and my family. I don't want my friends or his family to think that I had something to do with it. No one has come to me and said to my face, 'I am accusing you.' I didn't clip anyone. I did not murder my friend, Mr. McNally. He was a good personal friend of mine. How did you get my number and where did you get all the information about me?" Dunn eventually agreed to a face-to-face meeting with me, but he wouldn't take any other calls. A few days later, he went to the court seeking an injunction to stop the Gardaí leaking stories about him to the media. Dunn, who fancied himself as a barrack-room lawyer, claimed that there was a conspiracy between the press and the police to damage his safety and integrity. I ran our interview with Dunn on the front page and catalogued his astonishing death toll in the same week. I gave him the nickname the Don and was glad to have contributed to his woes. In the months following the call, the Don ordered the murder of another 5 associates. The dead included Christy Gilroy, one of his own hitmen who vanished in Spain in February 2009 after carrying out the double murders of Dunn's rival Michael Rowley Cronin and his friend James Maloney on the 7th of January. I broke the story of how Gilroy was shot dead and buried in an unmarked grave on the Costa del Sol. He had been killed by another notorious hitman I later exposed, called Eric Lucky Wilson. In the stories, I revealed how the Don was becoming more unhinged and unpredictable. When he took the macabre, prophetic step of ordering his own casket and grave, I got the tip-off and shared the news with the readers. Some of my information came from Garda sources and also from lower-ranking criminals in Dunn's orbit who were frightened and sick of him. Even criminals like to use the media sometimes to get the story out. My experience told me the Don was running out of road. Dunn had been an important business partner of the Kinahan cartel and their large Dublin network. But Gardaí were clamping down hard on the drug trafficking operation as a result of his murder rampage. Dunn was becoming a pariah in the underworld. His mentor at the time, Eamon Kelly, stood away from him. The veteran gangster, who was one of the pioneers of the original gangland and also a mentor to the monk as he started out, knew that his protégé was running out of friends. I had been covering the story of Kelly's life ever since I first began reporting crime. He was the first Irish gangster to be convicted of importing a large quantity of cocaine in the early 90s, long before the drug became universally popular. Around the same time, I tried to get an interview with him, but he walked away. When I became crime editor of the News of the World in 2010, I had Kelly photographed in the street and named him as the Don's top advisor. It was only a matter of who got to Dunn first, the cops or his own ilk. I later revealed how the Don crossed the line when he began threatening people like Jerry Hutch's best friend Noel Duggan, a likeable rogue who was the top tobacco smuggler in the country, suitably dubbed Mr. King Size. The Kinahans and their associates, including Gary Hutch, had resolved that Dunn would have to be stopped before he tried to kill one of them. In the traditions of gangland, people like Eamon Dunn don't get sacked, locked away or banished. To borrow a phrase often used by Jerry Hutch, Dunn had to go. On the 23rd of April 2010, a hitman shot him 3 times in the face and head as he sat with friends in a pub in Cabra, North Dublin. In a completely separate set of circumstances, his mentor, Eamon Kelly, was gunned down by a dissident Republican gang 2 years later. The deaths of the veteran villain and his savage protégé exemplified the predictable nature of life and death in gangland in the roughest draft of history, especially the one that has evolved since the start of the 21st century. Gangland has an alternative ecosystem where there is no governance or central authority. Although it did not exist in the 17th century, the writings of Thomas Hobbes, the father of modern political philosophy, can be interpreted through the prism of modern gangland. In his book Leviathan, published in 1651, Hobbes postulated that in the absence of a lawful authority, where each person would have the right to everything they wanted, civil society would descend into a war of all against all. In such a world, life would be one of continual fear and danger of violent death, where the life of man would be nasty, brutish, and short. Over the decades, I have chronicled the nasty, brutish, and short lives of many criminals who lived outside the realms of civil society. The most infamous anarchist of them all was also the one who confirmed my chosen route in journalism. His name was Martin Cahill, the crime boss they called the General. Chapter 2. Unmasking the General. We had been sitting in the van for what felt like an eternity, watching and waiting, poised for action. Several hours had dragged by since the commencement of the secret surveillance operation at 4 a.m. on a chilly October morning. As dawn broke and the South Dublin suburb came to life, its citizens were oblivious to our presence as they hurried past, distracted by the cold and the humdrum routine of life. Being unobtrusive was central to the plan. Attracting unwanted attention would blow our cover, especially if someone called the cops to report 2 men lurking suspiciously in a van for hours on a quiet, leafy side street. Since taking up position on Oxford Road in Ranelagh, close to the target's home, neither of us had dared move, even for a coffee or a toilet break. It wasn't an option. To mitigate the basic necessities, we had come equipped with a hot flask and a plastic bottle. Experience had taught us that a momentary lapse in focus could result in missing the most elusive of targets, one who possessed an uncanny sixth sense for secret watchers. The self-inflicted privations and the monotonous hours spent sitting in the same cramp-inducing positions would be worthwhile if we bagged the one scoop that had eluded the Irish media for years, to unmask the hooded bogeyman of organised crime. That was exactly what I planned to do that day, along with my colleague and longtime friend Liam O'Connor, a.k.a. the lock. O'Connor was a tough, experienced snapper who had been working for the Sunday World since shortly after the country's homegrown, cheeky tabloid rolled off the presses to shake up the stuffy Irish newspaper industry. Liam's first ever assignment was to capture the horrific carnage and devastation left in the immediate wake of the Dublin bombings of 1974 that left 23 dead and hundreds injured and maimed. O'Connor had no compunction doing tricky, dangerous jobs or spending long hours on surveillance, which was why we partnered together throughout my career with the paper. Photographer Pádraig O'Reilly would also become an integral part of our small, three-member team. Over the decades, we unmasked many godfathers. The target of our clandestine escapade this time was one Martin Joseph Cahill, the undisputed godfather of the Irish criminal underworld, public enemy number one, better known by his sobriquet, the General, and one of the reasons why I became immersed in crime reporting. It was 2 years since Cahill had first become a household name after a groundbreaking TV documentary on RTÉ's Today Tonight introduced the Irish public to the General. It exposed him as the ruthless boss of the most prolific armed crime gang yet to exist in Ireland. The programme was the first time that organised crime had been placed so dramatically front and centre in the public spotlight. Cahill and his associates were filmed in the streets, being followed by the masked cops from a special overt surveillance unit called the Tango Squad. The criminals all wore masks too. The scenes were unprecedented on Irish TV. It was watched by over 1 million people, turning the hooded gangster into a household name overnight, and I was hooked on the story. When he was confronted by reporter Brendan O'Brien, Cahill was surprisingly loquacious and mischievous. He denied he was the General. When O'Brien asked who he thought the General was, the eponymous anti-hero replied, "Some army officer maybe. Sure, the way the country is these days, you wouldn't know." From then on, he was referred to as Martin Cahill, who denies he is the crime boss known as the General. The documentary's release coincided with an unprecedented high-profile police surveillance operation by the Tango Squad that had played out on the streets of Dublin's south side over several months in 1988. In January 1988, Cahill and 6 of his top lieutenants, Eamon Daly, Martin Foley, Seamus Shavo-Hogan, Noel Lynch, Christy Dutton and John Foy, had been targeted by the new Tango Squad. The unit derived its name from the radio phonetics for T, as in target. Cahill was Tango 1. The Maverick Garda unit consisted of young, enthusiastic cops, with orders to antagonise and harass the mobsters around the clock. Everywhere the General and his men went, each one was closely followed by up to 6 hooded cops. When the 7 targeted villains were on the move at the same time, over 40 cops went with them. Any time Cahill was at home, the Tango Squad members would sit outside, while others would loiter on the walls at the back. The mob, Irish society, or even the Gardaí had never seen the likes of the Tango Squad before. Rather than going to ground, Cahill, true to form, had gone on the offensive once the operation started. Despite the intense police attention, he ordered the murder of Ned Ryan, the senior detective who had been a thorn in his side throughout his criminal career. Cahill blamed Ryan for the Tango Squad's interference in his life. 2 hitmen were sent to murder the officer on the night of the 29th of January 1988, but aborted the mission when they spotted the detective in the house brandishing an Uzi submachine gun. Gardaí had received information about the hit in the nick of time and prevented the murder. Members of the Tango Squad were openly threatened by Cahill's mob, and some were forced to move their families for safety at the height of the operation. In one altercation, Martin the Viper Foley smashed the jaw of a detective and was later jailed for 2 years. The greens at the Garda Golf Club in Stackstown in Rathfarnham, South Dublin, were dug up, and tyres were slashed on several cars belonging to club members who were all cops. Cahill later openly taunted the cops on the street, saying he had no problem getting a hole-in-one in Stackstown. After 4 months of high drama, the surveillance operation was stood down and switched to undercover, led by the Serious Crime Squad. By then, Gardaí had effectively smashed the General's gang. I had joined the Sunday World as a junior reporter a year before Cahill's exposure as the Capo de Cap B of Ireland's gangland and the establishment of the Tango Squad. The General had me captivated. His story exemplified the theory that crime reporting certainly is the roughest draft of history. The more I learned about him and the underworld he controlled, the more I wanted to know. It became addictive and all-consuming. The Godfather had effectively opened a portal that led me into an alien subterranean world full of drug dealers, killers, cops and robbers. Crime would dominate the course of my life and career after that. Pursuing the General's story would also lead to the first death threats I was to receive over the years that followed. From then on, threats from criminals became an occupational hazard. My rapt interest in Cahill and crime also influenced my enduring interest in criminology. I wanted to better understand the sociology of crime and the environmental and psychological factors that had created such a bizarre and terrifying character. A month before our stakeout in Ranelagh, I had started a postgrad diploma in criminology, and many years later went on to do a master's. Finding out everything I could about the General fueled my interest. By 1990, the ruthless crime boss had been responsible for some of the most brutal and outrageous offences yet recorded in Ireland. To the police, who had been on his trail for many years, Cahill was the most hardened, sadistic gangster they'd ever encountered, while for his victims, the General was synonymous with violence, intimidation and fear. In the underworld, he was seen as an inspiration and a hero. Cahill was one of the founding godfathers of the new gangland, the eminence grise of a generation of opportunistic young villains who emerged in the early 1970s to become professional armed robbers and international drug traffickers. People such as the Dunns, John Gilligan, the Hutches, the Mitchells, the Cunninghams and Christy Kinahan. The Dunn brothers had first introduced Cahill to armed robbery in 1974 and he never looked back. Up to then, he and his brothers had been prolific burglars. In the pantheon of infamous villains, Cahill still stands out as the one who single-handedly ushered in a new era of violent, organised crime in Ireland, long before senior police had begun to acknowledge that the phenomenon even existed. Always pushing at the edges of what he could get away with, Cahill set a high bar for others who followed in his footsteps. He preserved his position as an untouchable gang boss by inflicting violence on other criminals or anyone else, including state officials who dared cross paths with him. In one particularly infamous case, Cahill nailed a gang member to a floor because he suspected the minion of stealing some of the proceeds from a heist. The eccentric gangster was also unique amongst his peers in that he deliberately set out to do battle against the Gardaí and the state. His campaign against the Irish authorities included bombing, shooting and attempted murder. Cahill was Ireland's first narco-terrorist. 30 years after his violent demise at the business end of an IRA assassin's gun, the Irish public still recognise his name. The notorious Hood was immortalised in popular culture after his life and crimes were portrayed in no less than 3 major movies. I also wrote the best-selling biography of his life and crimes, The General, which was adapted for a movie by John Boorman, featuring Brendan Gleeson. No other Irish criminal has ever attracted so much interest. The public's fascination with Cahill was initially prompted by the way that he always hid his face behind balaclava masks. When the glare of the media spotlight focused on him in 1988, Cahill, a portly figure in his trademark anorak, turned it into a comic spectacle to demonstrate his defiance and contempt, dropping his trousers and showing off his Mickey Mouse shorts. Cahill was ensuring that no one, apart from his family and inner criminal circle, could recognise him in the street. I was one of the many reporters who pursued Cahill for an interview in the late 1980s. I had approached the masked joker several times on the street, but without success. I was told to fuck off, or had the door slammed in my face on the numerous occasions that I called to his front door. Letters sent to him requesting a meeting went unanswered. On one occasion, however, that I approached him for an interview, I asked, as Cahill walked away, what he thought a criminal was. He stopped and thought for a moment. "The only real criminal is a man who abuses kids," he replied from behind the hand covering his face before walking on in silence. Together with Liam O'Connor and Pádraig O'Reilly, I'd followed him in the hope of getting his picture without the mask, but to no avail. By the time of our latest attempt to secure his picture, The image of Cahill in the trademark anorak and balaclava had burned into the national psyche as a symbol of the new world of organised crime. He personified Carl Jung's observations on the public's fascination with criminals. With what pleasure we read newspaper reports of crime. A true criminal becomes a popular figure because he unburdens in no small degree the consciousness of his fellow men, for now they know once more where evil is to be found. In 1990, the only picture of Cahill in the public domain was a photocopy of an out-of-focus black and white image which had been taken several years before. His hidden face created the aura of sinister mystique that underlined his status as gangland's bogeyman-in-chief. In many ways, the picture was the story. Everyone wanted to see the face of the elusive general. I was determined to be the first. The only chance we had of getting the picture was to catch the ever-vigilant mobster completely off guard. Having consulted Garda contacts in the famous Tango Squad, we reckoned we had only one opportunity of getting the scoop that everyone wanted. The key lay in his tangled love life, which, like every other aspect of Cahill's anarchic character, was complex. While he no more resembled an ardent lover than he did a swaggering gang boss, he shared the love of two women, his wife Frances and her younger sister Tina Lawless. The bizarre three-way consensual relationship ultimately produced 9 children. Small, chubby and bald with a comb-over and wearing dirty jeans and stained T-shirts, Cahill was no dapper Don or designer-clad monk, but the sisters were happy to share the man they both loved. As far as the participants in gangland's strangest love triangle were concerned, there was nothing complicated about their domestic arrangements. Cahill never masked the fact that he lived in his own parallel universe, a subcultural world with its own set of rules and standards. From the early stages of my research, it became apparent that rejecting society's codes of behaviour was integral to Cahill's philosophy in life, which was best summed up by his favourite song, Que Sera, Sera. In his worldview, social morals were dictated by a hypocritical establishment ruled by corrupt politicians and a perverted church. In any event, Cahill, his wife, and his sister-in-law never broadcast their relationship and were intensely private and protective of their offspring. In the years before his violent demise in 1994, I found that other gangsters were particularly coy when it came to talking about the bizarre relationship. Other criminals knew better than to pry and treated it as a taboo subject for health and safety reasons. Members of the Tango Squad had discovered the unorthodox living arrangements 2 years before as they followed Cahill around every day. Information about the bizarre ménage à trois had inevitably leaked out to journalists. For legal reasons, none of the media had written about it until after his death, when underworld sources were finally brave enough to confirm the story. One of them was John Traynor, Cahill's confidant, friend and advisor, who later became one of my sources for the General. An accomplished fraudster and career criminal, Traynor had been a friend of Cahill's from childhood. Nicknamed the coach by Veronica Guerin, the duplicitous Traynor conspired with John Gilligan when he plotted her murder in 1996. Traynor recalled how he once mentioned to Cahill that his love life was the subject of gossip amongst journalists and cops. The eccentric gangster said that he was happy to use it as a psychological tool to confuse his enemies. The thing is that it has fucked up the guards' heads and they don't know what's what or who's who. He grinned broadly. The only predictable pattern in Cahill's daily routine was dividing his time between the two women. His wife, Frances, née Lawless, resided in a 4-bedroom detached house in upmarket Cooper Downs in Rathmines, South Dublin, which Cahill bought with cash stolen in a bank robbery. The quiet estate was close to where the Lawless and Cahill families had grown up, next door to each other in a run-down flats complex called Hollyfield Buildings that had been demolished years before. Tina Lawless lived 1 mile down the road, in a cluster of corporation houses at the end of a small cul-de-sac called Swan Grove, off Oxford Road in Ranelagh. To confuse matters even more, the corporation house was officially rented to Cahill and his wife Frances. The home in Cooper Downs was in Tina's name. When he wasn't out robbing, Cahill spent the night in Swan Grove with Tina and the rest of the day with Frances at Cooper Downs. The Today Tonight TV crew had followed Cahill as he moved between the two addresses. We knew from our contacts that he normally left Swan Grove around midday, but the time could vary. That October morning, the plan was pretty straightforward. We hired a red Hi-Ace van and parked it on Oxford Road so that the side door faced the entrance to Swan Grove. Liam sat in the back with a long lens at the ready. I took up position in the front passenger seat, watching the entrance over my left shoulder. We placed reflective silver film over the glass in the doors to prevent unwanted inquisitors looking in, and the side door was left slightly ajar for a quicker opening. When Cahill appeared, I would alert Liam when the moment was right to open the door and take the snap. If all went to plan, Cahill would be looking straight into the camera lens, hopefully maskless. The difficulty was that Cahill's house was out of sight from our position, which meant that once he drove out of the cul-de-sac and turned onto Oxford Road, we would have as little as 20 seconds to snap him. But it was also an advantage. Before he emerged into the sunlight, the shadowy godfather always checked for watchers. If no one was there, he tended to get into the car without the balaclava, although it was always in his pocket. In fact, he carried several of them, just in case the cops swiped it off his head, as they often did. I had done a discreet recce up the cul-de-sac when we'd arrived at 4 a.m. and confirmed that Cahill's red Honda car was parked outside. Now all we had to do was sit and wait. Although still the country's most wanted gangster, Cahill had not been active for several months and had dropped out of the headlines. He was keeping a low profile and therefore unlikely to be on his guard against journalists trying to get his picture. The fall-off in his activity had been due to the success of the Garda operation 2 years earlier, which resulted in the capture of all of his key lieutenants. By October 1990, over a dozen members of Cahill's gang were serving long prison sentences. The last time Cahill had been involved in a major crime was 10 months earlier, on the 8th of January 1990, when he and 2 accomplices robbed the Allied Irish Bank branch in Ranelagh village, a short walk from Swan Grove. Cahill shot an unarmed Garda who was pursuing him on foot after the raid. Garda John Moore was hit in the arm by one of Cahill's bullets. The officer also suffered a flesh wound to the leg when he was shot by Cahill's brother, Eddie, before the pair made good their escape. The young cop had been extremely lucky. I later interviewed the injured Garda about his near-death experience. Some years later, while I was researching Cahill's biography, it emerged how lucky John Moore had actually been. The general had aimed to fire another shot at the Garda's chest, but the gun's trigger broke off just as he squeezed it. If it hadn't malfunctioned, the general would have added capital murder to his expansive criminal CV. There was no evidence to charge Cahill or his accomplices. There wasn't even enough on which to justify arresting him for questioning. Eddie Cahill, who was on bail at the time, was subsequently jailed for possession of heroin. John Traynor would later tell me how the crime boss confided to him that the close call had convinced him it was time to stop taking part in robberies and confine himself to the planning instead. While desperately trying to outrun Garda Moore, Cahill said he'd promised himself, "I'm packing in this fucking game. If I get away, I'll never rob a fucking bank again." The years the general had spent gorging himself on cakes, fizzy drinks and curries had taken a toll on his health. Even though he didn't drink, smoke or take drugs, he was unfit, overweight and suffering from diabetes. Aged 40, he realised it was a younger villain's game. Events elsewhere had also given him reason to believe that his life as a blagger or armed robber was coming to an end. In the months before the stakeout, I had witnessed another piece of Irish history with the violent debut of a deadly new Garda squad called the Emergency Response Unit, or ERU, which shot dead 3 armed robbers following bank heists. It convinced Cahill and his fellow blaggers that holding up banks was too dangerous and marked the beginning of the shift from armed robberies to narcotics as the stock and trade of organised crime. Martin Cahill didn't need his wily sixth sense to figure out that it was time to retire. In his paranoia, he began to believe that if he ever came face to face with the ERU, they'd shoot first and ask questions later. Perhaps he was right. It was little wonder that Cahill had been keeping his head down by the time we were holed up trying to get his picture. Having lost so many of his top men, and with mounting Garda successes against the armed robbery gangs, Cahill had been taking time out to reorganise his business in light of the new world order. As we waited for him, we hoped that the hiatus had lulled him into a false sense of security. Cahill finally emerged from Swan Grove around 2 p.m, 10 hours into our surveillance when we were about to abort. His car turned out of the cul-de-sac and slowly came towards us. I could see the outline of his head and his hair jutting out around his head. He wasn't wearing a mask. When Cahill stopped to check for oncoming traffic, he was a few feet away from us. Liam opened the door, the camera clicking feverishly. For a brief moment, Cahill appeared to freeze behind the wheel, perhaps initially believing that some old enemy had come to close his eyes. It would have been a perfect ambush. But he quickly composed himself and drove off at speed down Oxford Road. In the excitement of the moment, we decided to give chase. I jumped into the driver's seat and quickly turned the van around. At the junction with Charleston Road, Cahill stopped for oncoming traffic, giving us enough time to catch up with him. He then drove up Charleston Road towards Rathmines. At the next junction, he jumped the traffic lights, turning onto Palmerston Road in a bid to lose us. We stayed with him. He jammed on the brakes a number of times to force us to rear-end him, a stunt he had often pulled with the police. It would have been a wonderful opportunity to sue us and the Sunday World for whiplash, and also to get to know us for future reference. As the small convoy continued up the road, I drove alongside Cahill's car as the lock hung out the side door, snapping away. Cahill had donned his balaclava and pulled the hood of his anorak over it for good measure. On at least 3 occasions, the General suddenly swerved towards us to force a collision with oncoming cars. The chase continued until he turned into Coper Downs, heading for his second home. We broke off and returned to the office in Terranure, South Dublin, to assess how we had done. In hindsight, the escapade was both reckless and naive. We had momentarily scared the life out of the most dangerous gangster in Ireland, and he would not appreciate that. As an impetuous young reporter, I didn't count the inherent risk of annoying such a dangerous hoodlum. It never featured as a concern. It was all about getting the exclusive story, and it was exciting. Over subsequent decades, chasing the story got me into plenty of hot water. By the time that I realised that it was a very dangerous profession and I had risked the safety of my family, I was too involved to go back. While the plan worked out perfectly, we failed to achieve the mission's objective and Cahill's anonymity remained intact. The camera could not penetrate the reflection of the autumn clouds on the windscreen of his car. Nature had conspired to help the gang boss. Nevertheless, the operation hadn't been a complete waste of time. As he hung out the van door, Liam had captured a striking image that was worthy of the front page. In the picture, Cahill was behind the wheel, looking straight at the camera. Through the narrow slit in the balaclava, his eyes stared directly into the lens. It was a perfect illustration for my feature about the life and crimes of the faceless crime boss. It would sell a lot of newspapers. My brilliant news editor and mentor, Sean Boyne, had encouraged me to bring together all the strands of Cahill's story from the information we had about him at the time, which came from sources I had built up over the previous few years. There were mostly Gardaí who knew him best, and also members of the underworld. Both before and after the stakeout, whenever I met sources about other stories, I always asked them about the General. I collated every piece of information, no matter how insignificant. I also got his criminal record and talked to some of the victims of his heists. The information already in the public domain, thanks to Today Tonight, was a huge help. Sean Boyne was a superb journalist who had been the linchpin of the paper since its launch in 1973 and even came up with its iconic name, The Sunday World. In his role as news editor, he was the one who encouraged me to cover crime. In the end, our efforts came to nothing. The story was spiked because of the climate of fear that Cahill had created. Sean had cleared the feature and sent it on to the lawyers to check it for libel as per newsroom procedure. The first indication that there was a difficulty came after it was sent up to one of the senior editors at the paper. He sent the copy back a number of times, each time demanding that parts be cut. The lawyers we had at the time were extremely cautious and risk-averse. They also wanted sections excised, even though the offending material was based on fact and was clearly not libelous. It had also been reported by Today Tonight with no issues. Eventually, what had initially been intended to fill a 2-page spread had shrunken to the size of an anodyne page filler that really meant nothing. Even the picture had been dropped. It was all done under the guise that the story was legally dangerous. I later discovered that the senior editor deliberately spooked the already nervous lawyers because he had decided the story would never see the light of day. We argued that the information was not libelous and was based on Cahill's record. He could not sue because he would have to testify in court and answer questions he didn't want to address. Taking illegal action against the newspaper would also mean he was taking the media coverage seriously, and he would never be seen to do that. When I was called into the executive's office, I hoped that our arguments had won them over. To my astonishment, I was severely reprimanded for going after the Godfather and potentially drawing his ire down on the newspaper. As I saw it, I was being carpeted for doing the job I was paid to do. For a while it appeared that my career as a crime reporter was to be very short-lived. He ranted on about the fact that this Cahill fella is very dangerous and posed a threat to the staff of the Sunday World. He said that Cahill could have the printing presses burned down and recited as corroboration the litany of major crimes I had intended sharing with our readers that week. I later discovered that this would not have happened because Cahill knew people who worked in the print hall. He would never deny them their livelihood. It became apparent that what the senior executive feared most was the prospect of having his tyres slashed. After the Tango Squad operation, whenever the general was arrested or searched or generally pissed off by the police, he would remind them in a soft Dublin brogue, "You know I will carry out my usual peaceful protest tonight over this." The warnings would inevitably be followed by a tyre-slashing spree, damaging hundreds of random cars in the upmarket neighbourhoods close to Cahill's home in Rathmines. It was another way for Cahill to embarrass the Gardaí and intimidate the public. He thought he could drive a wedge between the force and the law-abiding middle-class community who had to buy new tyres. His warped logic went that the public would exert pressure on politicians to order the authorities to lay off the mobster. It didn't work. However, the same intimidatory tactics had certainly succeeded in scaring off the biggest-selling newspaper in the country and put paid to my exposé. But the executive's concerns were not completely unfounded, as the newspaper had already suffered an appalling attack. 6 years earlier, in 1984, Jim Campbell, the fearless editor of the northern edition of the Sunday World, had been shot and seriously injured in Belfast by a loyalist Ulster Volunteer Force, or UVF, assassination gang. The attack took place when I was still a journalism student, and we were all hugely impressed by Jim's courage. It reaffirmed our idealistic reasons for becoming reporters. The attack was in retaliation for the paper's coverage of the UVF's criminal activities. In Dublin, the shooting of Jim Campbell was compartmentalised as a terrorist attack that happened in Northern Ireland in the midst of a brutal conflict, dismissed as that kind of thing didn't happen in the Republic. It was redolent of the partitionist mindset of the South, which was also reflected in the media coverage. The most active terrorist group operating in the Republic was the Provisional IRA, and they steered clear of shooting journalists in the South for pragmatic and strategic reasons. The shooting of Jim Campbell did not justify capitulating to terror tactics. Campbell proved that because after the shooting he continued to do his job without fear. I recall once discussing the ill-fated Cahill story with him. The courageous editor wholeheartedly agreed that it should have been published. Spiking the story went against the grain of what journalism was supposed to be about, telling the truth without fear or favour. It was also a shock for me, given the Sunday World's impressive record of investigative journalism. Since the 1970s, its reporters had exposed rogue builders, corrupt politicians, scam artists and vice bosses, stories that the traditional Irish newspapers looked down their noses at. In the early 1980s, when heroin first hit Dublin, undercover reporters bought the heroin from pushers on the streets and then exposed them on the front page. The new tabloid was seen as fearless and became the public's go-to newspaper to expose injustice. Reading those stories as a teenager drew me to journalism and ultimately to the Sunday World. I wanted to be out on the streets doing the same thing. The senior editor banned me and my colleagues from targeting the mobster from then on. We could loosely report news events related to him, without his name or moniker or any specifics about him, but there was to be no more in-depth digging or attempts to get his picture. We were to leave the General in peace because we wanted him to leave us in peace. Sean Boyne and most of the editorial team disagreed with the capitulation, but there was nothing anyone could do about it. In my mind at the time, it made no sense to kill the story on the General or to ban future articles, especially over fear of tire slashing. Crime was a big story that couldn't be ignored. Despite whatever threats such coverage might attract, I believed that it was the media's duty to inform the public of what was going on. As a budding crime journalist, it was an ideological grundnorm shared with all my peers. The ban was an important learning curve. That memorable incident was the first time that I experienced the insidious effects of the kind of fear that organised crime instills in society. Fear is one of the most important weapons in the gangster's arsenal. Most law-abiding people in any society are afraid of crime and criminals. It is why citizens often don't go to the police with information or refuse to be witnesses in criminal cases. Fear ensures silence, or what the mafia call omerta. The General understood the importance of fear in fortifying the wall of silence. It explained why the police never recruited informants from his inner circle, and they never nabbed him. Fear kept him out of prison and off the front page of the Sunday World. Fear is a recurring theme in the story of crime. For the next few years, I never referred to Cahill by name or nickname in stories that reference his crimes or his associates. In a trawl of old files for this book, my reports went from referring to Martin Cahill, the man who denies he is the General, to simply a South City crime boss or one of the city's top gangsters. We were being constrained and censored because of fear. To say it was frustrating would be putting it mildly. Cahill would have loved the absurdity of it all. We made sure that he never found out. Chapter 3. Publish and be damned. Back in 1990, there was an awful lot that I didn't know about Cahill, or indeed organised crime in general, but I was learning fast. I later realised that given the gangster's record, the senior executive hadn't necessarily been overly cautious. In my youthful naivety, I stupidly believed that, apart from what happened in Northern Ireland, the media were somehow immune from the danger posed by criminals. I believed there was an unwritten rule in the code of so-called ordinary decent criminals that attacks on the press were off-limits. The executive's decision prevented us from finding out if the theory held true. Apart from the terrorist activities taking place, crime ordinary or non-subversive crime had not featured in any great depth in the public narrative before Cahill and his mob burst onto the public stage. In the early 1980s, his old friends the Duns had dominated the news agenda when they were blamed for unleashing the heroin scourge in Dublin. But within a few short years, the Duns were a spent force and almost all of the clan were behind bars. After that, the staple of crime reports concerned the explosion in street crime caused by the Dunn family's former customers, the growing army of desperate junkies looking for money to get a fix. Bag snatches, muggings, burglaries, assaults and chaotic armed robberies by knife and gun-wielding addicts became a daily hazard. The shootouts between the professional armed gangs and the cops brought the story to a new level. The broadsheet newspapers didn't have a requirement for reporters to exclusively cover crime. The news organisations of the day, RTE, the Irish Times, Irish Independent and Examiner newspapers, had designated security correspondents who covered day-to-day crime, policing and military matters. The ongoing troubles in the north and the terrorist threat to the state dominated the security news agenda. The General was the catalyst that changed all of that. The unexpected consequence was that I hold the rather unremarkable distinction of being the country's first bylined crime reporter. The ban on writing about Cahill didn't curb my enthusiasm for reporting crime. I continued to cultivate sources from amongst the criminal justice milieu, Gardaí, prison officers, lawyers, villains, heroin addicts and victims. I spent a lot of time in the courts, getting to know the faces of the good and bad guys. But during that period, crime was not being given the space or prominence that it deserved in the paper. The editorial priority was given to sensational tit and bum yarns, because the old newspaper mantra went that sex sells. Nevertheless, I quietly continued to gather information about Cahill and his activities. He was such a colourful character that I was already thinking about a possible book. Over the years, and especially when I began to research the book about his life and death, I sought out sources who knew Cahill best, including cops, friends and associates. I also interviewed victims and officials who had crossed swords with him. The objective was to learn more about the dynamics of the criminal underworld and to understand why such a complex character loomed so large in gangland. I wanted to know what made the general tick. I discovered that it wasn't a case of understanding his personality, but rather one of trying to understand his personalities. I later spoke to criminal psychologists who diagnosed Cahill as a narcissistic sociopath, an anarchist suffering from acute paranoia with multiple personalities lacking remorse or empathy. In fact, there was enough material there for a PhD in either criminology or criminal psychology, or both. Of the criminals whose biographies I have written in the past 30 years, including the likes of Jerry Hutch, Marlowe Hyland, John Cunningham, Christy Kinahan and John Gilligan, Cahill remains the most intriguing character. In comparison with the army of dangerous psychopaths who came after him, it is a remarkable distinction that none of them matched his destructive creativity and sublime malignancy. Cahill's experiences as a child in a brutal reform school helped mould the development of a sociopath. In 1965, at the age of 16, he was sentenced to 2 years for burglary at St Conleith's reform school in Dangan, County Offaly. Sexual, physical and psychological abuse was commonplace in the institutions, which religious orders ran like veritable gulags for children. In one of the rare in-depth interviews Cahill ever gave, he spoke to journalist Michael O'Higgins, who is now an eminent senior counsel, and recalled bitterly, "If anyone corrupted me, it was those mad monks down in the bog." Cahill described how he honed a psychological strategy in the reform school which he used in his dealings with the police. "If you try to harm me, I'll say, 'Can he get me?' And you can't. I'm not afraid. There's nothing that you can do to get me. I'll go down the lowest. I'll go down so low that the only way left is back up. The only thing is, I can't bow down to you. I'd rather be dead, so I'll make fun of you. If you annoy me, I'll make fun of you. I'll react, but I won't attack. And I'll keep on smiling." When I began studying criminology and looked into the backgrounds of major criminals of the day, it became apparent that the industrial and reform schools had played a pivotal role in the origins of organised crime. A common theme shared in the lives of many of the first generation of gangland figures was that they had been incarcerated in the inhuman system. These former inmates were released with a deep-seated hatred for the rest of society. They were poorly educated, but they had learned one important lesson from the religious orders, that violence was the most effective tool in life. They would spend a lifetime fighting back and getting even. Friendships made in the reform schools by young delinquents like Cahill became strong bonds of fraternity and loyalty, which, in turn, provided the nucleus of the first gangs to emerge in the 1970s. Amongst them were the notorious Dunn family, who served sentences with Cahill in Dangan Reform School. Another alumnus of the child gulags was John Cunningham, who would later help Christy Kinahan build one of the most powerful crime cartels in the world. In 1990, I interviewed Henry Dunn, who had been one of the family's most talented armed robbers, shortly after he was released from prison for firearms offences following a shootout with police. It was Henry who first introduced Cahill and his brothers to armed robbery. However, he only shared that information after the General's death, when I again interviewed him for the book. It was motivated out of loyalty to his old pal and had nothing to do with fear. After his death, Dunn wanted the world to know of Cahill's exceptional talents. Henry recounted how he and his brothers brought Cahill on his inaugural blag on the 18th of November 1974. The professional Duns and their amateur pals, the Cahills, held up a security van as he collected cash from a supermarket in Rathfarnham in South Dublin. He described the future general as a natural blagger. We, as in the Duns, were used to the buzz from a good job, but Martin was all excited and said he loved it. He was a natural, and after that he was doing at least one decent job every week or so. But the day after a big robbery, he still went out breaking into people's houses after pulling a big one. He was strange like that. The on-the-record interview in 1990 was given the space it deserved in the paper because it didn't pose a risk of retaliation, and the Duns were still box office in terms of public interest. Henry provided a searing insight into the effects of the industrial and reform school system, which he blamed for brutalising him, his brothers and compatriots, and turning them to crime. Other criminals I interviewed over the years provided the same explanation for why they turned out like they did. Skeptics would say that that was an easy cop-out, considering that the vast majority of victims of the barbaric system did not become criminals. Henry, however, told me they, the Christian Brothers, beat and sexually abused us so much they made animals of us. When we came out of there, all we wanted to do was hit back at society. We were angry and warped with no loyalty to anyone except our own. They savaged us even when we played by the rules. After that, we felt, what's the fucking point? The brothers made us the way we became, and crime was the obvious choice. When we came out, we just wanted to fuck up society. Criminologically, there is no doubt that the reform system played a significant role in the history of organised crime in Ireland. Whatever his motivation, Cahill became a criminal workaholic. His whole orientation in life revolved around crime, plotting it, committing it, getting away with it, talking about it. Outwardly, he came across as soft-spoken, even gentle, with a flat Dublin brogue. He tended to avoid noisy confrontations and was a believer in actions speaking louder than words. That was the persona that his victims initially encountered. If they made the mistake of not listening to his warnings, Cahill would return like a ghost in the night and shoot them in the legs without uttering a word. Given the number of people he attacked during his lifetime, it is remarkable that he never actually added the crime of murder to his inglorious record. As a professional burglar since childhood, Cahill was a night person who preferred prowling around in the dark, which became a metaphor for his life. Cops and associates told me that winter was Cahill's favourite season, with its endless supply of shadows to hide in. He certainly never intended winding up in the national spotlight. It was just that his big robberies, acts of violence and crimes against the state made it impossible for him to avoid it. During the 1980s, Cahill and his gang robbed art, jewels and cash worth up to €100 million in today's values. Long before I took an interest in Cahill, his repertoire of crime included armed robbery, kidnapping, shooting, extortion, bombing, arson, intimidation, and aggravated burglaries where people were robbed at gunpoint in their homes. By the mid-1980s, Garda intelligence reported that he controlled a gang of 30 hardened villains who were carrying out armed robberies on an industrial scale across the country. The jobs included the seminal 1983 O'Connor's jewellery factory heist in Dublin, when Cahill and his gang made off with gold bars, gems, diamonds and gold rings worth over €7 million today. Admiring acolytes gave him his nickname in recognition of the military precision and planning involved in the job. It wasn't long before the Gardaí were also calling him by his new title. The Today Tonight documentary made it a household name. When researching my book, John Traynor gave me a detailed account of the O'Connor's job. Traynor was an impeccable witness as he had got the inside information about the security at the factory and planned the heist with Cahill. Traynor was also at the general's side when he later pulled off one of the biggest art heists in the world. In 1986, he had masterminded the theft of the 11 most valuable paintings in the Beit collection of old Dutch masters. Cahill carried out the daring raid in the mistaken belief that he would have little difficulty offloading them to eccentric billionaires around the world. As the search for the paintings went global, Cahill gained celebrity status of sorts in the international law enforcement community. His name featured prominently in investigations by Interpol, the FBI, Scotland Yard, the Turkish Secret Service, and the Dutch and Belgian police. He had also shown that he was afraid of no one, not even the most powerful and pernicious terrorist gang in the country, the Provisional IRA. In 1984, the Dublin underworld had teetered on the brink of an all-out war as the general limbered up to take on the Provos after they tried to put the squeeze on him for a slice of the proceeds from the jewel factory job. No other criminal has ever stood up to the Provos. Traynor had been present with Cahill at a meeting with the Provos in the aftermath of the robbery. When senior IRA men told him they wanted a share of the gold, Cahill shouted, "If you want gold, then go out and rob your own fucking gold like we did. Yous do your strokes and we'll do ours. You're not getting a fucking penny." The standoff reached a climax when a four-man IRA gang were arrested after trying to kidnap Cahill's then close associate, Martin the Viper Foley. It was a major victory for the general and the police. The IRA had lost an entire active service unit in one fell swoop. After that, both sides stood back from the brink and got on with their separate wars. But the Provost would not forget. Cahill's war against the Gardaí and the state exemplified his psychopathy. He went out of his way to show contempt for the police, the law, and indeed the rest of society. In fact, anyone who lived outside his small, subcultural world where crime was seen as the only honest way of making a living. He called it the game or the grudge match. By talking to cops and his associates, I discovered that unlike any other crime boss, Cahill harboured a pathological, visceral hatred for the state. As the years passed, the obsession grew more irrational and paranoid. He particularly despised the police. In his mind, the police were the root of all evil. It was clear that his experiences of reform school and growing up in poverty had embittered him against society and its norms. His natural bent towards crime inevitably put him in conflict with the police against whom he invented his hostility. The feeling was entirely mutual. To the Gardaí, he was their most wanted and hated adversary. He was also the hardest to catch. When other villains did everything to avoid the cops, Cahill never missed an opportunity to try to humiliate and discredit them, regardless of the inevitable backlash it would provoke. Getting one over on the cops was sometimes his sole motivation. He equipped his extensive arsenal of pistols, shotguns and machine guns by robbing them from the Garda depot where confiscated weapons were stored. The thefts were only discovered in the early 1980s when analysis of forensic tests on seized weapons showed that they were officially still in the possession of the police. Ballistic tests on the bullet that had injured Garda John Moore in 1990 confirmed that it had been fired by a pistol from the stolen cash. When the law got too close for comfort, Cahill showed an even more sinister side to his game by resorting to acts of terrorism. In January 1982, Cahill blew up the country's top forensic scientist, Dr. James Donovan, after planting a bomb under his car. At the time, Cahill was facing a trial for armed robbery, and the scientist's forensic analysis was central to the case. Miraculously, Dr. Donovan survived the blast. The courageous scientist was left with horrific leg wounds and a legacy of pain for the rest of his life. I have interviewed Dr. Donovan many times over the years. In 2022, on the 40th anniversary of the appalling act of terrorism, the 77-year-old revealed that Cahill's death 18 years earlier had given him a small degree of psychological solace. The effect is that we felt for 20 years at least that there was still someone waiting out there to finish me off. No one was ever charged, but we knew who was involved. When he died, it was a small source of comfort, I suppose. In his efforts to thwart the same case, Cahill had also burned down a Dublin criminal court and the administrative office of another. In the end, Cahill got off on a technicality. He was never brought to justice for either the bomb or arson attacks, despite a massive Garda investigation. Over 4 decades later, the attack on Dr. James Donovan still stands out as one of the single worst acts of narco-terrorism ever seen in Ireland. History tells us that these incidents were warning shots that organised crime was spiralling out of control. This one emboldened the gangland anarchist even further. In August 1987, he had struck a stunning blow to the criminal justice system by stealing the country's most sensitive crime files from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. A month later, the Gardaí had come tantalisingly close to catching their nemesis in possession of the Bite paintings after Cahill took the bait in an elaborate sting operation involving an undercover Interpol agent posing as an art expert interested in buying them. But just as the General walked into the trap with the paintings in Killikee Woods in the Dublin Mountains, it went horribly wrong. At the last moment, the police discovered that their radio network didn't work. The officer in charge of the Garda district covering the mountains, Superintendent Bill McMunn, later confirmed to me that he had identified the area around Killikee as being a black spot in the Garda radio net. The secrecy surrounding the operation meant that he had not been consulted. If he had, then history would have perhaps turned out differently. In the confusion that followed, Cahill and his cronies slipped the net with the paintings. When he later discovered how close he came to being nabbed, the General was ecstatic. Typically, instead of keeping his head down, he openly taunted his adversaries. It was shortly after the failed Killikee sting that I was first acquainted with Martin Cahill. On the 10th of October 1987, the Sunday World became the first newspaper to write about a mysterious crime boss called the General in an article penned by John Jumbo Kearns, who went on to work in Fleet Street and later became the legendary editor of the Irish edition of the Daily Mirror. Cahill wasn't named in the article, which focused on his recent near miss and the theft of the DPP's files. I began to take an interest in the crime boss after that. A month later, the General and his gang carried out a terrifying armed robbery in which 2 families were taken hostage at gunpoint. It was at this point that a decision was taken to smash the General and his mob once and for all, and the Tango Squad was mobilised. Cahill's status as public enemy number 1 was further validated when he was the subject of furious debate in the Dáil, the Irish Parliament. RTE reporter Brendan O'Brien had confronted Cahill as he was queuing to collect his unemployment assistance payment at Werburgh Street Labour Exchange, a place Cahill and his gang had robbed a number of times. The Godfather wouldn't shut up once he had started, and at one stage claimed that he was a businessman who was involved in efforts to recover the Bite paintings for an insurance company. Government ministers were asked to explain why a man with a long criminal record was receiving social welfare and living between a high-end suburban home and a corporation one. It was very embarrassing for the government. Ireland in the 1980s was a grim place to live. High unemployment, mass immigration and punishing taxes meant that the vast majority of the population struggled to live just above the breadline. The voting public found it particularly galling to think that a notorious criminal could enjoy a millionaire lifestyle and claim the dole money their taxes paid for. The insouciant General considered it an added bonus if his criminal success meant causing embarrassment to the government in front of the electorate. I was, like every other member of the public, astonished to learn that the state was powerless to do anything about the wealth of criminals who were clearly flouting every law in the book. This issue had a major impact on my future journalistic work. The only option open to the government was to order the Department of Social Welfare and the Revenue Commissioners to investigate Cahill's finances and entitlements. A member of the Progressive Democrats, Mary Harney, was the first politician to articulate the crying need to target the mob's wealth. She told the Dáil that Cahill should be investigated in the same way Elliot Ness had pursued Al Capone. She wanted the General evicted from his local authority house and said that if the law didn't exist to take action, then the law should be changed to make it possible to do so. In those halcyon days for gangsters, Ireland was a thieves' paradise. It wasn't unusual for a criminal to rob a bank and, when the dust had settled, to return without his mask or shotgun and lodge the cash in his legitimate bank account. He could then drive around the corner to the local labour exchange in his top-of-the-range car and collect his dole money. The laws in the late 80s, or lack of them, aided and abetted the development of organised crime. The legislative inaction also reflected the priorities of corrupt politicians like the former Taoiseach Charles Haughey, who wanted to protect themselves and the millionaires who bankrolled them. The various arms of the state or financial institutions could not share information about individuals with the police, and even if they did, there were no laws to enable them to do anything with the information. The government of the day did nothing to address the issue. It would take 8 years and another gangland atrocity, the murder of Veronica Guerin, before the legislator was forced to finally take decisive action with the establishment of the Criminal Assets Bureau, or CAB. In the meantime, the General continued to illustrate his contempt for the law. When nervous inspectors from the Revenue Commissioners called to interview Cahill at his home in Coper Downs, he was characteristically cordial and charming. He arranged for the interview to take place in the upmarket residence so that it might annoy the official even more. Everything Cahill did was orientated to playing the part of the rebel joker. The mobster diverted attention from his taxes to complain about the problem of vandalism. To illustrate his point, he gestured towards the front window. The official's car was engulfed in flames outside. Revenue didn't bother Cahill again. He was also interviewed by social welfare inspectors, but refused to answer any questions. Over the next few years, I reported on the succession of convictions as a result of the Tango Squad's activities, as each of the once-feared hoodlums came before the non-jury Special Criminal Court, which, over 30 years later, still plays a pivotal role in the prosecution of organised crime cases. Apart from losing his most loyal and capable lieutenants, other trusted associates began to back away from Cahill. They were fed up with the non-stop police harassment and the media spotlight that his performances attracted. But despite the Tango Squad's best efforts, their primary target eluded them. Tango 1 had managed to stay one step ahead and remain free. The nearest the police came to depriving Cahill of his liberty was a 3-month stint in prison for a breach of the peace in June 1988. He served his time in Spike Island prison in Cork Harbour, which he jokingly called Treasure Island, saying he was glad of the break. The rest and the sea air would recharge his batteries. Around the same time, I got closer to Cahill than I expected when we exposed the criminal activities of one Wally McGregor, his longtime friend and associate. It was part of an undercover investigation into the lucrative illicit trade in forged identity and motoring documents such as driving licenses, passports, insurance documents, vehicle logbooks and stolen credit cards. Before the digital age, these illegal documents were vital to the smooth running of organised crime and facilitated a wide variety of activities. We had successfully exposed a number of individuals involved in the trade a year earlier. I had a bit of experience going undercover since joining the Sunday World. On a number of occasions I had posed as a junkie and bought drugs from dealers who were then unmasked. A few years later, posing as a customer with the help of an inside source, I exposed how the junior common room in prestigious Trinity College, Dublin, had become a hub for ecstasy dealing. I passed on the information and the drugs we had bought to the drug squad, who launched a raid while I was sitting there with the source. I was frisked by one of the detectives against the wall so that I could discreetly point them towards the dealers who were sitting in a corner of the common room. They arrested 2 men who were supplying the E. Most importantly, we had photographers watching the college to snap the action as the cops took the suspects through Trinity College's iconic front gates. It made for a sensational front-page story at the time. The modus operandi was much the same when it came to the trade in illegal documents, although the sellers were more circumspect than the drug dealers. Based on information that we gathered from underworld and police sources, we knew the right people to target. Once a connection was made, the whole operation was pretty straightforward. Watched from a distance by colleagues in case things went wrong and I needed to be rescued, I would pose as a criminal from out of town, either from the country or the north, and bluff the supplier of the documents into believing I was a genuine customer. Once I could show that I had plenty of cash on the hip, it was plain sailing. The only other important requirements were holding my nerve and keeping up the facade, no matter what happened. If the transaction was completed, the criminal would be secretly photographed and we'd publish the story. That was how I came to McGregor's door in June of 1988. A career criminal in his late 50s from Clondalkin, West Dublin, McGregor was one of the top suppliers of stolen and forged documents in the city. Despite being initially wary, I managed to win the confidence of the veteran villain over a cup of tea in his kitchen. My cover story was that I was involved in smuggling along the border and needed insurance documents for a number of stolen cars we were using. As part of my cover, I was deliberately vague in conversation to create a suspicion that I might be part of a terrorist group like the IRA. I gave him the registration numbers and details of the fictitious cars, and he told me to return a few days later. I secretly recorded our conversation and remember how he apologised for being so suspicious at first. Ironically, he told me that another associate had been exposed by fucking reporters from the Sunday World. As the General was beginning his holiday on Treasure Island, we put his pal Wally on the front page. Following his holiday on Spike Island, Cahill carried out a string of terrifying aggravated burglaries where the occupants of upmarket houses were held at gunpoint before the gang made off with jewellery and valuable paintings. In a follow-up investigation, two of Cahill's last remaining gang members, Harry Melia and Eugene Scanlon, were later jailed for the robberies. A year after he featured in the Sunday World sting, Wally McGregor was arrested in possession of stolen paintings he had been holding for Cahill. When I wrote the story about McGregor's subsequent conviction in December of 1990, when he got 2 years for receiving stolen goods, I could only mention that he was a friend of one of the city's top gangsters. By then, Cahill had orchestrated another sinister act of terrorism against a public servant. Following an investigation on the back of the Today Tonight programme, the Department of Social Welfare decided to block his dole in January 1989. The General saw his entitlement to the dole as an inalienable right and appealed the decision. He blamed Brian Purcell, the courageous social welfare inspector who had led the inquiry, and decided to express his displeasure. Shortly after midnight on the 29th of May 1989, Brian Purcell was abducted at gunpoint when 4 armed men burst into his home in North Dublin while his 2 small children slept upstairs. The gang put a hood over Purcell's head. They then tied up and gagged his pregnant wife, Sandra. The terrified civil servant was taken to railway lines in the south of the city where he was kept until Cahill arrived. The General shot the inspector once in each leg before letting him go. Inevitably, the attack caused public and political outrage. The Social Welfare Minister Michael Woods characterised it as a new and sinister departure in intimidation. For the second time, Cahill had sent a chilling message to the Irish state. The incident exposed another gaping hole in the state's ability to tackle organised crime, yet nothing was done. It was incredible to watch. Cahill was not bothered by the fact that he would be the obvious suspect. On the same morning as the shooting, an appeal board was due to hear Cahill's application to have the decision overturned. He wanted them to know who they were dealing with. But the board was unmoved and upheld the decision to cut his money back to a mere 50 pence per week. Each week, Cahill would then queue up wearing his mask to collect a single coin, which he would then throw down the length of the unemployment exchange, shouting, "Yous need this more than I do." He repeated the spectacle every week without fail. When researching the General, I tracked down the social welfare clerk who had the uncomfortable job of handing Cahill his weekly stipend. Just before Christmas 1989, the clerk recalled how Cahill reached over the protective screen and handed him a gift-wrapped package, saying, "This is for you." The young clerk didn't know whether to accept it or call the bomb squad. Inside was a Schaefer pen with a note. The clerk never forgot the little rhyme from Ireland's most notorious gangster. It read, "For all your kindness throughout the year, you've made it worthwhile to come in here." Despite a major police investigation, neither Cahill nor any of his associates ever faced justice for the appalling attack on Brian Purcell. After his abduction, other Department of Social Welfare officials dealing with the Cahill case were placed under police protection. But even then, the General was intent on adding insult to injury. While Brian Purcell was in hospital recovering from his horrific ordeal, Gangland's Joker sent him a get-well card which simply read, "The general prognosis is good." Cahill had again struck fear into the heart of society and the public service. From then on, staff with the Revenue and Social Welfare departments steered clear of cases involving dangerous criminals. Fear effectively made criminals untouchable. But when Brian Purcell recovered from his ordeal, he showed that he wasn't prepared to be scared off by a gangster. He later joined the Criminal Assets Bureau as a senior investigator and went on to become the Secretary General of the Department of Justice. Brian Purcell is one of the unsung heroes of the war against organised crime. Despite the enormity of the outrage, the extensive media coverage it received, and the fact that I was covering the story, not a word about the incident appeared in the following week's edition of the Sunday World, Ireland's biggest-selling paper at that point. I was told the story about the incident wasn't required. I knew it was because of the cattle ban. The splash, or front-page story, was about a woman who had stripped naked in a Garda station and then asked the cops to have sex with her. Martin Cahill was winning on several fronts. By getting away with the attack, he had set a new dangerous precedent for gangland to follow. He certainly inspired his long-time criminal associate John Gilligan. In the mid-1990s, the Revenue Commissioner sent Gilligan a tax demand. Despite having no visible means of income, the arrogant narcissist had developed a world-class equestrian centre near Enfield in County Kildare, which cost millions. Gilligan wrote the words "fuck off" on the demand and sent it back. He didn't hear from the Revenue again. He used similar tactics to get an investigation into his daughter Tracy's lone parent allowance dropped a few years later. A note on Tracy's file recorded how her father, who was described as a very dangerous man, had made unspecified threats. No one could blame the civil servants for dropping the inquiry. The climate of fear was Martin Cahill's legacy. Apart from tire-slashing sprees whenever he was annoyed by the cops, Cahill kept a low profile after the bank robbery in Ranelagh. The next time he featured in a serious crime came one night in January of 1993. A businessman called Wolfgang Eulitz was shot in the legs at his home in Donnybrook in South Dublin. I rushed to the scene with Pádraig O'Reilly after we heard the incident being reported on the police scanner we had in the car. At the time, we used to cruise the city at night in the hope of picking up a major incident. As we arrived, the injured man was being placed in an ambulance and was in no mood to talk about his ordeal. The shooting was the culmination of a long-running campaign of intimidation and arson attacks directed against the innocent victim because Cahill wanted to take over his hot dog business on Leeson Street in Dublin city centre. The Leeson Street strip was the hub of the capital's nightlife, consisting of a dozen or so pokey, smoke-filled basement clubs charging a fortune for cheap plonk. Selling hot dogs to thirsty drunks was big business. Through my sources, I learned that the prime suspects for the shooting were two younger criminals Cahill had recruited since his gang was jailed. They were intensely loyal to their boss. Being part of the General's gang was a badge of honour to young hoods. Cahill referred to them as his Rottweilers. Around the same time, I discovered an even more sinister side to the hooded bogeyman. I got a call one day from a concerned grandmother who asked me to come and see her as she had something urgent to discuss. She wanted to talk about her late daughter's husband, who also happened to be a close associate of the General. I knew of the criminal and his violent reputation. A few months earlier, he had been charged with raping his 14-year-old daughter, the woman's grandchild. An hour later, I was sitting in the front room of her home in Crumlin in South Dublin. The elderly woman had been looking after her granddaughter since the incident. A few years earlier, her daughter, the victim's mother, was killed when the vehicle driven by her husband was involved in a crash. The grandmother had reported the rape to the Gardaí in Crumlin and was determined that her depraved son-in-law would stand trial for what he had done. Even though most of her family were active criminals, she assured me that the code of omerta did not apply to those who raped children. In gangland, sex offenders are despised as the lowest form of life and are housed separately from the rest of the prison population for their own safety. When Cahill heard about what happened, he was furious. As a family man who genuinely loved kids, he was repulsed by what his pal had done. But it was also bad for business. Trainer and Garda sources later confirmed that Cahill and the rapist had been planning to kidnap a businessman and the crime had to be cancelled. The grandmother also revealed that the General was most concerned that she had gone to the police. 5 years after Cahill's definition of a real criminal being a man who abuses kids, it was obvious that he had changed his view. To him, anyone, even a child victim of rape and incest, was a tout or informant if they agreed to give evidence in court. The plucky grandmother told me how Cahill first approached the terrified girl on the street near her home and offered her money to drop the case. He had also contacted the grandmother, who told him to shove it. She said she had no fear of Cahill. I can still recall her saying, "Sure, what can he do to me, an old woman? I told him and his rapist friend to fuck off. I wasn't afraid of them." When Cahill was rebuffed, he resorted to a sinister campaign of intimidation against the terrified child and her family. The elderly woman related how, in the weeks after the confrontation, she and her grandchild would be woken in the middle of the night by noises around the house. Prowlers shone flashlights through the windows. The teenager, she said, was terrified. One of the girl's uncles, the woman's son, was a criminal with close links to the INLA, the paramilitary Irish National Liberation Army. He had been a friend of Cahill since childhood and often took part in robberies with him, but his greatest loyalty was to his own blood. When the intimidation escalated, he took the child to live with him and his wife in Tala, a few miles south of Crumlin, for protection. Cahill approached him and asked him what he was doing with that fucking tout in your house. The uncle told him to fuck off and also refused the money Cahill offered to buy silence. In the weeks that followed, shadowy figures were seen prowling around the uncle's house late at night to intimidate the victim and her family. Gardaí sent extra patrols to the area to protect them. Cahill's thugs then daubed slogans on walls around the area, calling the uncle and his niece touts and rats. The intimidation amplified the victim's trauma. The victim later told me how she had been so scared that she could not sleep or eat for months. It was an appalling ordeal for a young child to suffer. She was also diagnosed as suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Eventually, the uncle enlisted the help of the INLA, who sent word to Cahill. If he continued to harass the child, he would be shot. Although the general had shrugged off the threat, he ceased his efforts. The young victim eventually testified against her father at his trial in 1994, and he was convicted. I covered the story in great detail, but had to omit the connection to the general. I had also interviewed the girl's uncle. In another bitter twist to the story, he was shot dead in the same year by one of his INLA associates in an unrelated row. Around the same time as he was trying to prevent his perverted associate from going to jail, Cahill pulled off what was to be the final major crime of his long career. On the 2nd of November 1993, the General's newly formed gang kidnapped the family of Jim Lacey, the CEO of the National Irish Bank. The following day, Lacey was instructed to go to the bank's main cash-holding centre in College Green, central Dublin, in the company of gang member Joseph Jojo Kavanagh, who drove a van. Cahill had ensured that the vehicle's suspension was reinforced to take the weight of the cash he hoped to get. As part of Cahill's elaborate plan, Kavanagh pretended that he had been forced to participate because his family were also being held hostage by the gang. Lacey was instructed to empty the contents of the safes. In the end, the quick-thinking banker duped Kavanagh into thinking there was just cash to the value of around €300,000 in the vaults. The actual figure was almost €9 million. I wrote a number of exclusive stories in the aftermath, based on information from the heart of the investigation. I also spoke to a source close to Kavanagh who confirmed that he was part of the kidnap gang. By the time they were published, the stories had been eviscerated and only referred to the fact that the kidnapping had been organised by a top Dublin crime boss. The ban was becoming tedious. The yield from the Lacey kidnap was a major disappointment for Cahill and his advisor John Traynor, who had helped to organise it. They planned to invest the proceeds as seed capital to help Traynor and John Gilligan set up a drug trafficking racket. Cahill was amongst 20 suspected criminals arrested and questioned by the Gardaí, but as always, he had ensured there was little evidence with which to charge him. A tire-slashing spree marked the event. The Gardaí managed to blow holes in the cover story Cahill and Traynor had concocted for Kavanagh. He was the only member of the gang convicted of being involved in the kidnap and was jailed for 12 years. By the time the Lacey kidnapping took place, the Sunday World had been hemorrhaging readers for a number of years as the paper failed to keep pace with the changing tastes of the Irish public. The old formula that had once made it the biggest-selling newspaper in the country, the inclusion of a scantily clad woman on the front page, had grown tired and jaded. The aversion to running in-depth investigative stories was a symptom of how the paper had lost its way. It reached its nadir in 1992 when the paper ran the outrageous front-page headline, "Sex with Cheap in Hotel Bedroom," which pushed the sex will sell philosophy to a ludicrous extreme. Rather than titillating the public, it caused a national outcry as tens of thousands of newspapers were returned. It left everyone in the newsroom mortified. Like any organisation, the paper required a reboot. In January 1994, the management changed hands when Michael Brophy was appointed managing director and Colin McGinty became editor. Brophy had been editor of the Irish version of The Star and McGinty his deputy. Together they had turned the tabloid into one of the biggest-selling daily papers in the country. The move was a game-changer in the Sunday World's history and was a career turning point for me and many of my colleagues. From the moment they arrived, Brophy and McGinty transformed the place, and life suddenly became a lot more interesting. What I admired most about my new bosses was their determination not to be intimidated by vested interests and their willingness to push out the boundaries, especially in the face of risk-averse lawyers whose almost irrational fear of libel actions tended to kill stories before they were even written. For the staff, it was the opening of a whole new journalistic world where no issue was off-limits. Brophy and McGinty understood the mood of the public and what made for agenda-setting campaigning journalism. They brought out the best in people and were always supportive and encouraging, imbuing confidence in the place. Working with them over the following 16 years or so was exciting, inspiring, and a great honour. Soon the drop in circulation stopped and the readership figures gradually began to increase again. In a short time, the Sunday World had reclaimed its spot at the top of the newsstand pile. It was no longer derided as a down-market tabloid. Under their leadership, in 1995, I became the first tabloid journalist to win the prestigious Irish Print Journalist of the Year award for a series of interviews with Phyllis Hamilton, the secret lover of celebrity priest Father Michael Cleary. One of the first changes to the editorial agenda was lifting the ban on writing about the General. Brophy instructed me to write up a long feature that would include all the information I had on Cahill and his gang. I was delighted to oblige. I had plenty of unused material gathered over the years. On the 4th of April 1994, the headline on the front page said it all. Exposed, the General. Over a 4-page pull-out section, it catalogued Martin Cahill's long list of crimes, including the inside story on the Lacey kidnapping 6 months earlier, which was still being investigated. In the meantime, I had also managed to acquire the first decent picture of Cahill without his mask. In it, he was wearing a wig, which he often did when he was at home with the family. We also published the striking picture that Liam O'Connor had snatched during our mad attempt to unmask the bogeyman nearly 4 years earlier. Ignoring the inevitable warnings from the lawyers, we discarded the old safety line of Cahill denying he was the General. The feature left the reader in no doubt that Cahill was the General. We also profiled the individual members of his gang. It was the first time that a newspaper had published such a comprehensive piece and with exclusive pictures. It wasn't long before I discovered that the gang boss and his mob were not entirely delighted with the coverage. 3 days after the story appeared, my local Gardaí based in Crumlin contacted me with an urgent message. Members of Cahill's gang were hopping mad and threatening to target me in revenge for the article. The alert had come from the Serious Crime Squad at Harcourt Square in central Dublin. On the 7th of April, an urgent circular was issued by the Chief Superintendent in the Southern Division, which covered the areas where I worked in Terranure and lived in Walkinstown. It read, "Information received on this date from Detective Inspector Noel Kane, Central Detective Unit, Harcourt Square, that serious efforts are being made by a number of major criminals in an effort to identify the home address of Paul Williams. This issue relates to an article written in the Sunday World on Sunday the 3rd of April 1994 relating to Martin Cahill and his general exploits as a criminal. It is the belief that the inquiries now being made about Paul Williams are with the intent to retaliate for the content of the article in the paper. This matter has to be taken very seriously, and Garda patrols should be directed to pay particular attention at 1. The home of Paul Williams, 2. to the Sunday World offices in Terranure where he is employed. Members, when patrolling the vicinity of the two locations, should be on the alert for suspicious persons or vehicles and be sure to check out and to establish credentials. Any incidents should be reported to this officer post-haste. This was the first time that I was threatened. Realising that people want to harm you or your family over doing your job is daunting and scary, to say the least. For me, the game had suddenly changed, and I had entered uncharted waters. I'd never really considered the dangers inherent in pissing off bad people. I was worried for my family's safety and that of my colleagues. At the time, our son Jake was 4 and my wife Anne was pregnant with our second child. The former senior editor who reprimanded me in 1990 had been vindicated to an extent. As I worked out how to deal with the situation, I kept most of the information from Anne for obvious reasons. But I knew that we could not capitulate to the thugs. As Michael Brophy always said, if the mob were resorting to threats, it meant that we were exposing the truth that the public had a right to know. At the time, we lived in the Garda G district, which covers Crumlin, Drimna and Walkinstown in South Dublin. This presented an added difficulty, as the area was known as the home of organised crime because it was where most of the major villains of the day lived. I used to joke that most of the thugs I was writing about lived within shooting distance of my house. The local Garda chiefs reassured us that we would be protected. From then on, all Garda units in Dublin's Southern Division patrolled around my home roughly every half hour, particularly at night. I later learned from a number of intelligence sources that members of the gang had initially suggested to Cahill that they launch an arson attack at my home. Cahill ruled it out, telling his associates that the family home was out of the question. His wife and kids lived there, he said to one of them. I appreciated that. It was then suggested that they burned the printing presses in Terranure. Thankfully, there were friends and associates, members of Cahill's Pigeon Club, who still worked in the print hall, so that wasn't a runner either. The only alternative was to come after me in person to either give me a beating or shoot me in the legs, his preferred type of punishment. In hindsight, I don't believe Cahill ever intended doing harm to me. Given his previous record, he certainly had the capacity to do it, no matter how many cops were around me. The gangster leading the charge was one of his lieutenants, Martin Foley, the Viper, who had taken a serious grievance over what I had written about him down the years, including in the General's feature. I had written about Foley's criminal past, his involvement in the gang and his conviction for smashing the jaw of the Tango Squad detective. I published the first full picture of the Viper, for which, it appeared, he had never forgiven me. Foley was a world-class whinger who hated publicity even more than his cohorts. A senior Garda visited the Viper at his home to let him know that the police knew what he was up to. Foley was told of the consequences he would face if they did carry out an attack. He backed off, but the gangster would go to great lengths to make my life difficult in the years ahead. He tried on numerous occasions to intimidate me, and when that failed, he came after the Sunday World with his lawyers by threatening to sue or seek injunctions. In the months following the threat, armed Garda officers escorted me to and from work to make sure that I wasn't harmed. I have always been hugely appreciative of the Garda protection I received whenever there was a credible threat to my life over the years that followed. Individual Gardaí were hugely supportive because we were dragging criminals into the spotlight. Many of the officers concerned became lifelong family friends, as security alerts became a regular occurrence in the years that followed. The most credible threats were uncovered by the police using secret intelligence sources such as gangland informants and phone taps. The rule of thumb is that when criminals make public threats, they don't tend to follow them up. When they plot in secret, you need to worry. I believe that I would not be alive today if it weren't for the many times that the police intervened, often without my knowledge, to prevent criminals carrying out attacks. Checking under the car in the mornings became an almost unconscious routine. I was informed that the risk of attack is highest while driving and had to vary routes and times to avoid becoming predictable. Scanning the rear-view mirror or the street ahead for anything suspicious became second nature. Over time, I developed a sharp instinct for dangerous situations. All crime journalists share the same self-preservation instincts. As subsequent events proved, crime reporting is the only area of domestic journalism that is hazardous to life and limb. In many ways, the threats made me more determined that I would not be silenced from doing my job. The intimidation meant that everyone in the company, especially the journalists, had to be more security conscious. The support and encouragement from Brophy and McGinty gave the staff the confidence to continue to do the job. They believed strongly that we could not lie down in the face of intimidation. Security was beefed up around the Sunday World premises in Terranure, and monitored panic alarms were installed at my home. The Garda Command and Control dispatch system registered us as very high risk to prioritise Garda responses in the event of an alarm activation. Once, when I accidentally pressed the alarm, 2 squad cars were at the door within 5 minutes. It was a bit embarrassing that time, but very reassuring. As we tried to work out how to respond to the threats, a decision was made to keep them under wraps and not to go public. This was new territory for a newspaper in Ireland. But the general situation became a lot more dangerous a few months later when shots were fired at the home of Veronica Guerin. Then, the following January, a lone gunman shot her in the leg when she answered the door. It later emerged that the attack had been orchestrated by John Traynor, even though at the time he was one of our sources. I never trusted Traynor. It was a very worrying development. 2 weeks after the expose on the General appeared, Cahill's henchmen slashed the tyres of 23 random cars in his local area. The information at the time suggested that the attacks were to express his annoyance at being stopped and searched by Gardaí and were not in response to the Sunday World articles. However, in the months following the story, an insignificant reporter was soon the least of Cahill's concerns. In May, the UVF attacked a Sinn Féin fundraiser in the Widow Scallon's pub in central Dublin. The plan was to plant a massive bomb in the packed function room where over 300 people were in attendance. The UVF shot and killed an IRA member who prevented them gaining entry. They abandoned the device and made their escape. Fortunately, the bomb was defused by some of the provosts who were present before it caused what would have been an unprecedented massacre. The provost launched an investigation throughout the underworld to discover if Cahill had assisted the UVF. He was their obvious choice because it had already been revealed that he had dealt with the organisation in a bid to offload some of the Bite paintings. They also had unfinished business after the O'Connors robbery. Cahill was not prepared to bend the knee for them. Republicans even approached me seeking information that implicated Cahill, but I had none to offer. The truth was that Cahill had nothing to do with it. When researching the General, I discovered that in the wake of the Widow Scallon's assault, a leading member of the IRA, Father Paddy Ryan, became a regular visitor to Cahill's home. John Traynor revealed how Ryan assured Cahill that he was not under threat from the provosts. He claimed the notorious former priest wanted to discuss a joint criminal venture. The General was being lulled into a false sense of security. To make matters worse, at the same time he was also involved in a row with members of the INLA. The organisation had morphed into a criminal gang and were muscling in on the burgeoning drug trade. Cahill burned down a corporation flat which had been allocated to an INLA member instead of one of the General's relations. As he grew more volatile, Cahill reasoned that if the relative could not live there, then no one would. To top it all, behind his back, his partners in crime, John Gilligan and John Traynor, were plotting to manipulate the situation to suit themselves. While I was researching my book, Evil Empire, about John Gilligan and the murder of Veronica Guerin, I discovered that Cahill had loaned them the capital to buy the first shipments of hashish and was putting the squeeze on them for money they didn't want to pay. The treacherous pair told the provosts that Cahill was involved in the Widow Scallon's attack. Needless to say, Traynor never shared any of this information with me when he agreed to cooperate for my book on his dear friend. Time was running out for the General, and the end, when it came, was as momentous as any of the other big events in his colourful life. The provost bestowed upon Cahill the dubious honour of being its last victim before announcing the first ceasefire to coincide with the Northern Ireland peace process. Like our stakeout 4 years earlier, the IRA were also aware of Cahill's predictable daily domestic routine when he was at his most vulnerable. They knew that he would drive down Oxford Road and turn onto Charleston Road as he moved between Swangrove and Copper Downs. The difference this time was that an assassin was waiting for him and not a photographer. For a number of hours on that sunny afternoon of Thursday the 18th of August 1994, a Provo hitman from Finglas in North Dublin waited beside the stop sign at the junction of Oxford Road and Charleston Road, about to make gangland history. Wearing a high-vis jacket, he pretended to conduct a traffic survey with a clipboard in his hand. His accomplice on a motorbike drove up and down Oxford Road, waiting for Cahill to emerge from the cul-de-sac, ready to give the hitman the signal. At 3:20 p.m, the General's reign over Ireland's gangland came to a brutal end when he slowed to stop at the junction. The killer dropped the clipboard and stepped over to the driver's door. He produced a powerful .357 Magnum revolver and fired once at point-blank range, hitting Cahill in the shoulder and head. The blast of the shot forced the General to slump to one side. The car chugged across the road as the hitman ran alongside, pumping another 3 rounds into his victim. When the car came to a stop, the Provo reached in and fired another round into Cahill's head for good measure. My memory of that day has not dimmed after 30 years. Within minutes, squad cars were speeding to the scene. At the same time, Sunday World colleague and fellow Leitrim-man Mick McNiff and I were actually discussing the General with an informant 6 miles away in Clondalkin. About 5 minutes after the shooting, the phone rang. It was Philip Galvin, one of the detectives who had been protecting me over the past 4 months. He excitedly shouted, "Cahill's down, Cahill's dead, for fuck's sake, they've killed him." We were both stunned as we sped towards Ranelagh. The police scanner I always carried in the car confirmed the groundbreaking news. "Tango 1 is down, Tango 1 is down," the message crackled frantically across the Garda radio network. "Control, can you repeat that last message?" asked a clearly disbelieving voice over the wailing of a squad car siren. The dispatcher and command and control respondent, "The number 1 man is down. Get everyone down here. All other alarm calls to be put on hold. Priority for Tango 1. When we arrived at the scene, an eerie silence hung over Oxford Road as police began to cordon it off. Traffic was being diverted from the area and the road was closed except for Garda vehicles. News of the dramatic hit had spread like wildfire, and journalists and photographers were descending on the area for one of the biggest gangland stories in the history of Irish organised crime. The cops hurriedly spread a tarpaulin over the car to prevent photographers taking shots of the bloodied corpse. The man they had spent so long trying to catch was allowed to die as he had lived, a faceless man. Cahill would have had a good laugh at that. He was never destined to die in his sleep. Being dispatched by a professional hitman was the kind of exit Cahill would have appreciated. The silence was shattered when Christy, Cahill's 21-year-old son, arrived on a bike along with his father's Rottweilers. There were scuffles as they threatened photographers. The emotional young man threw the bike at a Garda van, shouting, "Yous fuckers better not have had anything to do with this. Yous fuckers killed him." Another son, Martin Jr., shouted at photographers, "Get the fuck out of here." He lunged forward to his father's side but was restrained by a uniformed Garda. "That's me da. Is he dead?" A cop who had known the General for many years put his hand on Martin's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Martin. It is your father, and he is dead." The body of the arch-criminal was wrapped in plastic before being taken away. As the remains were being moved to a hearse, the hand he had habitually used to cover his face trailed beneath the covering. It was a poignant sight. Given the stress over the past few months, I really didn't know whether to be happy or sad. One thing that was sure was that this was the biggest story I had yet covered. The weekend after the General's murder was one of the most momentous of my life. On the Saturday morning, a source gave us the scoop we wished for, the first proper, full-length picture of the General, which was much clearer than anything we had seen before. His maskless and wigless smiling face beamed out of the recently taken photo in an ill-fitting leather jacket and T-shirt. Strands of hair scattered across his bald pate as he stood proudly beside one of his daughters who was in her first communion dress. The picture had been taken outside the church in Rathmines, where his funeral mass was to take place on the following Monday. The next day, Colin McGinty devoted the full front page to the picture that everyone had wanted to see. The newspaper sold out in hours. As Mick McNiff and I sat down to write up the story of the life and death of the General, I got an urgent phone call from home. My wife's waters had broken a month earlier than anticipated. I rushed home and took her to Mount Carmel nursing home. By the afternoon, When there was still no sign of our eagerly awaited new addition arriving, I nipped off to keep an eye on the funeral home in Crumlin, where Cahill's body was reposing for friends and family to visit. It presented a one-off opportunity to photograph the gangland luminaries who had turned up to pay their respects to the Godfather. Over a few hours, I sat with two photographers as they snapped everyone who came and went. Amongst them were several of the underworld's biggest players. Over the weeks that followed, Garda contacts helped me identify the faces in the frames. I compiled whatever information there was on each face, including the crimes they had been suspected of and their connections with other criminals. After that, we regularly carried out photographic surveillance at gangland gatherings, including funerals and weddings. Over time, I built up intelligence files containing background information and individual pictures of the emerging big names in organised crime. Our knowledge grew exponentially as we built a picture of gangland. We were the first newspaper to do that. Apart from the Gardaí, the Sunday World could boast having the biggest collection of gangland mugshots and intelligence in the country. When I got back to Mount Carmel, there still hadn't been any developments, but some of the nurses gave me dirty looks for leaving my wife. Later that night, Anne gave birth to a baby girl, our little princess. We called her Irina, which means goddess of peace, to reflect the momentous fact that the peace process was coming into view. 12 days later, the IRA announced its ceasefire. The ghost of Martin Cahill even came into the delivery room. I brought my brick-shaped mobile phone in my pocket under the PPE gear I had to wear in the operating room. It was a force of habit, always to have the phone nearby. Moments after our little girl was welcomed into the world, the phone rang. I was in a state of elation when I answered. Colin McGinty was on the other end to say that we had a cracking front page that was going to scoop everyone the next day. I put him on the phone to be the first person to congratulate Anne. It was rather bizarre, especially for Anne and the medical staff. I remember that event clearly because I have never been allowed to forget it. The hat-trick of memorable events on that historic weekend took place the next day when Leitrim played Dublin in the All-Ireland football semi-final in Croke Park. Even though we lost, it was still a victory for our proud little county. It was the second time in the history of Leitrim GAA that we made it to the semi-finals of the Senior Championship. When the excitement died down, I focused on writing a book about the General. At the time, the true crime genre was non-existent in Ireland. The only book written about Irish crime had been published a decade earlier. Smack, the criminal drugs racket in Ireland by Irish Times journalists Sean Flynn and Pádraig Yates, was an instant bestseller when it came out in 1985. It was a groundbreaking and superbly written account of how the drug problem and organised crime took hold. The authors were the first journalists to refer to an unknown crime boss known as the General. As a young crime reporter, it was my Bible, and it, along with the books of UK crime writer Duncan Campbell, provided the inspiration to write my first book. Unfortunately, a few characters who featured in Smack sued the publishers, Gill and Macmillan, and it was taken off the shelves. The underworld had succeeded in using the law to scare off the media again. After that, publishers were understandably wary about going near true crime. My colleague Eddie Rowley, the Sunday World showbiz editor, had written a bestseller with Daniel O'Donnell and knew the ropes. He put me in touch with his publisher, Michael O'Brien of the O'Brien Press. Michael's brother, Brendan, was the reporter behind the 1988 Today Tonight RTE documentary on Cahill, so he had a better understanding than most of the story. Given the aura of intimidation that swirled around the subject matter, coupled with the memory of what happened to Smack, O'Brien was at first wary of the proposition. To his great credit, he decided to publish the General's biography. In the process, the O'Brien Press breathed life into the Irish true crime genre and my career as an author. But as I was doing research for the book, there was another security alert. On the night of the 17th of October 1994, a neighbour called the Gardaí, having spotted two men in a van with its lights switched off, driving past my home. Some days later, I got a call from an individual I knew who was involved in the Concerned Parents Against Drugs movement, which was formed in the early 1980s as working-class communities rose up to eject the drug-dealing scourge in their areas. They asked me to meet them. When we met up, they said they had information that Martin Foley and Seamus Shavo Hogan had been carrying out surveillance on me at work and at home over the previous 3 weeks. The gangsters knew the make and registration number of my car. They claimed that the plan was to either kidnap or shoot me. When I contacted the local Gardaí, they carried out an investigation which corroborated the information. The reported sighting of the van was further confirmation of the story. An internal report sent by a senior officer to Garda HQ concluded, "From my dealings with Martin Foley or Seamus Shavo Hogan, I am quite satisfied that they are capable of carrying out these threats of vengeance against Paul Williams." I was always mystified as to what triggered Foley and Hogan to seek vengeance over what I had written about them. I gave them much more reason to be annoyed when The General was published in May 1995. In it, I revealed how Cahill had suspected Foley and Hogan of being police informants. I later discovered that Cahill did not trust Foley and believed that he was a tout. That was why he gave him the infamous nickname the Viper. I dug up the reference, which was buried in an interview Cahill did with London-based GQ magazine in 1991. I also confirmed it with the journalist Niall McCormack, who authored the excellent piece. Cahill claimed that Foley was a police informant and had tried to set him up during the Tango Squad operation. I subsequently made sure to share that with our readers, and the Viper became a household name. The book also told the story of how, in October 1990, other members of the gang sliced off the tops of Hogan's ears with a knife in the exercise yard of Portlaoise Prison. They had all been sentenced to long stretches for armed robberies during the Tango operation. It was a crude and brutal gangland ritual. The intention was to make Hogan's ears resemble those of a rat, the criminal's term for an informant. Hogan had set up another gang member who was caught with guns, and he was also blamed for planting a gun in the General's home, which was subsequently found by the police. The state never proceeded with the case, which indicated that it had indeed been a plant. The fact that Hogan and Foley were stalking me increased my determination to include their stories in the book. Armed Gardaí again stepped up security patrols around our home. The Sunday World made an arrangement with a garage so that I could change cars every week as a precaution. The two gangsters were then approached and warned that if they made a move, they could easily find themselves facing the ERU. Foley and Hogan pulled back. Then I discovered that the General's former associates weren't the only ones suddenly interested in me. In early October, the Anti-Terrorist Special Detective Unit, or SDU, stopped a senior Provo intelligence officer who was suspected of involvement in the murder of Martin Cahill. He was one of 5 IRA men convicted in 1983 for the attempted kidnapping of businessman Galen Weston, the owner of the Quinsworth and Penny's chains in Ireland. The Provos later kidnapped Weston's chief executive, Don Tidy, who was eventually rescued near my hometown of Ballinamore in County Leitrim. A young Garda, Gary Sheehan, and soldier, Private Patrick Kelly, were gunned down without mercy by the IRA gang as the kidnappers made their escape. When detectives searched the senior Provo, they found a document containing detailed information about my personal life. It listed my address, telephone number, and the type of car I drove. It also included details such as my wife's name, the name of our son, and the fact that we'd recently had a daughter. The names of our parents and their political affiliations were even mentioned. In the same batch of documents, there were also files on individual Gardaí, some of whom had been singled out because they were fond of drink and could possibly be corrupted. Without realising it, I had become subsumed by the crime world and had a growing entourage of enemies to prove it. In the meantime, I continued researching material and wrote the book. When The General hit the bookshelves, the police across South Dublin braced themselves for a spate of tire slashing. It coincided with my first appearance on RTÉ's Late Late Show to discuss the book with the undisputed godfather of Irish broadcasting, the late, great Gay Byrne. Despite the alerts, there were no incidents reported that night. Thankfully, the book was a huge success and stayed at number 1 in the book charts for several months. In 1999, when booksellers Eason's published the top 100 bestsellers of the past century, The General was ranked at number 55. But The Godfather's immortalisation wasn't confined to print. John Borman adapted the book for the movie of the same name. Being present on the set of a major movie that was based on my book and being made by one of the most respected names in the business was an amazing once-in-a-lifetime experience. The cast featured Oscar winner Jon Voight, Brendan Gleeson, Adrian Dunbar, Sean McGinley, Angeline Ball and Maria Doyle Kennedy. Brendan Gleeson's uncanny portrayal of Cahill launched him on the road to becoming a Hollywood A-lister. The movie received widespread critical acclaim. Francis Ford Coppola, renowned for the Godfather trilogy, declared that this was the picture he had always wanted to make. Gleeson and Boorman were also hotly tipped for Oscar nominations, but it wasn't to be. Gleeson won a host of other awards for his performance. Boorman received the award for Best Director when the movie premiered at the Cannes Film Festival in 1998. The highlight of the whole experience for me was receiving the red carpet treatment at the movie's world premiere in the Palais de Film, a magnificent 2,000-seater theatre in Cannes. I sat next to Boorman, Gleeson and the rest of the cast. Everywhere you looked, there were wall-to-wall celebrities, some of the biggest movie stars in the world. When the final credits rolled across the screen, the theatre erupted in spontaneous applause with a standing ovation. Hollywood superstars Matt Dillon and Morgan Freeman shook our hands. It was easy to get carried away in the excitement and glitzy surrealness of it all. Later, we were chauffeured to Morrison's Irish pub, just off the Rue d'Antibes, where Guinness and champagne flowed freely all night. Colin Meaney, John Hurt, Neil Morrissey and Hugh Leonard were amongst the gaggle of celebs who joined the party. I recall how Brendan Gleeson confided that all the glamour and superficiality of the movie festivals and premieres was not for him. He was a real down-to-earth Dubliner, but it was something he would have to get used to as his career flourished. As for me, the flirtation with the lovey world ended when I got my flight home the next day, back to a version of the real world where I felt much more comfortable. There were two other movies about Cahill's life and crimes. The first was a 1999 BBC movie called Vicious Circle, in which Ken Stott played Cahill. A year later, Ordinary Decent Criminal, starring Kevin Spacey and Colin Farrell, was released. Cahill even had posthumous walk-on parts in two further pictures, including Veronica Guerin, produced by Joel Schumacher and featuring Cate Blanchett as the eponymous heroine. The other was When the Sky Falls, also about the life and death of the journalist who was played by Hollywood star Joan Allen. Cahill literally is Ireland's most famous celluloid anti-hero. The final chapter in the story of the General came in the summer of 2005 when the Criminal Assets Bureau sold his former home at Coper Downs. It was an important symbolic gesture from the forces of law and order. 11 years after his murder, the General was finally being made to pay. The man who made sure of that was the then head of the Criminal Assets Bureau, Detective Chief Superintendent Felix McKenna, a veteran of the old Tango Squad who had been chasing Cahill for years. Felix, who had been attached to the cab as its second-in-command under Faulkner Murphy after its establishment in 1996, had become a lifelong friend after we first met when he was in Cahill's trail. The sale was not without a degree of drama. Even in death, Cahill's ghost was having a giggle at the state's expense. McKenna ordered specialist Garda search teams to conduct a thorough search of the house and garden before the property went on the market. Special scanning equipment was brought in to check for possible hidden cavities in the house. A digger was brought in to excavate the garden at the back. While the search was going on, we hired a helicopter to photograph the dig from the air. After 2 days, nothing was found. I ran the exclusive story in that week's paper. The story of the General had come to a close. Chapter 4. Shootouts and Death on the Streets. Over the years of writing society's roughest draft of history and my interest in criminology, I became something of a de facto gangland historian. The evolution of organised crime in Ireland fits into 4 distinctive phases that are neatly bookended within specific decades. The 1970s saw the emergence of the armed robbery gangs and ended with the first shipments of heroin brought into Ireland by the Duns. The 1980s was the decade of armed crime and the growth of the drug trade. The 1990s saw the transition from armed robbery as the country's criminal elite moved into narcotics, which were much more profitable. The 4th, most brutal phase began in 2000, the era of the narcos. Criminal justice history shows how the 1960s were the final years of a halcyon age when there was virtually little or no crime in Ireland. In the latter half of the decade, after Ireland had celebrated the 50th anniversary of the 1916 Rising, the government gave serious consideration to closing down prisons, where the average daily population was 300 inmates. Today, it is over 4,000. The situation dramatically changed in 1970, when armed crime became the stock and trade of a new generation of young criminals and ardent terrorists. The callous murder of Garda Dick Fallon on the 3rd of April 1970 by the country's first armed gang, Saor Éire, a group made up of Republicans and thieves who tried to give themselves a political tag, stands out as the beginning of the era of the blagger. The upsurge in violent crime that followed was the result of a perfect storm. The outbreak of the Troubles in Northern Ireland in 1969 spilled over the border as the Provisional IRA unleashed a campaign of robbing banks, post offices, businesses, or anywhere else that could get cash to fund their so-called war. They were also hell-bent on destabilising the state. In the process, a new generation of emerging young villains, who were reckless and dangerous, took their lead from the provos and became armed robbers. Soon it created a major industry as underworld entrepreneurs branched out to provide logistical support to the gangs, stolen getaway cars, weapons, inside information, safe houses, alibis, and even disguises. The Dunn crime family in Dublin became the first well-organised professional armed robbery outfit. They showed the ropes to the likes of Martin Cahill, their star pupil. Armed gangs proliferated, and the number of robberies spiralled across the country. The Gardaí, which was hopelessly ill-equipped to tackle the new crime wave, struggled to keep up. It also suited the new gangs that the state was more focused on the threat posed by the IRA. In the 70s, robbing banks was easy. The Dunn brothers, Shamey and Larry, are credited with ushering in the beginning of the next era in serious crime when they brought in heroin. The year 1980 is remembered as the year that the plague of drug addiction first hit the streets of Dublin, devastating already marginalised and impoverished communities. Over 4 decades later, drug addiction is no longer confined within socio-economic boundaries. As the narcotics industry gained a foothold, armed robbery continued to be the primary source of income for the organised crime gangs. Then in 1990, the first year of the third decade of serious crime in Ireland, another bloody milestone irrevocably altered the course of gangland history and signalled the end of the blagger era. As Gardaí suddenly began turning the tables on the gangs, the criminals were forced to come to the realisation that selling drugs was a much safer occupation. As an aspiring crime reporter, I was a front-seat observer of history in the making. Martin Cahill experienced his epiphany and decided to retire while trying to outrun a much fitter cop following an armed robbery. 4 days later, a major undercover investigation into another gang of blaggers was hurtling towards a bloody conclusion. It came on the 12th of January 1990 when a secret Garda Weapons and Tactics Division, the Emergency Response Unit, literally blasted its way into the headlines in one of the most violent confrontations yet seen between Irish cops and robbers. The ERU was formed in recognition that the changing face of crime and terrorism required an elite squad that specialised in armed confrontations. The hand-picked officers were issued with the latest firepower and trained with similar units in Europe, such as the GS-G9 in Germany. Around the same time, the Irish Defence Forces also established a commando unit, the Army Ranger Wing, which also trained the ERU. The unit's public debut involved the interception of one of the most dangerous armed gangs operating in the country at the time. The showdown took place during a robbery at the Bank of Ireland at Emily Square in Athy, County Kildare. Thomas Tynan, Austin Higgins, Brendan Walsh, P.J. Loughran and William Gardner were a potent, deadly mixture of criminals and Republican paramilitaries. Most of them had previously worked with the General's gang, but had gone out on their own when Cahill became an underworld celebrity and was targeted by the T-Squad. They are remembered in gangland folklore as the Athy Gang. During 1989, they were responsible for 32 of the 49 armed robberies from banks in Ireland and got away with the equivalent of over €1 million in today's values. I later unravelled the extraordinary background to the untold story while doing research for my second true crime book, Gangland. A number of sources gave me an insight into how the dramatic showdown unfolded. The confrontation was the culmination of a long investigation by the Serious Crime Squad, codenamed Operation Gemini and led by Detective Inspector Tony Hickey, one of the country's most outstanding officers who would later head up the investigation of Veronica Gearnan's murder. Hickey and the squad, which included Felix McKenna, had already enjoyed considerable success putting most of the General's gang behind bars. Loughran and Gardner, who were both IRA members and experienced armed robbers, were the leaders of the Athy gang. Loughran, from Dungannon, County Tyrone, moved to Coolock in North Dublin to escape the authorities in Northern Ireland, who wanted him for terrorist offences there. Gardner, from Cabra, was also an active member of the IRA. Their illegal exploits proved that there was a nexus between the patriotic provos and the criminals they claimed to despise. Loughran and Gardner had worked with Martin Cahill's brother John Cahill and his crew for nearly 2 years. That partnership ended when Cahill and 2 others were caught following a security van job in September 1988. Gardner, Loughran and another associate, Dutchy Holland, had escaped. Paddy Dutchy Holland was the hitman who shot Veronica on the orders of John Gilligan several years later. After that, the Provost teamed up with other members of the same criminal gene pool, including Brendan Wetty Walsh and Thomas Tynan, both of whom had been members of the General's gang. The 5th member of the soon-to-be infamous mob was 26-year-old Austin Higgins from Donamead, North Dublin. He was unusual in that he came from a respectable middle-class family, but had become enamoured by the perception that crime was somehow glamorous. Gardner and Loughran, using their IRA training, organised the gang as a cellular model of an active service unit. Secrecy and meticulous planning were the hallmarks of their modus operandi, as was targeting rural banks within a 120-mile radius south of Dublin. The chances of running into armed Gardaí in sleepy country towns was substantially less than in the capital, and rural cops were not geared to the same level of rapid response as their city colleagues. Within a few months, the Serious Crime Squad had identified the members of the gang and began watching them. The Gemini team used surveillance equipment that included eavesdropping devices which were placed in the cars the gang were using. It was one of the first times that such technology was used by the cops in an investigation. The information that the recordings gleaned could be used for intelligent purposes, but not as evidence. That only came into effect in legislation 20 years later. From what they heard, the IRA men in particular were clear that they would shoot their way out if confronted by police. They had no scruples about killing or injuring cops. The Gemini team realised that they would require serious firepower when they confronted the gang. They called in the as-yet untested ERU as backup. The breakthrough came when the hidden bugs recorded Loughran and Gardner planning the job in Athy. On a frigidly cold Friday afternoon, 11 members of the ERU were deployed in the local fire station and a nearby yard, while another 15 members of the Serious Crime Squad were positioned in an outer cordon. At 12:20 p.m, a detective watching the bank raised the alarm as the gang drove into Emily Square in a stolen BMW and parked outside the front door. Loughran stayed behind the wheel, while the other 4 walked quickly in single file through the front door. They wore long coats, false beards and wigs. As they got to the door, they took out their guns. They pushed the porter, Noel Reddy, back inside and ordered staff and customers, including young children, to get down. 3 gangsters vaulted the counter and emptied the tills. They had done the exact same operation in the bank just 4 months earlier. As soon as they heard the signal, 2 teams of ERU officers in high-powered cars sped into the square. One car blocked the getaway car from the rear while the other blocked it at the front. Loughran frantically tried to shunt his way out from between the ERU cars by driving backwards and forwards. The roar of the car engine and the screeches of spinning tyres added to the confusion. The armed detectives fired a total of 20 rounds at the wheels of the getaway car to immobilise it. When Loughran was ordered to put his hands up, he lifted a gun to shoot back. 2 officers opened fire on him at the same time, hitting him in the neck and head. The leader of the Athy gang slumped sideways in his seat, critically injured. The rest of the gang heard the gunfire from inside the bank and began to panic. Higgins grabbed a bank official, John Condon, holding his neck in an arm lock. William Gardner grabbed a customer, and Walsh pulled the porter off the ground. Tynan lurked among the huddled group of frightened robbers and terrified hostages. When the group got to the door, the armed cops shouted at the gunmen to drop the weapons. Higgins moved his gun to the back of the official's head. He screamed, "I'll blow his fucking head off if you don't move back." As the robber moved his finger to the trigger, the ERU opened fire. The shooting was over in seconds. As silence descended and the cloud of cordite dissipated in the frigid afternoon air, Higgins lay mortally wounded. He'd been shot in the head and died a few hours later. Tynan and the hostage John Condon were also lying seriously injured. 3 ERU members and a pedestrian who had been standing on the street 100 yards away also suffered minor wounds from the ricochets of shotgun pellets. Walsh and Gardner had retreated into the bank with their hostages but eventually surrendered. Loughran was crippled as a result of his wounds and was not deemed fit to stand trial. Tynan recovered from his injuries and later joined Walsh and Gardner in Portlaoise prison. The survivors of the Athy gang each received 12 years for their escapade. The innocent bank official was left partially disabled from his wounds. I didn't know any of the details above as I raced with a staff photographer to Athy that afternoon. I remember the excitement on the journey as the first reports of the incident were being reported on the radio news bulletins. They said that there had been a shootout in front of the bank involving Gardaí and raiders. A number of people had been injured and arrests had been made. We didn't have mobile phones then, so the radio was our only source of information. By the time we arrived in Athy, along with the rest of the media posse from Dublin, the dying, the injured and the rest of the gang had been taken away in ambulances and squad cars. An eerie, unforgettable silence hung over the square as forensic experts gathered evidence and small groups of detectives in bulletproof vests huddled in hushed conversation. There wasn't even the hint of a breeze to break the silence. It was as if Mother Nature had also been shocked by the incident. The local people who came to look on were stunned by what had happened. At the front of the bank, the squad cars and the getaway car, which were wedged together in a tangled mess, provided the evidence of the violent drama that had unfolded. The side of the getaway car was peppered with holes, its windows were shattered, and the tyres had been blown out in the fusillade of police bullets. Bits of bloodied bandages used to patch up the dying and the injured lay scattered on the ground around the car wreck. Scenes of crime tape clung limply between lampposts to keep the public out. It was a startling sight for a young reporter at the scene of their first shootout. In the days before camera phones, we were fortunate to learn that the incident had been photographed by a local man who had watched the drama unfold from a building overlooking the square. The sensational images gave a frame-by-frame record of the shootout and helped us piece together the dramatic events of a few hours earlier. They showed armed cops crouching in doorways and behind cars, training their weapons on the robbers as they surrendered. The pictures even captured the cloud of gun smoke as the ERU opened fire. In another frame, detectives could be seen crouching over Higgins as they attempted to administer first aid, showing his head covered in blood. Through the shattered glass of the driver's window, Loughran could be seen slumped in his seat. It was the first and only time in my recollection that a shootout between cops and robbers was photographed as it happened on an Irish street. The pictures were so dramatic that the incident attracted international media attention. They provided a stark illustration of the gritty reality of the battle between the forces of law and disorder. No amount of words could tell the story in such stark detail. The Irish public had never seen the likes of it before, except in TV dramas. The first operation by the ERU was a spectacular success and made for big news. It sent out an unequivocal message that chilled the collective spine of the criminal underworld. The Gardaí had a deadly new weapon in their arsenal and had top-quality intelligence. The Athy gang was considered to be the best in the business, but even they had been infiltrated and had walked into a trap. The aftermath of the incident, however, was not without controversy. The following week, Jim Cusack, the security correspondent of the Irish Times, broke the story that the ERU did all the shooting in Athy. The gang, whose weapons were cocked and ready to use, hadn't fired a single shot. A subsequent internal review of the shootout found that one of the weapons used by the unit, a Winchester pump-action shotgun, had been responsible for the collateral injuries suffered by the Gardaí and a member of the public. The weapon was deemed unsuitable for use in a built-up area. Tynan, Higgins and the bank official had been hit by bullets fired from the Garda handguns. A review of firearms tactics was undertaken and a new system of communications was also introduced for such situations. It was a learning curve for the ERU. The Gardaí who had risked their lives to take on a dangerous and reckless gang received overwhelming public support. There was no sympathy for the gangsters. They were asking for trouble. The public perception held that it was the gangsters who were ultimately responsible for all the injuries suffered that day. Even the family of the injured bank official expressed support for the Gardaí. About a month after the incident, I learned another salient lesson about the human tragedy wrought by violent crime. While our natural emotional reaction is to have sympathy for the innocent victims of crime, there is another side to the story behind the dramatic headlines that the public, and indeed the media, often forget. Even the most ruthless gangsters often leave behind grief-stricken loved ones. In many ways, the families of reckless criminals who get killed in confrontations with the police or murdered by rival gangsters are also victims of the senseless collateral damage created by organised crime. Austin Higgins left behind a 23-year-old pregnant widow with 2 little boys under the age of 4. When I interviewed Patricia Higgins, she was understandably heartbroken and still in shock from the enormity of the tragedy that had befallen her. There were no trappings of ill-gotten wealth in the couple's modest council home. Aside from her grief, she was also facing the overwhelming task of being left with nothing and having to rear 3 children on her own. She only knew her husband as a loving partner and not as the dangerous desperado that died in Athy. Patricia Higgins said she didn't know that he was an armed robber. Their 4-year-old son kept asking when his daddy was coming home. Patricia said that on the morning of the ill-fated robbery, Austin left the house as he usually did and said, "See you later." He never told her where he was going. She told me, "When my kids get older, I'm going to tell them what happened to their father. I don't want them to fall into the same trap. I don't want them mixed up in crime. I'm scared having the baby on my own. No matter what Austin ever did, I will always love him. It'll never be the same without him." The dead man's mother, Patty, also expressed her grief, anger and confusion when I interviewed her. "Sometimes I get really mad. He was such a fool to get mixed up in that mess," Patty Higgins said, as tears streamed down her cheeks. She had reared her boy well in a good home where everyone worked and no one had ever been associated with crime of any kind. Like so many young criminals, Austin was lured in by the promise of easy money and excitement. In many ways, the sorrow of the Higgins family was compounded by the fact that the public had no sympathy for a dead gangster who was the author of his own destiny. Why should they care about people who instill fear and cause mayhem? I would interview the families of other criminals over the years who were to experience similar grief as the battle between the armed gangs and the police continued. A few months later, on the 1st of May, a 7-member IRA gang raided the Allied Irish Bank in Enniscorthy in County Wexford. But the Provo mob spent too much time in the bank. As they left, 4 local Gardaí were outside, armed and waiting for them. When they ordered the gang to drop their weapons, the Provos opened fire. In the ensuing shootout, 1 member of the gang was shot and seriously injured. The rest of them were arrested. A local photographer captured an award-winning picture of the injured raider lying on the ground, with his head covered in blood. The front pages proclaimed another stunning victory for the good guys. The wounded raider recovered from his injuries and joined the rest of the gang behind bars. That July, I was sent to cover the scene of yet another armed confrontation following a bank robbery and a high-speed chase in Dublin. Notorious blaggers Thomas Wilson and William Blinky Doyle had been shot dead in a shootout with the ERU. Wilson was a former IRA member from Northern Ireland who had been in and out of prison for armed robberies on both sides of the border most of his life. He had joined the crime gang led by former INLA psychopath Tommy the Zombie Savage and his partner Mickey Weldon. Savage and Weldon went on to become major international drug dealers. The Zombie has the dubious distinction of carrying out the first recorded drug-related gangland killing in Ireland. Wilson befriended Dublin armed robber Blinky Doyle when they met in Mountjoy prison. By the summer of 1990, they topped the Garda Most Wanted list after they'd carried out 5 armed bank robberies between the 6th and the 26th of June. But their reign of terror came to an end in the aftermath of a bank robbery in Leixlip, County Kildare, on the 6th of July. As the heavily armed pair made their escape back to Dublin, they were spotted by an ERU patrol near the Phoenix Park, and a car chase ensued. Over the next 15 minutes, the two desperados reached reckless speeds of up to 100 miles per hour as they tried to shake off the squad cars closing in on them. Wilson fired several shots through the side window at the pursuing squad cars. At one stage, the hoodlums drove on the wrong side of the Finglas dual carriageway, facing the oncoming morning rush hour traffic. Garda sources later told me it was one of the most reckless and dangerous chases ever witnessed by the police in Dublin. The robbers then sped into a warren of narrow residential side streets in Fairview. The getaway car collided with a parked car and spun around, facing the convoy of squad cars which had stopped behind it. Doyle drove at the police and mounted the pavement to get past the first car, while Thomas Wilson fired more shots. One of the detectives fired back. The car careered another 50 feet down the street before ramming into the side of another squad car, trapping the 4 unarmed officers inside. One of the raiders could be seen lifting a weapon to open fire on the cops. 2 members of the ERU, one of whom was armed with an Uzi submachine gun, fired a burst into the getaway car. Doyle was hit by 5 bullets, while Wilson was hit in the head. They both died instantly. It had been another fatal day for criminals and another spectacular win for the police. It was my second time to witness the scene of gangland carnage. It was both shocking and fascinating at the same time, like watching the aftermath of a drama on TV. The same eerie silence hung in the air, just as it had done in Athy. I was to discover that it is the same at the scene of every shooting. Violent gunfire begets stunned silence. The bodies had been removed, but the wreckage remained to tell the story. The getaway car was pockmarked with bullet holes and the windows were blown into shreds. Blood was spattered around the inside of the car and on the street. Such scenes were suddenly becoming a regular sight on Irish streets. In 3 armed robberies over 6 months, 3 criminals had been shot dead, 3 had been seriously injured, and another 7 arrested. The underworld was paying a heavy price. The fact that an elite Garda unit was turning the tables on the crime gangs was a big story. The public was fascinated by the shadowy super cops. I later wrote features about the kinds of weapons the ERU used and the training they did. I subsequently even got exclusive access and pictures as they practiced storming a house. More than once over the following years, the ERU mounted operations to prevent attacks on me and my family. I got to know a lot of the guys in the unit and was even honoured to be a guest at one of their weddings. The ERU's involvement was the turning point. After the events of 1990, the number of armed robberies in Ireland by organised gangs dwindled. Although we didn't realise it at the time, we were witnessing history in the making. Within a few years, the blaggers would decommission their masks and guns to become drug traffickers. It made sense for economic and health reasons. A single deal on a few kilos of hash or heroin could yield more cash than 10 or even 20 heists. The underworld transition from heists to drugs started on E1, the wing of Portlaoise Maximum Security Prison where the armed robbers were serving long sentences. The string of successes by the various Garda units between 1988 and 1991 had filled the wing with villains who thought they would never be caught. The rest of the fortified prison complex was occupied by Republican terrorists. The gang members had learned the hard way that armed crime was no longer a viable proposition. In the 1990s, the future direction of organised crime was mapped out behind the slammer's grim stone walls, which were patrolled by heavily armed soldiers. It was here that John Gilligan, who was serving time for warehouse robberies, formed the nucleus of his drug-dealing gang, including Dutchy Holland, Paul Ward and Brian Meehan, amongst others. From Drimna, South Dublin, George Mitchell, Factory John's former associate, jailed for robbing a truckload of cattle drench, also came to the same conclusion that drugs were the way forward. On the outside, their associates were already getting involved in narcotics. Contacts and alliances were being made that would ultimately mould the gangland we know and dread today. Irish society was also undergoing dramatic change as the economy was growing into the Celtic Tiger era. Initially, the gangs moved into the cannabis business. There was a growing demand for hashish and people had more money to spend on it. Criminals involved in the trade would say that cannabis was more tolerable in society than heroin. Heroin dealers were perceived as one of the lowest forms of criminal life, but that quickly changed as demands for other narcotics grew. The move into the drug trade changed the gangland landscape beyond recognition. It undermined the old ethics of so-called ordinary decent criminals, which had ensured a degree of sanity and pragmatism when it came to disputes. The prodigious profits generated through the sale of heroin, hashish, cocaine and ecstasy created a new generation of underworld entrepreneurs claiming their slice of a trade which by 2024 was worth billions per annum. In the process, it made people rich beyond their wildest dreams and very greedy. The flip side of greed is treachery and betrayal, where violence, intimidation and murder become the corporate tools of choice. It led to a new gangland phenomenon, the contract murder. In the 30 years since the demise of the general, gangland has claimed over 300 lives. In 1992, I travelled to London to interview Dave Myler Brogan, a former friend and associate of Jerry Hutch, the monk. He had moved away because he feared that the Hutch family were going to kill him in a row over property bought with the laundered proceeds of armed hold-ups. Brogan was one of the first armed robbers who made the move into narcotics during the first phase of Ireland's narcotics trade in the 1970s. In the early 1980s, Brogan established major international supply routes for cannabis into Ireland through his contacts with producers in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley and international dealers in Holland. He was one of the first to realise the value of the hash business and the chaos that it brought to gangland. He lamented, "When drugs came, everything changed. There was no loyalty and people who had once been friends started turning guns on each other because one thought the other had ripped him off. Fuck it. It just wasn't worth the hassle anymore. The money is easy in drugs, but then I got out of it because of the sort of reptiles I found myself mixing with." Within a few years of his release from prison in 1991, George Mitchell had become a formidable figure in the underworld. He built a major international drug trafficking operation and had a large gang of hardened criminals under his command. The gang was also still involved in armed heists, and Mitchell imported illegal firearms which he gave as tribute to the IRA so that they wouldn't interfere in his business. I began to hear about the ascent of George Mitchell from Garda and underworld contacts around that time and started researching his background. In 1995, Mitchell gave us an excuse to write about him when he came close to a gang war with the monk. Hutch's family was involved in a feud with heroin dealer Derek Maradona Dunn, who lived with Mitchell's daughter in the north inner city. Mitchell warned that there would be a conflagration if his daughter or grandchild were caught in the crossfire. Around the same time, the Godfather sent hitman Mickey Boyle to kill one of London's biggest mobsters, Tony Brindle. Brindle was involved in a feud with Mitchell's London suppliers, the Dailies. The plot was discovered by the Gardaí who tipped off the Met in London. Armed police were lying in wait for Boyle and shot and seriously injured the assassin, but not before he managed to wound Brindle. After that, I wrote a number of stories about Mitchell relating to the Hutch feud and the London hit. I developed a source who was familiar with the gang and gave me information about his drug operation and gun smuggling racket, which were corroborated through Garda sources. But we couldn't yet name Mitchell, and his picture carried the obligatory black stripe across the eyes. it would eventually come off as I dug deeper into his activities. In the meantime, we had to create a nickname for him. John Traynor had been another helpful source of information. He called Mitchell a filthy cunt, which was the coach's line for everyone he disliked. He hated Mitchell. He told me that Mitchell was obese and waddled like a penguin, which Traynor mimicked with his arms. That was how the international gangster got his infamous sobriquet. The name stuck, and it was even used in Garda intelligence documents about Mitchell. But I found out the hard way that George didn't like it. One morning in November 1995, I discovered by accident that I was under threat from the Penguin. On the way to work, I spotted a car in my rear-view mirror that seemed to be deliberately keeping pace with me. Later, I saw the same car again, this time a few cars behind. When I called the detectives in Crumlin, I was told the suspicious car belonged to the surveillance section of the Central Detective Unit, or CDU. The operation came to light when a local patrol car pulled in a red van near my home, which, turned out, was a surveillance vehicle with armed officers on board. On that occasion, CDU had received intelligence that the Penguin was planning to have me attacked, but there was no information about what form it would take. The plan was that the armed officers would intercept the gang in the act. I was to be kept in the dark, which was a little unsettling. Around that time, a Garda friend gave me a Kevlar bulletproof vest to wear under my clothes as a precaution. It was bloody uncomfortable to wear, and it tended to make my stomach sick. In the meantime, the police let Mitchell know that they knew what he was up to, and the threat subsided. I put the vest back in the wardrobe, but I was going to need it again. Chapter 5. The Psycho. William Jock Corbally always wanted to make a name for himself as a major player in gangland. Like many villains I have known over the decades, Jock aspired to pulling off the one big stroke that would set him up for life. The likeable rogue and petty thief, regarded by criminals and cops alike as harmless, spent more time dreaming of pulling off the elusive big job than actually doing anything about it. The problem was that his ambitions far exceeded his abilities. The hapless wannabe mobster didn't possess either the ruthlessness or acumen to make his mark. Jock was also cursed with bad luck, which meant he tended to end up behind bars whenever he tried anything. In a bitter twist of fate, however, Jock Corbally did make his mark in the blood-spattered pages of gangland history. He is remembered as the victim of one of the most depraved and gruesome murders ever recorded in the underworld. Jock, from Ballygall Parade in Finglas on the west side of Dublin, was a source of mine when he vanished without trace in February of 1996. He was 44 years old. Shortly afterwards, rumours began to circulate that he had been abducted, tortured and murdered. The word was that his body was then dumped in an unmarked grave and covered in lime to ensure it would never be found. The prime suspect was Jock's neighbour and former friend, a drug dealer called Peter Joseph Judge, or PJ Judge, who held the distinction of being one of the most savage monsters gangland ever produced. Even when compared with some of the barbarians who have emerged in recent decades, he stands out as being one of the most feared godfathers in organised crime. When I first heard a rumour of Jock's disappearance, I began to investigate what happened to him. Over the following months, I found myself in extremely dangerous territory as I set about unravelling the mystery around Jock's murder and exposing Judge to the world. I went on to bestow on Judge the fitting sobriquet, the Psycho. He decided then that I would suffer a similar fate as my erstwhile informant. To the unsuspecting observer, Peter Joseph Judge was a small, unremarkable, average-looking man with a taste for designer clothes. He spoke with a calm voice and had a warm, charming smile which women found attractive. He helped old ladies across the road and was a devoted, loving son to his widowed mother. But behind the facade of benign respectability lurked an individual who was the polar opposite to the persona he presented to the world. He was one of the first gangsters in Ireland to make the transition from armed robbery to the drug trade at the start of the 1990s. Judge controlled his extensive drug trafficking network through the exclusive use of fear and extreme violence. He was a classic psychopath who took pleasure dispensing pain and death to those who crossed him or those he thought had crossed him. By comparison, he made Martin Cahill almost look normal. While researching the mobster's background, I spoke to a detective who had spent most of his career in Finglas and witnessed Judge's rise to notoriety. He left no doubt that the nickname the Psycho was deserved. I have known practically every major criminal in Dublin for over 30 years, and I have never met one like Judge. There was a behavioural kink in the bastard. He was the worst, the most evil fuck I ever came across. He committed 2 of the most brutal murders I have investigated, and he even tried to murder guards. In the 1990s, Garda intelligence reports described Judge as a vicious and extremely dangerous criminal and contract killer. The same view was held by Judge's peers. A criminal who once worked with him agreed with the veteran cop, but only after Judge's demise. He scared the shite out of everyone. There was something about that fucker that just wasn't right. He talked like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, but could cut your heart out and smile into your face at the same time. Most criminals kill because it's just part of the business, but Judge loved it. Born in 1955, Judge was the youngest of 4. He had 2 sisters and a brother, and grew up in the family home in Ballygall Crescent in Finglas. Jock Corbally, who was 4 years older, grew up around the corner. They were once friends and even took part in crimes together. From the age of 10, PJ Judge was already set on his chosen path in life, as he regularly got in trouble with the local police. Kids who grew up with him described a small, scruffy kid with a bad stammer, which gave him an inferiority complex. His peers recalled how PJ always seemed to have to prove that he was tougher than the other kids in the neighbourhood. His criminal career started in much the same way as every other gangster at the time, robbing cars and breaking into shops and houses. Judge was a particularly skilled driver and one of Dublin's first joyriders, revelling in getting involved in high-speed chases with the police. Judge's criminal CV began in 1967 at the age of 12, the same year he dropped out of school, when he was convicted in the Children's Court for larceny, assault and burglary. In each case, the district court judge gave him the benefit of the doubt and applied the Probation of Offenders Act. The Act is intended as a slap on the wrist to a first-time offender and is designed to give them a chance to mend their ways and incentivise their return to a law-abiding life. Every gangster in Ireland has the letters POA recorded alongside their first convictions. The evidence suggests that it is probably the most ineffective legislation in the criminal justice system and points to the depressingly predictable fact that once a young delinquent embarks on a life of crime, there is rarely any going back. It wasn't long before the darker side of his character began to emerge. When he was 13, PJ Judge befriended a group of kids from another neighbourhood. His new friends convinced the insecure, small, fair-haired kid that he should dye his hair a darker colour. Anxious to fit in with the kids from the upmarket estate, PJ allowed them to do the honours. When he returned to Ballygall Crescent, his friends laughed and told him that they had made a fool of him. That evening, he and one of his pals from Ballygall Crescent broke into a gunsmith's on Glasnevin Avenue in Finglas and stole shotguns and ammunition. Around 4 a.m. the following morning, Judge took out his rage on the kids who had made him look like a fool when he fired a number of shots into their upmarket home. PJ Judge was later arrested and sentenced to 2 years in the notorious St Conleith's Reform School in Dangan, County Offaly, for the attack. Given the level of sexual, psychological and physical violence that was endemic in the religious-run hellholes, Judge, like Martin Cahill, the Duns and many others, learned that violence was an effective tool in life. He emerged more dangerous than when he went in. When he was released, he went back to the same gun dealers and stole more weapons. He later shot and seriously injured another teenager who had been picking on him. In November 1972, he was convicted and sentenced to 6 months for assault. The conviction was later overturned on appeal. By the age of 17, other kids described him as a head case. Judge had a growing criminal record to match as he progressed from petty thief to armed robber. The local Gardaí realised that the teenage thug was a serious problem in the making. From the first shooting incident, we knew he was going to be a wrong one. He was a natural-born killer, recalled another former detective. Judge led a burglary gang of 4 other local kids. He was a natural organiser and ran the gang like a business. Soon they were one of the most prolific and violent of the new generation of gangs to emerge in the early 1970s. In one of the robberies, an elderly man died as a result of his terrifying experience. The gang began hitting jewellers, warehouses and rural banks, earning a fortune. Unlike the other gang members who spent their stolen cash on a good time, Judge was more prudent. He did not drink very much or take drugs. He lodged the loot in various bank accounts under different names, reinvesting some of the loot to buy guns for his arsenal. One of his then associates later told me, Judge was the man in charge and no one messed with him because they knew what he was capable of. But he was a good planner and there was good money in his robberies, although there were times he didn't pay everyone their fair share. Judge hated the Gardaí with the same passion as he loved crime and fast cars. From the time he was a teenager, he refused to speak while being questioned about crimes and never admitted to anything. In one joyriding incident, he rammed a Garda motorcyclist off his bike. As he went to reverse over the injured officer, a passer-by pulled him out of the way in the nick of time. During a hold-up at a post office in Ballyfermot in South Dublin in 1979, he shot and seriously injured the postmaster. This time the Gardaí were hot on his heels and he was arrested. The van used in the heist was registered to Jock Corbley, but he hadn't been involved. When he was quizzed by Gardaí, he told them that he had loaned it to Judge to move furniture. The psycho was charged with the robbery and possession of firearms with intent to endanger life. The incident deepened his dangerous grudge against Jock. While out on bail for that offence, Judge was caught again robbing a bank at Ainsley Bridge in central Dublin. During the raid, he was confronted by an unarmed Garda. Judge aimed his gun at the policeman and pulled the trigger. The gun jammed and the psycho was nabbed again. Judge had run out of road. In April 1980, he was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for the post office robbery. He subsequently received another 10-year stretch for the bank robbery. He served 9 years in prison for the 2 offences. On his release in 1989, he was one of the first armed robbers to move into the drug trade, an obvious career choice. The psycho began selling large quantities of cannabis and the money came rolling in. Then he branched out into heroin, ecstasy and amphetamines. The universal criminal move into drugs changed the ethos of gangland. The prodigious profits led to greed, which in turn brought treachery, betrayal and violence. The transition resulted in a steady increase in the new phenomenon of gangland killings and turf wars. P.J. Judge had little difficulty adapting to the new scene. Within 2 years, he controlled one of the biggest drug trafficking networks in Ireland. He supplied a number of young, up-and-coming drug dealers from Finglas, Ballymun, Ballyfermot, Crumlin, Clondalkin and the inner city. He controlled patches right across the capital and was doing business with drug gangs in Limerick and Cork. I learned how, as the money piled up, a criminal associate who ran a milk round was given the job of organising cash-counting centres where the money from the psycho's network of drug pushers was collected and totalled. From there it passed through a myriad of bank accounts under false names both in Ireland and offshore. It was also laundered through a number of front companies, including a taxi firm. From the get-go, Judge was hands-on in the business. It was not unusual for him to be spotted driving around at 4 a.m, supervising his pushers as they moved his product around the city. He also operated a zero-tolerance approach to anyone who tried to rip him off or who wasn't paying up in time. If money or drugs were lost or seized from any of his lieutenants, Judge punished them by doubling the value of what was lost. If the debt wasn't paid, then the errant pusher was severely beaten or even shot. Judge was guaranteed total loyalty and secrecy from his people because they were absolutely terrified of him. As his business grew, the psycho had overcome a stammer and jettisoned the scruffy look for a clean-cut image and designer clothes. Judge always drove flashy cars. He had a string of girlfriends, including a number of prostitutes who worked for him when he branched out into brothel keeping. The fact that he was also bisexual added to the complexity of his character. Judge went to great lengths to hide this predilection. Being a gay gangster in the macho crime world of the 1990s had to be kept secret, and such was his ferocious reputation that none of Gangland's other hard men would dare to speak openly about it. As I began digging into his background, I discovered that it was well known in gangland circles that he regularly sexually exploited young, vulnerable male and female addicts, some of them children in their teens, who depended on him for their drugs and money. He was known to sadistically beat some of his male and female lovers for no apparent reason. One young guy who was in his late teens told me how the psycho beat and raped him. I never said anything to anyone because he told me he would kill me if I ever opened my mouth, and I knew he would, he said. On another occasion, he gave a girlfriend such a beating that she ran into the Bridewell Garda station for protection. Judge burst in after her, demanding that the terrified woman left with him. The police told him to get out or he would be charged. The girlfriend, however, was too scared to prefer charges and later moved out of town to avoid bumping into her psychotic former boyfriend. Another girlfriend, whom I subsequently interviewed, recalled how he took pleasure hurting her. The young woman from a respectable middle-class background fell for Judge's charm, but it wasn't long before his dark side emerged. She said, "He would beat me and seemed to like it. Once he broke my fingers in a rage and refused to let me see a doctor. I had to sit there, sobbing and in pain, trying to bandage my fingers together. PJ wouldn't let me get a doctor. He kept looking at me and laughing. On another occasion, he left me for dead, and I was forced to leave the country for over 6 months. I was like a down and out and wore disguises in case PJ or any of his friends found out where I was. I was so frightened of him, I was absolutely terrified. My father reported the assault to the Gardaí to get him off my back, but he didn't seem to be a bit worried about them." Judge might not have been worried about the Gardaí, but they were beginning to take a serious interest in him, as intelligence sources revealed that he had moved into drugs in a major way. The surveillance units attached to the serious crime and drug squads regularly attempted to keep track of the psycho's movements around the city. But it was an extremely difficult task because Judge had trained himself in counter-surveillance techniques. Although some of his drug shipments were seized, Judge always ensured he was a safe distance away. His pushers were so scared of him that they preferred to go to prison, whatever the length of the sentence, instead of testifying against him in court. In 1993, Judge copper-fastened his fearsome reputation when he murdered a small-time fraud merchant called Michael Godfrey. The 55-year-old sealed his fate when he agreed to do business with PJ Judge in 1989. Their first stroke together was a money counterfeiting scam. Godfrey had a contact in England who produced good quality Irish currency, which Judge bought and passed off through his lackeys in Dublin. The racket came to an abrupt end when Godfrey was arrested in the UK with a consignment of dud £20 notes. The con man was convicted and jailed for 30 months. After his release, Godfrey and the psycho decided to set up a front company to import large quantities of cannabis, thus cutting out the middlemen. They travelled to Amsterdam and did a deal for 30 kilos of hash, for which Judge paid the equivalent of €74,000. In February 1993, the dope was shipped to an industrial unit the pair had rented in Glasnevin. But the scam came unstuck when Judge checked on the merchandise and refused to accept it on the grounds that it was not the hash he had sampled in Amsterdam. He flew into a blood-curdling temper and ordered Godfrey to get the money back. Instead of returning the hash, Godfrey sold it for almost double the original price to a young drug dealer called Peter Fatso Mitchell from the North Inner City. Mitchell was the best pal of Brian the Tosser Meehan. The pair went on to become key members of John Gilligan's crime gang. Meehan, who was in prison with Gilligan at the time, was later sentenced to life for the murder of Veronica Guerin. When Judge got wind of the deal, he decided to exact revenge. On the night of the 31st of March 1993, Judge went looking for Fatso Mitchell armed with a pistol. When he couldn't find him, he shot one of Fatso's associates in the leg. The drug dealer was hospitalised but refused to cooperate with the police. 3 days later, Judge sent 2 of his henchmen to abduct Michael Godfrey. They took him to an area of waste ground on the outer edges of Finglas called Scribblestown Lane, where the psycho was waiting. According to sources who were there that night, Judge caught his erstwhile partner by the throat and beat him. He ordered one of the henchmen to execute his former partner. The bullet only injured Godfrey, who began pleading for his life. Judge grabbed the gun, cocked it, and fired another shot into the back of Godfrey's head. He calmly walked away without speaking, got into his car, and drove off. The Gardaí knew Judge was the killer, and he was one of a number of people arrested and questioned. There was no evidence to charge him. Members of his gang who were interviewed told Gardaí off the record that Judge terrified them. The brutal gangland murder, one of 3 that took place in 1993, scared a lot of people in the criminal underworld. It suited Judge that it was well known he was responsible. It would keep people in line and too afraid to talk to the cops.
I think this is the perfect moment for you to treat yourself with a little kindness. Here is a soothing track to heal the soul. Let all your worries drift away, keeping only peace and lightness in every breath before we return.
People who knew Judge best revealed how there were 3 types of people that caused a narcissistic psycho to spiral into a murderous rage. Those who ripped him off, as Godfrey found out, those who made him feel inadequate, and those who made him lose face. Tragically, William Jock Corbally managed to do all 3 at once. Jock was very different to Judge. Despite his posturing, he was neither violent nor dangerous. Handsome and charismatic, he was the quintessential ladies' man, but his luck with women was not reflected in his criminal life. By his 40s, Corbally had accumulated a total of 23 convictions, mostly for larceny and theft. Some of his earlier crimes were committed with Judge. The same detective who earlier described Judge said of Corbally, "He was a harmless lad. There was no badness in him. Whenever he did anything, he was caught. We, as in the Gardaí, were always telling him to give up this crime lark. It simply didn't suit him." I was told that Judge's resentment towards Corbally could be traced back to when he was released from Dangan in the late 1960s. Jock was seen by the other teenage crooks in the area as the main man on the block. Judge was intensely jealous of his rival. When the former friends had a punch-up in the street, Corbally came out the winner, which humiliated the psycho. Even though they later patched up their differences, Judge never forgot or forgave his defenestration. Around the same time that Judge began moving into narcotics in the late 1980s, Jock was jailed for 2 years for possession of cannabis with intent to supply. When Jock was released in 1991, Judge was running things. Corbally began selling small quantities of cannabis for Judge in the Ballymun and Finglas areas, but the arrangement didn't last long. Judge accused Corbally of ripping him off and threatened to sort Jock out. Jock's brothers later told me how Judge broke up a car Jock was being driven in and let it be known that Corbally was going to get what was coming to him. The situation worsened when Jock discovered that while he was in prison, Judge had been using Corbally's 2 teenage sons to sell hashish for him. The boys were a chip off the old block. Unfortunately, the hapless pair had sold a small portion of the hash Judge gave them and took the rest for themselves. When the psycho had found out, he'd gone to one of Corbally's brothers and warned of dire consequences if the money was not paid up. Jock was furious when he heard this. He didn't want his sons getting mixed up with Judge. They met, and he promised Judge he would pay back the balance of the money. The psycho said he now wanted double the money, but Jock didn't have the cash. In April 1991, the situation came to a head when Judge confronted Jock and his 16-year-old son Graham on the street. He said he would spare them if they left the country. A row ensued, during which Jock hit Judge across the head with an iron bar. The psycho was later hospitalised and received 30 stitches. Jock had effectively signed his own death warrant. 6 weeks later, Graham Corbally disappeared for 2 days and his father thought the worst. He reported his son missing to the police, who treated this particular missing person case very seriously. They were aware of the conflict between Corbally and Judge and of the psycho's propensity for extreme violence. A few days later, however, the emergency was called off when Graham turned up unharmed. His disappearance had nothing to do with Judge. He had gone to ground of his own volition. In late 1992, Corbally was given a reprieve of sorts thanks to the team of detectives who arrested him behind the wheel of a truckload of beef stolen from the Larry Goodman empire. He was jailed for 5 years at the Dublin Circuit Criminal Court. What Jock lacked in criminal acumen, he made up for with chutzpah. In early 1995, he phoned me at the Sunday World and said that he would like to meet. He said he had plenty of information about what was happening in gangland and wanted to share. He had been in contact with me on and off over the few years before his last conviction. Jock would ring in from time to time with a tip-off about some crime or other in the hope of getting a few quid for his efforts. The information that he shared tended to be low-level and insignificant. I agreed to meet him that February in the old Circuit Criminal Court building in central Dublin, where his sentence was up for review. I watched him assuring the judge that if he was released, he would stay away from crime and go straight. He was so convincing that I, like the compassionate Judge Michael Moriarty, believed him. But half an hour later, over a cup of coffee, he was bragging loquaciously about his next big job. Jock was clearly a Walter Mitty character, and it was obvious that he was no Mr. Big. But he was an instantly likeable character. Why else was he telling a crime reporter what he was planning to do next? His next stroke was certainly grandiose in scale and ambition. He was talking about pulling off a counterfeit money scam with the notorious Jamaican Yardies gang in London. At the time, the Yardies were one of the most violent drug trafficking gangs in the UK and had been involved in gang wars in Manchester and London. We hope to move 25 million quid's worth of dud sterling notes around the country, he confided enthusiastically. He actually wanted me to do a story about it, which was extremely bizarre to say the least. He even gave me the date when he claimed to have flown to meet representatives of the gang in London. Jock wanted to be referred to in the article as the Professor. It didn't take a psychic to read into Jock's naive plan. He wanted the story published to convince other potential partners in crime that he had finally found a scam that would set him up for life. The born chancer probably also thought the story depicting him as a hard man with fearsome connections would scare off enemies like Judge. Sure, why else would the Sunday World be writing about him? It was all fantasy, but I published a short piece on the supposed Yardie scam because it made for an interesting read and let Jock have his bit of fun. From talking with Jock, it was obvious that he desperately wanted to go straight and become a businessman, rubbing shoulders with what he described as the respectable people. His hero was the much younger Jerry Hutch, the monk, who had claimed Martin Cahill's title as the mastermind of the biggest armed heists in the history of the state. Around the same time, Hutch pulled off his biggest heist yet, the robbery of €5.5 million in today's value, when his gang hit the Brinks Allied cash holding depot. It was well known that the monk had invested his stolen loot in property, and Jock wanted to get in on the action. He told me he was friends with Hutch, which I later confirmed, but that was as far as the relationship went with the wily monk. Everyone considered Jock a likeable messer. He confided, "All I need is to pull one big job and then I'm going straight. I want to invest some with the monk down in Sheriff Street. I don't intend stroking for the rest of my life." In the meantime, Jock was back living in Ballygall with his mother Maureen, a gentle, deeply religious woman who was hugely respected in the local community. She always prayed that her wayward son would give up crime and go straight. Thanks to Jock's reputation for bad luck and loose talk, most of his old criminal buddies didn't want to work with him anymore. It wasn't helped by the fact that everyone knew that Judge was also on his case and nobody wanted to fuck with him. I used to hear from Jock from time to time. after that. The information he offered had to be always taken with a pinch of salt, but I genuinely liked talking to him. However, I do recall him suggesting that I keep an eye out for a major drug dealer who was also very violent. He said his name was P.J. Judge. I'd already heard about Judge through Garda sources investigating the murder of Michael Godfrey. It was to be Jock's last tip-off. In the summer of 1995, Judge spotted Jock one day in Ballygall Parade while out walking with his third child, a 5-year-old son from another relationship. Jock had kept out of the psycho's way up to then. Judge flew into a blind rage when he spotted his nemesis. Jock symbolised all that was wrong in the world in the psycho's twisted mind. He jumped out of his car with a hammer in his hand and lunged at Jock in front of the terrified child. The professor was a very capable street fighter. He disarmed his attacker and gave him a few punches. A member of the Corbally family later told me about the incident. The psycho stood snarling and spitting on the pavement. "You're a fucking dead man," he hissed. Then Judge suddenly composed himself, smirked and drove off for tea with his mother. Jock had succeeded in humiliating the psycho yet again. Corbally's family said that he was terrified. He had to leave town but couldn't until he had enough money. Jock had plenty of reasons to be afraid. In June 1995, Judge found himself at the centre of another gangland murder investigation. 31-year-old David Weaver from Finglas, a former member of Factory John Gilligan's gang, had become one of the psycho's dealers. Following a row over the proceeds of a drug deal, Judge threatened to kill Weaver if he didn't pay up. The terrified gangster knew that the psycho would carry out the threat, so he decided to kill him first. Garda sources revealed that Weaver had waited to shoot Judge outside his mother's home, but the killer hadn't turned up. A week later, Weaver was blasted to death as he answered the front door. In the following edition of the Sunday World, I wrote about Weaver's background and the belief that he had locked horns with a dangerous drug dealer. The article was accompanied by a stark picture from the scene showing just 2 blood-stained bare feet pointing upwards at the front door. In February 1996, William Jock Corbally vanished without trace. Shortly after, rumours began to trickle through the gangland grapevine that he had been murdered by P.J. Judge and his body buried in an unmarked grave. Jock's family reported him missing, and Gardaí, who had also heard the same rumours and were aware of the problems with Judge, commenced a major investigation. The few details circulating about the murder shocked even hardened criminals. There was a lot of sympathy for the family, who were well regarded, particularly Jock's mother, Maureen. A Garda contact rang me and mentioned Jock's disappearance and the theory about what had happened to him. I was shocked. He was the first gangland victim who I had come to know personally. But he wouldn't be the last. I was already aware of P.J. Judge, but didn't know much about him, other than now he was a suspect in 3 gang-related murders. In Garda headquarters, the focus of the investigation was finding Jock's body. Deputy Commissioner Noel Conroy had known and arrested Judge when he was a detective based in Finglas. He knew Judge had to be stopped. He also knew Jock Corbally and had huge sympathy for the family, who were seen as decent people. It was decided that every effort would be made to put the psycho out of business. A special investigation team was set up, and units throughout the Dublin metropolitan area were put on alert to stop and search Judge whenever they spotted him. The heat was coming down hot and heavy. I began talking to Gardaí who were close to the investigation and were happy to share background information about the psycho. They knew that it was important that the public got to hear about Judge's dirty work. In my experience, the reason Gardaí speak to the media off the record has always been to expose criminals and their rackets. At the same time, Garda sources were warning us about how John Gilligan was building a crime empire, but nothing could be done about his millionaire lifestyle. Focusing a public spotlight on the lawbreakers helps get the Gardaí the resources they need to do their jobs. In this case, they were pushing an open door. I also reached out to Jock's brothers, Derek and Eddie, who had been conducting their own investigation. They had been out day and night searching ditches and fields where they thought they might find their brother's grave. They knew that Jock was never coming back alive. The brothers helped open doors by convincing sources that I could be trusted. Apart from the police, everyone I spoke to was terrified of Judge. I spoke to some of the psycho's victims who only cooperated on conditions of strict anonymity. I also spoke to criminals who were genuinely upset for the Corbally family and wanted to see Judge exposed. It was one of those rare occasions when diverse interests converge for the common good. Over the following months, I put the different bits and pieces of information together and unravelled the mystery of what happened to Jock. A dark and sinister picture began to take shape in my notes. I started to compile a dossier on the disappearance. The story was truly shocking. In January 1996, Judge got the opportunity that he'd been eagerly awaiting to permanently close Jock's eyes. The wannabe supercriminal handed himself up on a plate. Declan Decky Griffin from Coolock in North Dublin was involved in the heroin business with the psycho. The 25-year-old thug was a treacherous individual who was also a Garda informant when it suited his interests. Griffin recruited Jock to courier a kilo of heroin from Amsterdam back to Dublin. Offered the equivalent of €1,300 to do the run, Jock could not help himself. But Corbally had no idea that Griffin was in business with Judge. When he returned to Dublin, Jock came up with a harebrained plan to make easy money. He arranged for an associate to hide the heroin near Sutton Dart Station after he'd purloined a quarter kilo for himself. Corbally then tipped off the Gardaí, detailing where the stash was hidden. Reports that Gardaí had seized 784 grams of almost pure heroin, worth the equivalent of over €630,000 on the streets, were all over the media. Griffin realised he and Judge had been ripped off. On the 28th of February, Griffin called Jock with the offer of another trip to Holland. He assured Jock that the seizure was nothing more than bad luck. Griffin said that he needed help digging up the money for the drugs which was hidden in a field. They arranged to meet in Chapelizod, near the Phoenix Park in Dublin city centre. Jock's family and friends later recalled that he was very excited that evening, saying he was going to make another earner, although he didn't specify what it was. Griffin picked him up at a phone box outside the Mullingar pub in Chapelizod. It was a dark and particularly cold evening. The pair made small talk as Jock was driven the 10 miles or so to his death. Griffin had been instructed by Judge to drive to a field at the rear of the Green Isle Hotel near the Air Corps base in Baldonnel on the western edge of the city. When the car pulled up in the field, I was told that Jock was horrified when Judge suddenly looked into the open passenger door and said, "Jock, we want to have a word with you." Also waiting in the field was 22-year-old Mark Dwyer from Cabra in North Dublin, who was one of Judge's trusted enforcers. Dwyer, who was small and prematurely bald, shared Judge's passion for violence. A third member of the gang, a former member of the INLA from Belfast who acted as the gang's bagman, was also present. The sources revealed that the psycho had picked the location because no one would hear his victim's screams. I was told that Jock tried to beat them off, but they dragged him from the car to the side of the field. Griffin later confided to Gardaí that Dwyer and Judge beat Corbally with iron bars and a pickaxe handle as he screamed in agony and begged for mercy. But the more he screamed, the more frenzied Judge became, and he accused Jock of being an informant. "Mountjoy is full of fellows because of you." Blood oozed from welts and cuts and broken limbs as Jock tried desperately to fend off the flurry of blows and kicks. According to Griffin, Judge stopped the frenzied attack to check that his victim was still alive. After waiting for so many years, he didn't want Jock to die too quickly. Judge then stabbed his former friend a number of times around the body as he lay groaning face down. The psycho didn't push the knife in too far because he wanted Jock to suffer more. Then he turned him over and smashed Jock's pearly white teeth with an iron bar. Griffin later confirmed to me, Jock had always prided himself on his nice teeth. They were part of his good looks. Judge really enjoyed smashing them. It was a bonus for him. After a while, Judge and Dwyer took a break because they were so exhausted. Jock was lying on his stomach, whimpering. His body could take no more and he fell silent. Judge, Dwyer and the third man dumped Jock into the boot of a second car. The psycho told Griffin to drive Dwyer back to Dublin before he drove off alone in the direction of County Kildare. It was believed that Judge had dug a grave near Straffan, North Kildare, where he regularly hid his drugs. It was later claimed that before covering his enemy's body in lime and dirt, Judge cut Jock's throat for good measure. It was not known if Jock was dead or alive when he was dumped into his grave. Later that evening, Mark Dwyer arrived at a friend's flat in North Dublin. His clothes and shoes were covered in blood. He told the people in the flat what had happened and seemed to be in high spirits about the gruesome affair. The witness said that Dwyer got a call from the psycho. "Is the baby asleep?" asked Dwyer. "The baby has been tucked in and is sound asleep," Judge is said to have replied. The Gardaí got plenty of information about the incident as the weeks and months dragged on. Decky Griffin typically tried to play both sides. He gave information to the police and to me, but ensured he played down his own role. As a police informant, he could not be charged on the basis of any information he shared. In any event, there was the added difficulty that there wasn't a body to prove a murder had taken place. A number of other individuals who had spoken with Dwyer also secretly reported what they knew to the Gardaí. But such was the psycho's reputation, the cops knew that no one would stand up in court against him. In the Sunday World, in consultation with Colin McGinty, we decided to go big on the Jock Corbally murder. Over the months, we had built an extensive dossier with pictures of the monster and his victim. I had been firmly advised by Jock's brothers and the police not to approach Judge for a comment. I was told he would go berserk and it would not end well. In any event, I didn't need to talk to Judge. The information we had spoke for itself. We kept the investigation under wraps for obvious reasons and took the approach of effectively creeping up on Judge. Just before we were about to publish the major expose, a senior detective contacted Colin to advise against it. He warned that the psycho was likely to have me murdered. I was getting used to receiving death threats and had long made up my mind that I wasn't backing down. Colin had reservations, but ultimately we made the decision to print and be damned. We were determined to expose PJ Judge to the world. Having brought so much fear and heartache into the lives of innocent people, it was the least the bastard deserved. There was no room for impartiality dealing with a monster. On the 12th of May, the front page had the dramatic headline, "Executioner." We gave him the nickname The Psycho and told the story of Judge and the murder of Jock Corbally over 4 pages. It included pictures of him with thin black stripes across his eyes. Even though we didn't name Judge for legal reasons, everyone in Gangland knew who he was. We even gave the readers a big hint and sent a message to Judge that it would not be long before we would be taking away the black stripes. The last line of the front page stated, "Today we uncovered the sordid world of the psycho, the gangster who considers himself judge, jury and executioner." The story revealed the extent of his drug-dealing empire and his propensity for violence. We even made sure to reveal that he was bisexual to add to his humiliation amongst his peers. I was proud of what we had produced. Exposing monsters like Judge was what the Sunday World was all about. As a precaution, I timed the publication to coincide with a 3-week family holiday in Spain. Gardaí had told me it was probably safer to be out of the country. When the newspaper hit the streets, it came as a shocking bolt out of the blue to Judge. His gang members said he went berserk. He called a meeting of all his henchmen and began an internal witch hunt to find out who had been talking. Within 24 hours of the story appearing, Gardaí received intelligence that he had placed a contract on my head. He gave orders that I was to be abducted and tortured to discover the source of the story. Like Judge's other victims, I was then to be dispatched with a bullet in the back of the head. When I returned from holidays, I was met by Senior Gardaí who officially informed me that there was a threat to my life from PJ Judge. Gardaí increased patrols around my home yet again. I retrieved a Kevlar bulletproof vest from the wardrobe at home and began wearing it again, just as a precaution. There were plenty of developments to take my mind off the problem with the psycho. On the 7th of June, an IRA gang murdered Detective Garda Jerry McCabe and left his partner Ben O'Sullivan critically injured. The attack took place when the provost attempted to rob a post office delivery truck in the village of Adair, County Limerick. One of the terrorists had opened fire on the two detectives with a lethal AK-47 rifle. The officers were given no warning or time to react. The crime shocked the nation and put Sinn Féin's electoral ambitions back by years. But then, 19 days later, on the 26th of June 1996, Ireland was rocked by another atrocity when journalist Veronica Guerin was murdered on the orders of John Gilligan. A Garda friend called to tell me the horrifying news, and I was one of the first journalists to arrive at the scene. I will never forget the sight of our colleague lying in the driver's seat of her car, her clothes drenched in blood, dead. That was the moment that a gut-wrenching reality suddenly struck home that crime reporting was no longer a game. Even though Veronica had been shot and injured before, I didn't actually believe that the criminals would step across the line and fire fatal shots. I was convulsed with fear and shock. My mouth went dry, my legs felt like jelly, and I started throwing up. A lot of lives changed forever that afternoon. The psycho's old friend, John Gilligan, had set a deadly new precedent for him to follow. In the months and years ahead, the Guerin investigation became the centre of my attention. We were determined that the story would remain front and centre of the news agenda for as long as it would take. It was our way of honouring a brave colleague who had paid the ultimate price. The Garda investigation was led by Assistant Commissioner Tony Hickey. It was the single biggest offensive ever seen against organised crime at that time. New legislation was passed to create the powerful Criminal Assets Bureau to go after and seize the assets of the crime bosses. PJ Judge was one of the new unit's top priorities. Over the following months, the police seized cash equivalent to €250,000 today from the psycho's coffers. Practically every week, we had revelations from the murder investigation and the activities of Gilligan and his mob. Criminals began to call the Sunday world the Sunday Veronica. We photographed hitherto unknown gangsters like Meehan, Mitchell and Holland in the streets, and I gave them nicknames like the Tosser, Fatso and Dutchy. We pursued them across Europe when they went to ground. Shortly after the murder, I exposed the relationship between Gilligan and the INLA and revealed how the Republican thugs had been acting as Gilligan's private army. The INLA issued a media statement from Belfast, which Garda headquarters interpreted as a serious threat, condemning me for the story. In July, I interviewed John Traynor in Portugal about Veronica's murder. The coach later admitted that Gilligan had ordered him to set me up so that he could silence me through blackmail. The day that I flew back to Dublin, Gardaí searched my car for a suspected booby-trap device and armed patrols increased at our home. One of the INLA leaders, a low-life thug called Declan Whacker Duffy, then approached me one Sunday afternoon in August as I left the cinema in Tala with my kids. He told me to stop writing lies about us or else. I was alarmed by the approach, which caught me unawares, but knew that he and his two associates would not try something in such a public place. I felt my gut tighten as he looked at the children as they sat in a Postman Pat kiddies ride. I was also angry and told him to fuck off. Then I called the Gardaí, who rushed to the scene. Anne and the kids were taken home in a squad car and I went with special branch officers to make a statement at the local station as they launched an investigation. Duffy was subsequently arrested by the Anti-Terrorist Special Detective Unit and he backed off. But I never forgot him, and in the years ahead ensured that he was a regular face on the front page. I also hadn't forgotten about Jock Corbally. Through the summer and into the autumn of 1996, I continued to write about Judge and the disappearance of Jock Corbally, which ratcheted up the pressure on him. The story was gaining traction and he was becoming a pariah in the underworld. In the meantime, Judge was linked to a fourth gangland murder. On the 5th of September, I spent the day with the award-winning investigative journalist Chris Moore from UTV. Chris was making a documentary about the murder of Veronica and the broader issue of gangland violence in the Republic, which included the murder of Jock Corbally. I arranged for Eddie Corbally to pose as a source and to be filmed with me in the field where Jock had been taken. He explained what happened that night, with the agreement that his image and voice had to be heavily disguised before broadcast. Later that evening, I was socialising with friends, drinking in Frank Ryan's pub, where an eclectic group including journalists, cops and others gathered every week for what we called the Thursday Club. Around 9:30 p.m, some of the cops who were based in the nearby Bridewell station got a call and rushed out. A few minutes earlier, a man called Michael Brady had been shot dead in a gangland-style execution around the corner. A pillion passenger on a motorbike shot him 4 times in the head and chest. Brady was the brother-in-law of 27-year-old Martin Marlowe Hyland, one of Judge's most trusted lieutenants in the drug trade. Hyland was a dangerous criminal who was involved in Judge's plot to have me killed. He later became one of the most powerful gang bosses in Ireland, before Eamon the Don Dunn put an end to his reign. Marlowe's sister Ellen was Judge's permanent girlfriend at the time. Despite his reputation for using violence on his lovers, there was no record of him ever assaulting the woman. Michael Brady had been released from prison a few months earlier, having served a life sentence for the murder of his wife, Julie, Marlowe's sister. Brady beat and raped his wife in a drunken rage before strangling her. It didn't take anyone long to work out the motive for Brady's execution. Photographer Pádraig O'Reilly and I left the pub and ran to the scene. When we got there, police cars were still arriving and a sergeant I knew suggested I have a look at the corpse to see if I recognised him. I didn't. Brady sat lifeless in the driver's seat of his car. His mouth was open, his eyes closed, and his head lay back on the headrest. If it hadn't been for the bullet hole in his forehead, he looked like he was asleep. The sight sent a chill through my body. For the second time in a few short months, I was witnessing firsthand the carnage created by Ireland's growing problem with gun crime. Brady's lifeless body loomed over the front pages the next morning. In the follow-up investigation, Gardaí believed that Judge had helped Marlowe organise the execution. I wrote a story the following Sunday which pointed the finger at Judge and Hyland, although neither of them were named for legal reasons. That afternoon, Hyland bought up all the newspapers in a local shop and gave them out to customers in his local pub where he was celebrating. A female associate phoned and told me, "Marlowe wants you to know he was delighted with the coverage of the shooting." I responded by telling her that Marlowe could show his gratitude by telling me about Judge's contract on my head. A few weeks later, the psycho made another attempt to have me abducted and murdered. A Garda intelligence source later revealed that one of his associates pointed out that this was not a good idea in light of the Gearan murder and ongoing crackdown. Judge said he did not care. I got a call one afternoon to say that Michael Stikey Cahill, the General's younger junkie brother, wanted to meet me. He had escaped from a prison van after threatening warders with a blood-filled syringe. I was told Michael wanted to give himself up, but I had to bring him in. The caller claimed that the cops wouldn't beat Cahill up if I was there. I stupidly fell for the story. It was a Friday night when Liam O'Connor and I arrived at a dingy nightclub in Clondalkin called the Blue Banana. We had taken the bait. The two of us were on full alert and held bottles of beer as rudimentary weapons in the event that we got into trouble. A guy strolled over to me and said he was the one on the phone earlier. He said to follow him over to a back door beside the toilets where Cahill was waiting. As we followed cautiously, I got a sudden sense that there was something wrong. I remember asking myself, what in fuck was I doing? As I walked past one table, in my peripheral vision, I saw 4 guys getting up at once. Liam also spotted them. At the last moment, we turned and moved briskly to the front door and got out of the place. The following Monday, I got a call from a very irate Garda friend, Detective Sergeant Joe O'Hara, who was also one of the local Gardaí keeping an eye on us. He had just been phoned by an officer in the Crime and Security section in HQ. He yelled, "You were in the Blue Banana the other night, you stupid bollocks. You almost walked into a trap with PJ Judge. How in fuck could you be that careless? Are you fucking mad?" He was, of course, absolutely right. Garda intelligence had been informed that Judge had up to 6 gang members waiting to drag us out the back door of the club and into a waiting van. The psycho was waiting at a location where he planned to torture me to find out who had been talking to me. Then he was going to kill me and most likely Liam as well. The psycho would also come up with an even more sinister plot. I subsequently learned that Judge had discussed with an associate the prospect of getting a gang member to rape me and record it on camera. In the days before WhatsApp and TikTok, he planned to circulate the VHS videotapes around the Dublin underworld. It was mind-blowing madness from a depraved and evil brain. I had been swallowed up in a dark and demented world. When I realised just how close I had come to the edge, I was disgusted and angry that I had dropped my guard so easily and put Liam in danger to boot. My enthusiasm to bring Cahill's brother back to prison had almost cost our lives. It was another steep learning curve. I never made a mistake like that again. Shortly afterwards, the UTV documentary aired and drove Judge mad again. The show blurred the image of the source, Eddie Corbally, and we used the voice of a Dublin actor to ensure that the informant wasn't recognised. I was later told that Judge played a recording of the interview over and over again to try and identify the tout. Judge suspected that it was Mark Dwyer. Over the following weeks, Judge became dangerously paranoid and volatile, scaring his associates. He began asking his terrified lackeys awkward questions which showed he suspected them of talking to the media and the cops. Declan Griffin later told me, Judge was the type of mad fucker who, if he even suspected you of talking about him, he was liable to have you taken up to Scribblestown and put a bullet in your head. He was crazy and totally unpredictable. On Jock's 45th birthday, I published a heart-rending interview with his mother Maureen, which isolated Judge further from the rest of gangland. We brought the grieving mother to the field where her son had been killed to lay flowers. At one stage, she dropped to her knees and cried as she prayed for her boy's soul. I just can't believe that this happened. It was inhuman what they did to my boy. William was always my baby. He was very close to me. That man, Judge, has put me through a living hell. Now he is torturing me by not allowing me the right to give my son a Christian burial. I can't stop wondering about what happened to him. Did he suffer much, or did he call out for his mammy when they were killing him? The thought that his body was just dumped somewhere and left to the elements absolutely breaks my heart. He never did anything in his life to justify something like that. Maureen revealed how the night Jock disappeared, she had a dream that he was beaten by men and his face was covered in blood. Around that time, a member of the gang, Martin Dunn, approached the Corbally family and the Gardaí to warn that Judge was again planning to kidnap and murder me. Dunn also told them of Judge's twisted idea of having me raped. This time, the plot involved me being ambushed on Whitehall Road in Terranure on the way home from work. He had vans and a snatch team organised, and Dunn even admitted to cops that he had been hired to take part in the job. The National Surveillance Unit and the Emergency Response Unit were deployed to watch the gang and also to shadow me. I only heard about it after the fact. In the meantime, the psycho was running out of road. Judge's denouement finally came at 12:30 a.m. on Sunday, the 8th of December 1996. He was just about to drive away from the Royal Oak pub in Finglas with Ellen Hyland when a figure emerged from the shadows. The hitman produced a handgun and shot Judge twice in the head. The executioner had been eliminated. Marlo Hyland was the prime suspect for organising the most dramatic gangland hit since the assassination of Martin Cahill. In the gangland succession stakes, he took over the reins of the psycho's empire to become the new godfather. One of Jock's brothers phoned me about it minutes after the shooting. I didn't ask how he knew so quickly. I phoned Colin McGinty to share the momentous news and wondered if we could stop the presses and put it on the front page. The edition on the 8th of December was the biggest paper of the year as it was stuffed with Christmas ads. McGinty checked with the print hall. If we stopped the press, we could get the exclusive story into the final 50,000 copies of the run. Colin, me and two of the sub-editors who had been roused from their sleep headed back to the paper. On his way across the city centre, one of our executives who had enjoyed a few pints earlier that evening was stopped at a Garda drink-driving checkpoint. There was nothing wrong with his driving. Before the Garda could say breathalyzer, our intrepid colleague announced who he was and that he was rushing to the Sunday World to put the murder of the psycho on page 1. "Drive on, sir, and mind yourself," he was told. The new front page headline was, "Psycho is shot dead." It was accompanied by his picture, which no longer required black strips. The first paragraph of the story read, "Peter Joseph Judge, the feared gangland boss nicknamed the Psycho, joined the ranks of Ireland's criminal dead in the early hours of this morning." It was fitting that we should break the story first. A lot of people were thankful to hear the news. I was certainly relieved to think that I would no longer need to look over my shoulder for him. But Judge took the secret of where he buried Jock to the grave with him. His remains have never been found. Maureen Corbally subsequently died from a broken heart. 3 days after Judge's funeral, Mark Dwyer was the victim of a gruesome murder that was chillingly similar to Jock's demise. Cotton Eye Joe Delaney, a former partner of Judge's, used a Jemmy nail bar, an iron bar, pickaxe handle and a number of knives as he tortured Dwyer over several hours. He suspected Jock Corbley's co-killer of ripping off a shipment of ecstasy. Dwyer was then taken away to Scribbletown Lane, where he was shot in the back of the head with a sawn-off shotgun. Superstitious gangsters believe the Corbley murder brought down a curse on his killers. The final chapter of the Jock Corbley story came on Saturday the 5th of April 2003, when Decky Griffin was shot dead in a pub in Inchicore, southwest Dublin, by assassin Shay Wiles. Griffin was involved in a tit-for-tat feud with dissident Republican and drug trafficker Stephen Dougie Morn, a member of the notorious McCarthy-Dundon clan in Limerick. Gardaí had already foiled 2 previous assassination attempts on Griffin. Griffin handed Wiles an envelope containing the upfront payment of €5,000 for a hit on Morn. The hitman put the money in his pocket and then shot Griffin in the head before casually walking out of the stunned pub. Wiles had received a better offer from the intended target. Fear and intimidation later ensured that the hitman was acquitted of the brazen murder. Gangland's Grim Reaper caught up with Morn a decade later when the Kinhen cartel had him murdered. I wrote Griffin's Requiem in the Sunday World the following day. I covered another chilling postscript to the Psycho story. In 2014, his gang member and police informant Martin Dunn was sentenced to 14 years for carrying out a horrifying contract rape on a young mother of 1. The then 46-year-old thug was paid by the victim's estranged husband to carry out the attack in the hope that the woman would give up the family home where she lived. For the Corbally family, it was something close to justice that Jock's killers had perished violently. His brothers continued their unsuccessful search for his remains for several years. Chapter 6. The Battle for Gallanstown. On the 23rd of November 2023, Dublin city centre was set ablaze when one of the most violent riots in the capital's history erupted. Hordes of rampaging feral thugs turned O'Connell Street, the city's premier boulevard, into a smoke-engulfed war zone. They vandalised property, looted shops, set fire to squad cars, buses and a Lewis tram in their wanton orgy of nihilistic destruction. The mob, which reached an estimated 500 at its peak, launched ferocious attacks on the Gardaí, who for a while seemed to be overwhelmed by the suddenness and intensity of the conflagration. It happened on the eve of the Black Friday sales. The jamboree of antisocial behaviour will be remembered as the Black Thursday riots. The spark was a frenzied knife attack on 3 young children and their care assistant outside a primary school in Parnell Square in central Dublin that afternoon. A 5-year-old girl was critically injured, and the care assistant was seriously injured as she used her body to shield the children from the psychotic attacker. In the hours that followed, far-right racists used social media to foment public anger by highlighting the fact that the horrific incident was committed by an emigrant who had been living in Ireland for several years. It didn't take much encouragement to rally the army of opportunistic antisocial yobs who have been intimidating, assaulting and robbing law-abiding citizens in O'Connell Street for years. The horrific stabbing of innocent kids was just an excuse for some recreational mayhem and to run amok. The vast majority of the rioters were young, disaffected teenagers. The Garda Commissioner Drew Harris later described them as a complete lunatic hooligan faction driven by far-right ideology. The patriotic rioters were interested in just two things: looting shops for new clothes and runners and attacking the police. As the smouldering wreckage and burnt-out carcasses of vehicles were cleared from the streets the following morning, the cost of the riot was being estimated at over €20 million. During the Black Thursday free-for-all, the shelves in the shops in and around O'Connell Street had been stripped bare. In the wake of the destruction, however, it emerged that the stock on the shelves at the landmark Eason's bookstore, at ground zero of the riots, had gone untouched. It was miraculous that none of the police on duty that night, who bore the brunt of the violence, had been killed or critically injured. Over 60 officers were assaulted, 3 of whom were seriously injured. It was the second major riot to engulf the heart of the capital in the recent history of the Irish Republic. The last one took place 17 years earlier, in February 2006, when the fathers and uncles of the Black Thursday delinquents attached themselves to another cause, under the Republican flag, in an excuse to attack the police and steal runners and tracksuits. On that occasion, the spark was the foolhardy decision to allow the Love Ulster March by Northern Unionists to take place in the capital. At the time, the move was seen as a gesture of reconciliation, but the thugs and the dissident Republicans put paid to that. The Dublin riots, including a more recent anti-immigrant one in Coolock in July 2024, were fuelled by a toxic combination of nationalism and thuggery. Apart from the social media call to arms, there was nothing organised or planned about the upheaval. It was opportunistic chaos. The same, however, cannot be said of another riot that erupted in the sprawling working-class suburb of Ballyfermot on Halloween night 1995. In the history of public order disturbances on the streets of Dublin, it ranks in third place. The conflagration in 1995 holds the distinction that it was planned and choreographed by a gang of young drug traffickers for the sole purpose of killing and maiming Gardaí. It wasn't an explosion of pent-up frustration due to socio-economic deprivation or a lack of jobs. The architects of the mayhem had very lucrative jobs and were defending their right to work. The Ballyfermot riot amounted to an act of war against the state by an organised crime gang in a bid to stop the police disrupting one of the biggest heroin-dealing operations in the country at the time. I was there to record the terrifying event that night, along with Pádraig O'Reilly. We witnessed what became known as the Battle for Gallanstown. The members of the Ballyfermot gang were Derek D.D. O'Driscoll, Shawnee Comerford, Mark Desmond, and brothers Paul and Kenneth Corbally, who were no relation to William Jock Corbally. The thugs were the first embodiment of veteran heroin dealer Larry Dunn's chilling prophecy as he started his prison term for drug dealing. If you think we were bad, just wait till you see what's coming next. The only true words Larry Dunn ever spoke in public became the epithet for the evolution of organised crime. The gang began their criminal careers as joyriders and ram raiders. Their notorious exploits earned them the nickname the M50 Gang in the media because they indulged in high-speed nocturnal jousts with the police on the first stretches of the new M50 motorway, which had opened in 1992. Within a short space of time, their names would become synonymous with the new violent gang culture that dominates Ireland today. By 1995, the gang was running one of the biggest heroin distribution networks in Ireland. PJ Judge, the Psycho, was their main supplier. The heroin trade was still concentrated in Dublin, and junkies travelled from other Irish cities and major towns to buy their gear. The M50 mob turned the streets of a new corporation estate on the edge of Ballyfermot called Gallanstown Lawns into a thriving heroin marketplace. The grim estate became a hub for the city's drug gangs and their customers. The fearful residents of the area had effectively become prisoners in their own homes as parents tried to shield their children from the mayhem outside. I once watched as a never-ending stream of taxis carrying addicts to meet their dealers entered and left the area in broad daylight. The scenes were like those depicted in the US TV drama The Wire. Local people expressed how terrified they were, but told us they could never be seen talking to a cop or a reporter as their home would be burned down. The local Gardaí from the L District, covering the sprawling working-class areas of Clondalkin, Ronestown and Ballyfermot, and the Garda National Drug Unit, had decided to do something about it over the previous year. They systematically targeted the gang and its dealers. Over time, scores of drug pushers were busted and brought before the courts. In October, the cops struck a major blow against the gang with the seizure of a heroin shipment worth over €500,000 today. The offensive was taking its toll on the business. The brash M50 thugs were having none of it and decided to teach the police a lesson. In the build-up to Halloween, O'Driscoll and his crew put out the word that they were going to do battle with the cops. The buzz was in the air for weeks. The threatened showdown for Tuesday the 31st of October was even advertised. Slogans were daubed on the walls around Ballyfermot. The thugs were making no secret of what they had planned. Local officers, who were seen as being particularly active, had been openly threatened by the thugs. They were told that they were going to be targeted on a Halloween night. 2 houses on the estate, where the occupants were accused of being police informants, were also to be burned. The criminal anarchists put a lot of planning into the operation, which they didn't share with anyone. It later transpired that the gang's younger delinquents made hundreds of petrol bombs from milk bottles, and 16 stolen cars were hidden offside to joust with the police in the forthcoming games. Planks were collected and nails hammered through them to puncture the tyres of the police vehicles. The planks were painted black to make them practically invisible at night. The plan was to lure the police into a trap and pelt them with petrol bombs with the clear intention of killing or maiming officers. I heard about the threatened riot through the grapevine a week beforehand. Gardaí were talking about it, and local people phoned in to make sure we knew what was happening. Gallanstown was to be the centre of the action. I took a drive up to the area one day and saw the graffiti advertising the fun and games. One read, "Let the games begin." Another slogan named a particular local Garda, warning that he is going to get it. Photographer Pádraig O'Reilly and I decided to take a spin around the area on Halloween evening, just in case it did kick off. But we were sceptical that anything would happen because, as natural cowards and bully boys, criminals tend to bluster a lot. And with so much advance notice pinpointing the night that the games would kick off, the cops would be out in force. It turned out that that was what the gang wanted. There was no point in coming out to fight if you had no one to fight with. After taking my own kids trick-or-treating that evening, Pádraig and I headed for Gallanstown. Halloween is traditionally a busy night for the emergency services in every major western city. For some reason, the pagan festival sparks antisocial behaviour and an urge to create mischief. But as we got closer to Ballyfermot, the scanner tuned into the local Garda radio frequencies seemed uncannily quiet. The only clue it gave that there was definitely something major happening was when a command and control dispatcher asked each unit to confirm their presence in the area. In the Garda L district, the prefixed radio call sign Lima Alpha was assigned to each individual patrol car or van. In a normal shift, there would be no more than 2 or 3 patrol vehicles on the streets of Ballyfermot. As we listened, it became apparent that the Gardaí were preparing for a battle. 15 individual Lima Alpha call signs reported in quick succession. It was around 8 p.m. when we arrived in the area. The place was eerily silent. There was no sign of children out trick-or-treating. Parents who still had control of their kids had shuffled them indoors at least an hour earlier. The smoke from the scores of Halloween bonfires hung over the streets like a ghostly mist, creating penumbra around the yellow streetlights. As we drove through the empty streets, we spotted police vans and squad cars parked discreetly in the shadows, waiting. Out of sight and under the cloak of darkness, people stood poised for action. The tension and sense of apprehension was palpable. It was unmistakable. No one was bluffing that night. Meanwhile, in the comfort of a local pub in Ballyfermot, the architects of the violence that was about to be unleashed sat drinking pints. My sources later confirmed how the gang listened to a scanner radio placed on the counter with mobile phones in hand. This was the gangsters' operational command centre. When they heard the police units calling in, the order was given to let the game begin. At the same time, the first of the stolen cars, a BMW 5 Series, emerged to challenge the police. It had been driven at speed across West Dublin, screeching through the streets, making its way to Gallanstown. It transpired that the driver was in constant touch by mobile phone with O'Driscoll and Comerford and the other Barstool generals. Their network of spotters lurking in the shadows sent back intelligence about where the cops were parked and what areas to avoid. The information was then relayed to the drivers. At 8:27 p.m, the violence suddenly exploded around us. We found ourselves driving in a convoy of police vans and cars down Gallanstown Drive when, about 50 yards ahead of us, a hail of stones and petrol bombs flew from the shadows. We stopped the car and watched as the Garda scanner suddenly screeched into life. Lima Alpha 6 to control, we're being bombed. We need assistance now. They're throwing petrol bombs at us. The frantic voice crackled over the Garda airwaves as the 10 officers in the packed police van stared in terror at the yellow flames curling around their vehicle. We could see Lima Alpha 6 on the road ahead of us. The blue Garda van with wire meshing across the windscreen took the brunt of the first attack. Stones and rocks rained down as petrol bombs exploded around the vehicle. We later discovered that the driver had just returned to work after being injured from when his squad car was rammed on a previous occasion. This is Lima Alpha 15. We are on our way to assist. We'll be with you in a minute, replied the crew of a high-powered Garda Jeep. It had been specially drafted in for the job. The Jeep was unusual in the Garda fleet, as it had protective grilles attached to the windows and front windscreen. Despite a steady upsurge in attacks on Garda vehicles throughout the early 1990s, Garda management had refused to introduce purpose-built vehicles for use in confrontational situations such as riots. The skewed, delusional thinking of the time was that the use of specially adapted vehicles would amount to an acknowledgement that there was a major problem with antisocial behaviour. The politicians didn't want the issue highlighted for fear that they might have to do something about it. The people who suffered the brunt of the institutionalised indifference were the cops sitting in the vans and squad cars around us being rammed, bombed and stoned by an angry mob. As Lima Alpha 15 raced to assist their colleagues, it was hit. Lima Alpha 15 to control, we are coming under attack. We've received a direct hit from a petrol bomb. There's petrol everywhere. We're pulling back. A milk bottle petrol bomb had smashed the glass in the passenger door behind the protective grille. Miraculously, it failed to ignite as the petrol soaked the officers inside. One spark and they would have been burned to death. As the Jeep reversed out of the battle zone, we could hear a chorus of cheers from the crowd lurking in the shadows. We now found ourselves at the centre of the action, which was focused on Gallanstown Lawns and Cherry Orchard Avenue. We instinctively got out of the car to see more. Beside us, dozens of officers wearing helmets sprang out from police vans. "Keep your fucking head down, it's too dangerous here, get out!" a sergeant shouted as we stood watching the mayhem engulfing the area. We stayed put, transfixed by the dystopian drama unfolding before our eyes, until O'Reilly began photographing the action. The group of Gardaí surrounded a house where a petrol bomber had been seen retreating inside. The door was smashed in and the thug arrested. Officers emerged with crates of petrol bombs and an array of weapons. At the same time, another fusillade of stones and bricks were directed at them from the shadows on the other side of the road. We raised our hands over our heads for protection. I didn't really mind if the car was damaged. It was a well-insured company car and I was doing my job. About 10 officers with batons drawn charged into the darkness to find the source of the missiles. Stick together, don't get cut off. They'll murder you," an inspector shouted at his men. Adrenaline and excitement had clouded out other emotions. Everything was happening so fast. It was only later, when I got home and the rush subsided, that I realised how close we had come to being injured. We were standing in the middle of a war zone. Amid the cacophony of screams, shouts and cheers, another stolen BMW came barrelling through the swirling mist. I still remember the rush of air as it passed within a few feet of us at high speed as we stood in the road. It expertly rammed into the side rear of the Garda van, Lima Alpha 6, which was in the process of withdrawing after the petrol bomb attack. The car continued on without losing speed as the darkness around Gallenstown Lawn echoed with whoops and yelling. A squad car emerged and pursued the stolen car. We watched in stunned silence as a passenger in the BMW threw a lighted petrol bomb, hitting the squad car windscreen. It was momentarily engulfed in flames as the bomb exploded on the front bonnet. Incredibly, the fire didn't take hold and the officers inside were uninjured. The BMW disappeared into the fog. A moment later, the scanner crackled a terse message to all units. Everyone pull back. The bastards are trying to kill someone. We reckoned that it was also a cue for us to withdraw as well. The battered and bruised cops and Garda vehicles withdrew to regroup at Ballyfermot Garda Station, a 5-minute drive away from Gallenstown Lawns. The station had been placed under heavy guard in case it too was attacked on the orders of the thugs in the nearby pub. As reinforcements arrived and the Gardaí regrouped, a force of 70 officers assembled for the counter-offensive. At the station, I briefly met Sergeant Pat Flynn, a neighbour from home in tranquil County Leitrim. It felt like Leitrim was on a different planet to Ballyfermot that night. Pat was the officer in charge of Lima Alpha 15, and his clothes were still saturated in petrol. He and his crew had come back to change clothes, and then they were going back to continue the battle for Gallenstown Lawns. The officer in charge of Ballyfermot at the time was Superintendent Mick Carolan, a soft-spoken man who had spent most of his career working in the district. He was well respected by the locals as a fair cop and a man who made peace, not war. When he heard we were hanging around outside, he invited us in. He was glad that reporters were there. He wanted the public to know what was happening to his officers that night. Superintendent Carolan had prepared for the violence, but there was no realistic way that the disturbances could have been prevented in advance. It would have meant forcibly clearing the streets and alienating all of the locals. Now the game was on, and the rules had changed. We listened as he called his officers together. The main locker room where he stood and the corridor outside were packed to capacity with uniforms. He had to shout so everyone could hear his firm voice. What we've seen up there tonight is a total disregard for law and order. But enough is enough. We're not putting up with this any longer. We're going back up there and we will restore law and order because there are innocent people there who need our protection. I want you to be cool and calm up there, but if force is needed, then use it. Okay? Let's go. There was a traffic jam of police vehicles outside the station as the large convoy headed back to retake Gallenstown from the grip of a drug gang. We had no intention of missing this. As we followed behind, the scanner in the car reported that a young child had been hit in the face with a petrol bomb in Gallenstown. An ambulance was on the way but would need assistance. We later discovered that the petrol bomb was being thrown at a passing squad car by the 4-year-old's father when it prematurely ignited. The child suffered horrific, life-changing injuries. The parent later tried to claim in media interviews that it had been the fault of the police. As the convoy got near Gallenstown Lawns, the petrol bombs and stones began flying again. The mob would not allow an ambulance in to take the child to hospital. We watched as about 30 officers in riot gear charged into Gallenstown Lawns, beating a path through the rioters. They covered the paramedics as they collected the badly injured child. The following day, some of the drug gang's lackeys claimed that the police had blocked the ambulance and were the instigators of the violence. As journalists at the scene, we were able to debunk the lies and report the truth of what happened. From what I could see, the cops had heroically risked their safety to save the child. As the battle continued to rage, another wave of cops baton-charged their way into the cul-de-sac where the child had been rescued from a small knoll overlooking it. The rioters were beginning to retreat. As the line of cops charged across the knoll, O'Reilly's camera flash illuminated the dimly lit area. A group of pumped-up cops thought he was one of the rioters and turned and chased him down the grassy mound in my direction. As he darted past, I stood with my eyes closed and my press card held up in the air, shouting something like, "We're press, we're press." At the last moment, the pack stopped in front of me. I was later told how close we both came to having our heads knocked off. They shouted at us to get the fuck out of here, and you're going to get fucking killed here, as more stones and bottles smashed on the road around us. We decided that maybe they were right. It was time to call it a day. We had been extremely lucky not to have at least required a few stitches after the evening of madness. Amazingly, apart from the child who suffered horrific burns, the casualties were otherwise light that night. We had witnessed in real time how it could have been a whole lot worse. By 10:30 p.m, the Gardaí were firmly back in control of Gallenstown. The streets were again silent and deserted. The police cars and vans patrolled through the debris created over a few short hours. As we drove along one street, we spoke to a group of local people who were standing around talking about the night's drama. "I hope you tell what really happened here tonight," one of them urged. "These bastards are getting all the people of this area a bad name, which we don't deserve," another man angrily declared. "The vast majority of the people living here are good people and trying to rear their kids decent. These thugs are ruining our children's lives." Gardaí mounted a massive investigation into the aftermath of the riot in 1995, which led to dozens of convictions, although the masterminds remained free. The fact that O'Driscoll and Co. had not physically taken part meant that they could not even be arrested. As society's first responders to dysfunction, the police worked closely with the community to address their problems. There has never been a repeat of the kind of disturbances seen during the battle for Gallenstown lawns. Within a few years of the riot, Dee O'Driscoll, Shawnee Comerford, Mark Desmond and the Corbally brothers were running an international heroin racket worth millions. They were also classed as being amongst the most dangerous criminals in the business. In 1998, I had the pleasure of exclusively reporting that Comerford and his associates had been busted. Under the headline, "Heroin King Bust," I told the story of how Comerford had been caught in a joint heroin smuggling surveillance operation between the Garda National Drug Unit and the UK's Greater Manchester Police. Comerford was caught in possession of £5 million worth of the drug. In a period of just 4 months, it was estimated that the bilateral mob had shipped £40 million worth of heroin to Ireland. Comerford was subsequently convicted and jailed. When he was released from prison, he went back into the heroin business with his old pals, Paul and Kenneth Corbally. Dee O'Driscoll, despite being hit with a large tax bill by the Criminal Assets Bureau, continues to be one of the biggest drug traffickers in Dublin's West Side. By 2024, he was regarded as a major player in organised crime. The other members of the old M50 gang have been less fortunate. In 2000, I gave Mark Desmond the nickname the Canal Butcher after he executed 2 younger associates, 19-year-old Darren Casey and 20-year-old Patrick Murray, on the banks of the Grand Canal in County Kildare. Desmond, like PJ Judge, was a monster and stood out from the rest of the rabble. After the double murder, Desmond went on the run to London, from where he contacted me and said if I came to meet him, he would, like all criminals, clear his name. I arranged to meet him in Leicester Square in late January. He never turned up. Desmond murdered at least 4 people and terrorised and tortured scores more during his reign. Also known as the guinea pig, this brutal, atavistic creature raped male and female victims, usually strung-out junkies who he treated as dirt on the sole of his designer trainers. Others he drove to suicide. I interviewed his victims and their families over the years. Desmond was subsequently charged with the Canal murders, but the case was dropped after vital witnesses pulled out on the grounds that they were terrified of the monster. He was eventually convicted of possession of firearms. In the end, he got what he deserved. Living up to the gangland paradigm that the life of a dangerous criminal is nasty, brutish and short, Desmond died as he had lived. A hitman shot him dead in the street on the 2nd of December 2016. The hit came from the Kinhan cartel after Desmond threatened to kill one of their dealers. Desmond was predeceased by Shawnee Comerford, who died from a brain tumour in 2012, and by the Cormley brothers. They were violent bully boys with uncontrollable tempers to match. Like Comerford, when the heat from the Gardaí got too much, the brothers moved to Manchester, where together they became major suppliers of heroin to the Irish market. In 2010, they became embroiled in a bitter feud with their former partner, Dee Dee O'Driscoll. They had escaped a number of assassination bids and had also made a few failed attempts to kill O'Driscoll. Killing scumbags isn't quite as easy as it is made out to be in TV dramas like Love, Hate or Kin. On the 28th of June that year, a 3-member hit team gunned down the former armed robbers when their car was ambushed in Clondalkin in West Dublin. Looking back through the prism of reporting on the decades of misery and despair the M50 gang caused, humanity was better off without them. Chapter 7. The Plague, the Godfather and the Junkie. The sculpture of gilded bronze in the shape of an 8-foot flame housed in a limestone structure stands like a war memorial. Simply called Home, it is a poignant reminder of the many hundreds of young lives wiped out since the heroin tsunami struck the streets of Dublin's inner-city communities over 40 years ago. It is also a public acknowledgement of the unending heartbreak and grief of their surviving loved ones. When the flame was smelted, relatives of the dead dropped cherished little mementos into the molten metal, confirmation and communion medals, and little toys from a distant childhood innocence before heroin arrived. At its base are the poignant words dedicating the memorial to loved ones carried off by the plague. The solemn monument at the junction of Sean McDermott Street and Buckingham Street in the North Inner City was unveiled in 2000 by the then Irish President, Mary McAleese. 2 decades earlier, the site of the memorial was the epicentre of the city's heroin trade and one of the open marketplaces run by Shamey and Larry Dunn, the gangland brothers from Crumlin, South Dublin, who first introduced smack to their hometown. In the 1980s, demand for the drug spread like a bushfire as it thrived on the ingrained misery of high unemployment and a lack of opportunity in a section of society that had been left to its own devices and conveniently forgotten by the establishment. The epidemic brought devastation and despair and led to an unprecedented upsurge in addiction, crime, disease and death, creating a human wasteland strewn with the debris of destroyed lives. It broke down the old bonds of social solidarity that had held together the most deprived inner-city neighbourhoods during the worst of times in centuries past. Families were torn apart as young addicts stole anything of value they could find in the home to raise cash to buy drugs. They also targeted relations and neighbours. Regularly, violence was used and sometimes people died. The plague spared no one. As it spread door to door, soon practically everyone had a relative who was an addict. And then the aftershock of the heroin explosion came, in the form of hepatitis and HIV/AIDS, from the sharing of dirty, blood-filled needles. While there was a chance of surviving addiction, until the 1990s, AIDS was a death sentence. Heroin created a depressingly predictable pattern of life that endures to this day. An addict's time was punctuated between Garda stations and the courts and periods in prison. The victim's torment only ended when they died. When I joined the Sunday World in 1987, heroin was firmly embedded in the life of the working-class estates across Dublin. From the start, I was regularly assigned to cover heroin-related stories. I'd also pose as a junkie to buy heroin and expose dealers. At the time, the Sunday World had a proud tradition of being the only newspaper reporting on the crimes, misery and death plaguing working-class communities. A large proportion of our readers came from working-class communities. In many ways, the paper was the only voice for people trying to convince an indifferent society that they needed help to quell the problem. We reported on the ongoing tragedy that as younger kids grew up, they too were sucked into the living hell of despair. And then the young addicts began having children. Hundreds of babies were already on a loser from the moment of birth, inheriting HIV and a craving for heroin from their mothers. As they grew up, the kids followed their addict parents into the vortex. The contagion of addiction quickly fanned out to infect the suburban working-class sprawls on the edges of Dublin. It then spread to Limerick and Cork. Within a decade, we were reporting how the drug was available in several provincial towns. Innocent kids joined a growing army of zombie-like addicts roaming the streets, half-dead, mindless creatures whose sole purpose of existence was how to get the next fix. When a junkie wasn't stoned, they were out desperately seeking the money to buy the gear to get stoned. An addict needed the equivalent of an average industrial week's wages every day to feed their habit, which meant stealing and robbing every day of the year. The epidemic generated a new category of criminal activity, as strung-out heroin slaves became responsible for an average of 600 robberies in Dublin each year. In response to the crisis, the Garda mobilised a specialist armed quick response team called the Cobra Unit to patrol the streets. Burglaries, muggings and jump-over robberies from local homes, shops, banks, post offices and businesses became a part of everyday life. Armed with a syringe, knife or gun, some addicts might do 2 or 3 jump-overs in a typical day. When HIV/AIDS arrived, the junkies found that they had a ready-made weapon which was as terrifying and dangerous as a loaded gun, a syringe filled with their own blood. As the situation grew worse, Gardaí, who were regularly bitten by addicts, began to be vaccinated against the related disease of hepatitis. The all-consuming addiction stripped the addicts of dignity and decency. Young women and men sold their bodies for sex on street corners. There were even some cases recorded where they were prepared to sell their own children to paedophiles. Drug addicts became the new vulnerable underclass who were both victims and victimizers. They were viewed by society as nothing more than human detritus, and by the underworld as the lowest rung of the gangland ladder, glorified cannon fodder who were there to be used and abused. Junkies could be manipulated and coerced into doing a gangster's dirty work, even murder, in return for the price of a fix. Heroin changed the criminal landscape forever. Every day we got calls in the Sunday World newsroom from addicts, the victims of addicts or the loved ones of addicts who said they had a story to tell. They would complain about being beaten up or threatened by dealers or anti-drug vigilantes. It was always easier to pick on the junkies than their more powerful bosses. Heartbroken parents wanted to highlight their plight as they tried to save their children from doom. Business owners in the city centre complained that being robbed by desperate addicts had become a daily occurrence. Garda representative associations were also highlighting the increased levels of violence their members were facing. The same concerns are still being expressed in the public narrative almost 4 decades later. We spent a lot of time in some of the worst-hit areas of the city reporting on the open drug dealing on the streets or on the aftermath of a robbery or assault. Parents would tell of discovering to their horror that one of their children had become an addict without them noticing it. The first time many of them realised there was a problem was when the Gardaí rang to say their teenager had been arrested for involvement in a mugging or a theft. Others wept as they described being forced to throw a child out on the street because they had stolen everything at the house to buy drugs. It was a human catastrophe, and coming from the cloistered world of Leitrim, it was a culture shock. I learned a lot about life covering crime. One of the more depressing aspects of my job was interviewing the heartbroken parents of kids who had died as a result of their all-consuming addiction through overdoses, AIDS or violence. Often they wanted to highlight the lack of help they got from the state when they tried to pull their addicted children back from the edge of the abyss. Mothers told stories of how their once beautiful babies had been lured into the vortex of despair, in the hope that by doing so it would help other parents avoid the overwhelming grief they had experienced. As we sat and listened to grieving parents over cups of tea, the addicts' stories were brought to life by the cherubic faces beaming out from pictures proudly displayed on mantelpieces. The happy faces poignantly illustrated how the hopes, dreams and potential of the once smiling, innocent children were wiped away by the plague. On countless occasions we used those pictures to illustrate and contextualize the needless loss and pain. We were trying to humanize the victim for the reader. Our interviewees had experienced every parent's worst nightmare. In some cases, the parents had also been left to rear their orphaned grandchildren and were forced to live their latter years desperately trying to prevent history repeating itself. I was chronicling a social catastrophe. Visiting the homes of drug addicts who had children was always distressing. Once, during the late 1980s as a young reporter, I interviewed a teenage couple, both of whom were heroin addicts. They wanted to highlight the fact that the guy had been beaten up by vigilantes who came and smashed in their door in the middle of the night. They had been ordered to leave the corporation flat in Ballymun with their children, which meant they would be homeless on top of everything else. I watched as they both helped inject each other in the kitchen while their 3 very young children, including a newborn baby, were left to their own devices in the sparsely furnished living room. They told me that the baby had been born with an addiction to heroin and with HIV. I remember the sense of absolute hopelessness and despair in that flat. I don't know what happened to them after that. There were so many similar cases that the faces and stories blurred into one. I had received my initial education about the workings of the drug business from the seminal true crime book Smack by Porrick Yates and Sean Flynn. The rest I learned through on-the-job experience. The book chronicled in engrossing detail the genesis of the criminal drug rackets in Ireland, and particularly the arrival of heroin via the Dunn family. My first assignment as a junior reporter in 1987 was covering a protest by the Concerned Parents Against Drugs group at the home of one of the brothers, Vianney Dunn, in central Dublin's historic Liberties. The protesters used a barrel as a makeshift brazier to burn timber to stave off the bitter winter breeze. Dunn eventually moved away from the area and began selling his heroin someplace else. A month later, Seamie Dunn, the founding father of the epidemic, got a lucky break when a charge of possessing heroin worth over €1 million today was thrown out of court on a technicality. The following day, Seamie jumped on a plane to London and began a self-imposed exile to escape his tormentors in the drug squad, who had already busted most of his family. He didn't want to wait around for fear that they might resuscitate the case. When I interviewed him in July 1991, the 51-year-old former armed robber turned hated drug lord was feeling immensely sorry for himself. After 4 years in hiding, Dunn was unwilling to acknowledge the devastation that he had left back in Ireland. For Seamie Dunn, it was nothing personal, it was just business. To illustrate the point, the illiterate drug dealer pointed out the upside-down health warning on the pack of cigarettes he was smoking. Look at that. The government say that these are bad for you, but the people who sell them aren't criminals. More people die from lung cancer than drugs, so what's the difference? It's all right because respectable people are making money from it. Heroin is a commodity, and if people want to take it, that's their problem. There was heroin around before we became involved. We were standing on the balcony of his council flat on the 20th floor of a West London high-rise block while he was delivering a master class in rationalisation, obfuscation and cognitive dissonance. He wasn't the godfather, and he hadn't caused the misery back home. The Dunn family were as much victims as anyone else. They had been scapegoated by society, especially the police, and forced into crime. He said the media had peddled the lies fed to them by the police. It was all a big conspiracy. The family mantra went that it was always someone else's fault. On a clear day, Shamey could see the rooftop of Wormwood Scrubs prison from the balcony, but that was as close as the drug entrepreneur wanted to get to it, or any prison. He had started his criminal career in earnest in London and had done time in the Scrubs as a younger man. It was through his connections in London that he sourced the heroin the family sold in Dublin. As we gazed out across the rain-sodden city he called home, he took a long drag from a cigarette, flicked it into the night air and mused, "You know, if I was up to anything over here, the old Bill would have me in the Scrubs like a shot. I've done me time for all the crimes that they caught me for. Now I'd wish they'd leave me the fuck alone." It was the first time that Shamey Dunn had ever agreed to do an interview. In the past, his older brother Christy Bronco Dunn had acted as the family's eloquent spokesman whenever the clan was under the public spotlight for its drug activities. Christy took the blame for leading his younger siblings into crime, but claimed he did so because they were forced into it. His mantra was that the cops were all corrupt and he was always innocent. 7 months earlier, Christy had given me an interview, claiming that he was being stitched up by the Serious Crime Squad for holding the family of a Cabra postmaster hostage while he handed over cash. Christy complained bitterly that he was the victim of a miscarriage of justice. A week later, a jury convicted him and he was jailed for 11 years. 50 years after the family first changed the face of crime in Ireland, Bronco still trots out the same argument. A year before I met Shamey, I also scooped an exclusive interview with his younger brother, Henry, after he was released from a 10-year sentence for an armed robbery and shooting at cops. Henry was involved in the armed robbery side of the family business, and he articulated his reasons for getting involved in crime. Shamey became the third Dunn brother to occupy space in my notebook. He broke his golden rule of never speaking to the press when he invited me to come to London to put the record straight. A few years before, he would have probably thrown me after the butt of a cigarette if I turned up unannounced on his doorstep. "I have no love of the Sunday world, but I thought it was time to put my side of the story across," he said. The reason for the interview was because Shamey was again being victimised, this time by the politicians and media back home. A month earlier, independent TD Tony Gregory had used parliamentary privilege to publicly name Shamey Dunn as one of the biggest suppliers of heroin from the UK into Dublin. He had good information that Dunn, who had an extensive network of contacts within UK crime circles, was the boss of the operation, which was based in Manchester. I got to know Tony very well over the years and admired his commitment and zeal. He represented the people of the North Inner City and was elected on the back of his work fighting against the drug scourge and highlighting the state's general neglect of his constituency. For many years, Tony was one of the only public representatives campaigning against the drug lords. By using parliamentary privilege, Gregory knew that the media could faithfully report the accusations without fear of being sued by Dunn, although that would have been unlikely given the criminal's reputation as a social parasite. I did a follow-up interview with Tony so that he could double down on his claims. It was after the interview was published that Shamey phoned me and said he wanted to talk, but only on his terms. When I got to London, he would be in contact to arrange a meet. I gave him the number of my sister Caroline's apartment at the city where I would be staying. Happily, it was also in West London. At the time, I omitted to tell her that Shamey Dunn had her number. I thought there was no point in stressing her unnecessarily over something so trivial. I was a young reporter chasing a major scoop, and Shamey was playing ball. I waited patiently by the phone for 2 days and was about to go home when Shamey's representative called to check that I was there. The gangster was being very cautious. Several more cloak and dagger calls were made over the following day before I eventually met the associate in a seedy West London pub. He guided me to Mr. Dunn's home in a high-rise block nearby. "I just wanted to ensure that you were alone," Dunn smiled as he welcomed me in. He offered me a seat and a scotch, both of which I cautiously accepted. I recall being somewhat surprised when he fixed a sherry for himself. It was hardly the tipple of choice for someone with such a hard man image. The apartment where he lived with his English wife Valerie was modest but comfortable and had none of the trappings of a millionaire drug dealer. I wondered if it had been specially choreographed for the interview. "Look, I've even got the Boyd paintings stashed in me flat," he joked about the hunt for the collection of priceless paintings famously purloined by his former fellow gang member, Martin Cahill. When I asked him about Tony Gregory's claims, Dunn insisted that he had left his drug-dealing days behind him and claimed that he was making a crust as a used car salesman. The image of Dunn as a version of Boise or Arthur Daly knocking out dodgy motors seemed to better fit his image than sipping sherry. Most of the quotes from the interview screamed self-pity and persecution. "I couldn't take no more of that country. The establishment just wouldn't let me alone and vigilantes were after me too. Me name was on a bullet in that town. I had to get out before the vigilantes got me first. The cops put me and my family down for so many security van robberies and bank robberies and the bulk of the city's heroin trade, but I don't know how we could have managed to do the amount of stuff they claimed we did. I'm not saying that we are innocent of everything, but we're certainly not guilty of everything either." Dunn denied Gregory's claims that he was supplying heroin to Dublin. It was more evidence of the conspiracy against them. "The funniest thing of all is that he called me a heroin godfather." Godfather of what? A small council flat and a half-pint of bitter in a local boozer is hardly the lifestyle of a godfather. Just as I thought I had left all that shite behind me, the Irish establishment comes along and throws the whole lot in my face again. I felt there was no point reminding him that Tony Gregory was anything but an establishment figure. Shamey didn't deny that members of his family were involved in the heroin trade, but disputed the share of the drug market they once had, claiming, "I don't think it would have been 10% of the market. Whatever I may have done in the past is behind me now, and I am not supplying drugs to anyone anywhere." It was hard to know if Dunn was telling the truth, but we know that he faded into obscurity after that memorable interview and certainly never featured again in any major drug investigation. Back in Dublin, one of Shamey Dunn's original clients provided a much starker picture of his legacy. James "Jem" Dixon and his family were among the first generation to fall for the plague. The Dixons were first cousins of the wife of the monk Jerry Hutch. In order to feed their voracious habits, they became notorious pushers, openly plying their trade on the streets of Dublin's north inner city. In the early 1980s, when I was still at school, I read a story about his brother Michael, nicknamed Snake, when he was exposed on the front page of the Sunday World. He had sold heroin to two undercover reporters in the middle of the day outside the GPO on O'Connell Street, the building synonymous with the fight for a free, better Ireland. It was one of the things that first attracted me to the paper. The story caused a temporary public outcry about a problem which was being ignored by the authorities, as long as it stayed within its own socially isolated geographical boundaries. By the time we met in the summer of 1994, Jem Dixon's family had long since been surpassed by a new generation of drug pushers trying to feed their habits. He was one of the last remaining members of the family still clinging to life. Jem had agreed to be interviewed for a feature I was researching about the heroin scourge 14 years after it had first taken hold. His harrowing story was paradigmatic of the experiences of thousands of others who were engulfed by the tidal wave of addiction. It laid bare the raw, harsh realities of the plague unleashed by the likes of whining Shamey and other underworld luminaries such as Christy Kinahan, now one of the world's most wanted drug barons. Kinahan cut his teeth, moving large shipments of heroin into Dublin in the mid-1980s. Even after the passage of 3 decades, the shocking image of Jem Dixon's crumpled, dilapidated appearance remains etched in my memory. Jem symbolised a doomed generation of people sucked into the twilight world of the living undead. When I arrived in his little corporation flat in the north inner city, I was shocked by his appearance. His lifeless eyes stared blankly from dark caverns in a withered, jaundiced face cracked with pain. His pale skin looked like cling film stretched across a bundle of bones. A mutilated stump was all that remained of his right leg, and the index finger of his left hand was missing. The decaying shell of a once tall, fit man sat slumped in an armchair in a corner of his inner city flat, waiting for death. He was only 41, but looked a century older. Dixon was dying from AIDS. Like most of his peers, Jem Dixon became involved in petty crime at a very young age, for which he was punished with sentences in the industrial and reform schools. Like so many of his peers, the harrowing experiences ensured that he never even considered rehabilitation. He was a 27-year-old thief when he first tried smack in 1980. By then, the rest of his siblings were already becoming hopeless junkies. He ruefully recalled the first hit that sent him spiralling towards disaster. My brother Noel was injecting himself along with a mate upstairs in a house in Matt Talbot Court, and I said, "Give us a try at that to see what it does." I was hooked almost immediately and have been using ever since then. I felt like I hadn't a worry in the world when I took it. I was robbing at the time I took the heroin, so I had plenty of money to buy stuff for a while. None of us knew fuck all about what smack could do to us, and we shared needles with no worries about HIV. Even then, we didn't know much about what could happen to us when we got the virus. I knew of one bloke up in Mountjoy who got a syringe full of blood from another bloke who had it. He injected it into himself so that he would be diagnosed as HIV positive and then put in the segregation unit and probably get early release. The poor gobshite is now dying as well. Jem related the grim chronology of how heroin broke his body and his spirit. To make matters worse, he used a dirty needle on the wrong blood vein and gangrene set in. Surgeons cut 20 inches off his right leg. Then he injected himself with a dirty needle in the hand, and doctors had to amputate his left index finger. He showed me how every part of his arms, leg and groin were marked with black and blue sores, where practically every vein had broken down from continuously injecting himself. When I met Jem, he was taking the medically prescribed heroin substitute Fiseptone to feed his maniacal craving. But even then, despite all he had been through, he was still injecting the odd fix of heroin through a vein he managed to find in the stump of his leg. By then, heroin and AIDS had already wiped out his family. Jem rattled off their names and the years that they perished. In 1986, his brother Snake's wife died of an overdose while she cradled her 2-month-old baby in her arms. In 1991, a brother-in-law died from the virus, what the singer Prince referred to as the big disease with a little name. The following year, his sister Ellen and Snake, both addicts in their early 30s, also succumbed to AIDS. A month later, another brother, Noel, followed his siblings to the cemetery after having his head smashed open with a hammer in a row over a heroin deal. He reflected, "Most of me family and friends are dead. I've been to about 30 funerals and I know that I'll be going to me own soon. If I see 45, then I'll be doing damn good. But I don't really care because since the day I was born, life has been a pure disaster for me." Compared to Shamey Dunn, Jem was justified in feeling self-pity. The only motive Jem Dixon had for doing the interview was to try to educate kids about the dangers of heroin. It was like he wanted to make amends for the past by helping prevent anyone else becoming slaves to the plague. A picture of his shocking appearance, which accompanied the news feature, was enough to get the point across. I have fuck all sympathy for some of the youngsters who are on the gear today because they know what damage it can do and all about AIDS, but there is nothing for youngsters to do in these places except rob or steal. They get into serious drugs because they're constantly looking for a way out of the depression of the place. Things are going to get a lot worse in this town because there is little hope and no work for anyone. In a way, I'm glad I don't have much longer left. In December 1995, Jem Dixon joined the rest of his family in the graveyard. His words have proved to be prophetic. Whenever I pass the home monument, I think of him. Chapter 8. Exposing the Westies. When Larry Dunn famously warned, "Wait till you see what's coming next," as he was being led away to prison for selling heroin in October 1983, he could never have imagined in his wildest nightmares Shane Coates and Stephen Sugg. Of all the many gangsters I have written about and exposed over the decades, the pair I nicknamed the Westies stand out. One of the many victims that I spoke to when I began investigating Sugg and Coates summed up the vice-like hold they had over enslaved addicts. Anyone who owes them as much as £1 is likely to be seriously injured or murdered. They are animals. They haven't been caught because everyone is too scared to talk. Most of their victims are just junkies anyway, like me, and they feel that no one gives a shite about them. These boys can do what they like. Coates and Sugg, from Blanchardstown in West Dublin, were best friends from childhood and started their careers as teenage joyriders and ram raiders. They escalated to armed robberies and, in between several stints in prison, began dabbling in the drug trade. From the beginning, former neighbours, criminal associates and police I talked to recalled how the pair had a natural predisposition to violence. Even as teenagers, they had notorious reputations and were feared by other criminals. One officer who knew them told me, "You could see that they were both very close, and Sugg was greatly influenced by Coates. They had very little fear of anyone, and they were very violent. There was a strange chemistry between them that brought out pure evil when they were together." When their former boss, PJ Judge, the psycho, was murdered in December 1996, and the Gilligan gang were smashed, they were among the new generation who quickly stepped in to fill the void. Between 1997 and 2003, the Westies controlled one of the biggest heroin distribution networks in Ireland through the exclusive use of extreme violence and fear, particularly on their home patch of Blanchardstown. Described by the police as being armed and extremely dangerous, they murdered, injured and tortured their way to gangland dominance. They were real-life monsters. Coates, who was born in 1972 and 5 years older than Sugg, was the dominant element in the criminal partnership and was seen as being the most violent of the pair. In the days before we named Coates in the Sunday World, we gave him the sobriquet the new psycho. The Westies adopted the same business template as their predecessor. Like Judge, they operated a strict no-credit policy and terrorised and exploited the unfortunate junkies and street dealers who worked for them. A drug addict owing them as much as €50 was severely beaten or even mutilated. If a street pusher was suspected of stealing heroin or money for himself, he got the same treatment. And anyone suspected of talking to the police got even worse. The Westies had no fear of being caught or charged because they knew no one would testify against them. In a short time, the pair were responsible for an astonishing catalogue of brutal crimes on competitors, drug dealers and addicts who were either encroaching on their turf or owed them money. In one case, they attacked a 38-year-old drug addict, a mother of 9 children. During the incident, they used lighted cigarettes to burn the woman's breasts because she owed them about €500 for heroin they had supplied. Another female addict had her long hair chopped off, and her home and car were also smashed up. They threw a young junkie from a 5th-floor balcony in the high-rise Ballymun Corporation flat complex because he owed them less than €50 for smack. Somehow, the victim survived the fall and limped away. Victims told me that friends were forced to betray each other at the behest of the Westies for fear that they might be attacked instead. Another pusher had jump leads attached to his nipples while being tortured, and several were slashed with Stanley blades. In one horrific incident, Sugg and Coates burned down the home of the innocent parents of an 18-year-old drug addict they suspected of ripping them off. In January 1999, their deadly reputations were confirmed when they shot dead Pascal Boland, a former associate, because he had decided to set up his own heroin-dealing operation. A young couple, both heroin addicts, had witnessed the Boland murder and were able to identify Sugg and Coates as the killers. Over the following months, they were attacked and severely beaten by the Westies. They developed amnesia after that. When detectives arrested one gang member suspected of participating in the Boland murder, he was asked was he afraid of them and replied, "Yeah, everyone is. They're mental. They beat you and they'd kill you. They've no fear of anybody. They think they're bulletproof." The Westies also injured a number of people in separate, unrelated shooting incidents. They shot 2 bouncers who had thrown them out of a nightclub, and then shot a guy whose Sugg did not approve of dating his sister. Derek Smiley McGuinness from Curdoff Park in Blanchardstown had a particularly gruesome story to tell. By the time we met, he was 28 years old and had been a chronic heroin user for half of his miserable life. The father of 3 was a habitual criminal who carried out robberies and sold heroin to feed his habit. For 2 years he had been selling batches of gear for the Westies until they accused him of owing them the equivalent of €600. They haunted McGuinness for months, looking for the money while he did his best to stay out of their way. He told me why he owed the money. "It was for heroin I used myself instead of selling for them. The stuff they sold was so badly cut that you couldn't get a hit of it anyway. But I would have paid that money to them only for the fact that on my son's confirmation day they drove up and attacked me outside the church. On a point of principle after that, I told them to fuck off because I could have paid them the money." When I asked Smiley McGuinness how he had planned to get the money, he candidly replied, "I was going to steal it. How else do you think I was going to get it?" The unfortunate junkie had agreed to give me an interview after being released from hospital. His face had been stitched back together after Sugg and Coates demonstrated why no one should ever dare to tell them to fuck off. Around the time of the Boland murder, I'd begun to hear on the grapevine about the exploits of the 2 gangsters. Gardaí in Blanchardstown, who were involved in a massive investigation to break the Westies, had suggested I should take a close look at how the new kids on the block operated in their unprecedented reign of savagery and terror. In October 1999, the Westies ordered 2 of their flunkies, Andrew Allen and Herman the Vermin White, to grab Smiley and teach him a lesson in gangland etiquette. Allen and White, who were both 21, also sold drugs and did the Westies' dirty work to feed their own heroin habits. They were terrified of the 2 mobsters. On the afternoon of the 20th of October, Smiley McGuinness was walking through Curdoff Park when he bumped into Allen and White. He told me he knew the 2 men and had no reason to be afraid of them. But suddenly, White produced an iron bar and hit McGuinness hard across the head and face, knocking him to the ground in the process. He continued hitting McGuinness in the face with the bar as he lay on the ground, smashing his nose and his teeth. At the same time, Allen phoned the new psycho, delighted to be in a position to please his deranged boss. "We have Smiley here. Do you want to come up and deal with him now?" he asked the monster on the other end of the line. But Coates could not make it to the park, so Allen had another idea for his boss's entertainment. "Here, listen to this," said Allen, as he placed the phone on the ground beside McGuinness's head. Then the 2 thugs began kicking and beating Smiley with the iron bar. Coates wanted to hear McGuinness scream for mercy. In the meantime, Stephen Sugg arrived in the park, armed with a Stanley knife, and joined in the torture. He slashed McGuinness's ear, the back of his head, and the full length of his left jaw. Sugg sliced his victim's left hand, and then they walked away, leaving McGuinness in a bloodied heap on the ground. Miraculously, McGuinness somehow managed to make his way home, where his girlfriend called an ambulance. The drug addict lost 9 pints of blood from his wounds and spent several days in intensive care. Both sides of his jaw were broken, all his teeth were smashed, and he received over 60 stitches for the knife wounds. "The doctors told me that my jaw was so badly broken that it was literally held together by the skin. They nearly killed me," Smiley told me. As I was looking at the stomach-churning, grotesque injuries, I knew Smiley wasn't exaggerating. McGuinness wanted to speak out publicly because he'd had enough of the brutality. He was fed up with being scared. He'd given the Gardaí in Blanchardstown a major breakthrough when he identified his attackers, including Sugg, and gave them a full statement about the attack. McGuinness further illustrated his determination by agreeing to be identified in the story I was compiling. He posed for pictures so the world could see the Westies' handiwork in all its gruesome detail. That gave us the opportunity to expose Sugg and Coates to public attention for the first time, by publishing an investigation into their catalogue of violent crimes which filled over 2 pages. I reported how a special Garda unit set up to target the gang had compiled a list of 40 serious attacks the Westies had carried out in just over a year. The feature revealed how they had used guns, baseball bats, knives, broken bottles, batons, iron bars, jump leads, and even vice grips on their victims. The vice grips they used to squeeze male genitalia. At the time, we didn't name the pair, but ran their pictures with the mandatory black strips over their eyes. I labelled them the Westies because of the gangland connotations from the US and also because their base was in West Dublin. The names, the New Psycho and the Westies, quickly stuck. Gangland had 2 more bogeymen. In the months that followed, I continued to write about their monstrous exploits. The stories gave rise to a steady stream of information and new leads as terrified victims and parents of victims picked up the phone. In another major expose, we published exclusive pictures on the front page featuring the pernicious partners posing with knives and wearing balaclavas, having a laugh with friends. We got the pictures from a source who wanted them exposed. The police were also receiving plenty of information, but the problem was that none of their victims were prepared to make statements. We had been warned that there was no point in attempting to talk to either of the Westies on the street. I was told they would cut me up in pieces. Instead, we crept up on them from a safe distance. While researching the Westies' operation, I realised why they were so incredibly greedy. They were making an eye-watering fortune from peddling misery. From information gathered from a number of their street dealers and bagmen in 1999, Gardaí conservatively estimated that in 1998, the first year of their operation, the gang had turned over nearly €2 million in today's values. The operating model the Westies used is the same used by every heroin and cocaine dealing gang. The figures have been converted into today's values for a perspective on the kind of profits involved. All that has changed is the prices charged on the streets. This is how it worked. In 1998 and 1999, Sugg and Coates paid an average of €1,000 for an ounce of heroin. A bagman who later spoke to me confided how he would cut up the ounce of heroin by diluting it down with other substances, including glucose and curry powder, to maximise profits. Each ounce usually made 18 batches, and each batch in turn contained 15 cues. Each cue provided a single fix, which an addict either injected or smoked. A typical addict needs up to 5 cues per day to feed their habit, depending on the purity of the smack. At the time, a cue sold for €34. After paying the bagman €250 for his work, the Westies turned a profit of €8,000 on their original €1,000 investment. The bagman concerned was cutting up an average of 4 ounces per week, which meant a cumulative profit of €32,000 per week, or over €120,000 per month. In a year, the profits rose to around €1.5 million. But this was a small part of the overall operation. At the height of their powers, the Westies had 6 or 7 people cutting heroin for them. Some of them were cutting an ounce every day. Business was booming as they were flooding the place with heroin. At the same time, demand was increasing. The initial story I did about Smiley McGuinness and the Westies' catalogue of crime prompted a major public reaction. The decent people of Blanchardstown and their victims wanted the thugs out of their lives. In late 1999 and early 2000, I was at a number of public meetings organised by community groups in the area, which were also attended by the police. Coates and Sugg actually turned up at one of the meetings in an act of bravado designed to intimidate those attending. Even though the Gardaí were present, I felt the cold chill of fear they brought into the hall as the angry voices in the crowd fell silent. The speakers didn't want a visit in the middle of the night or their homes burned to the ground. The monsters had effectively imprisoned an entire community and were parading their untouchability. The flash, brash gang bosses wanted the world to see that they had no fear of anyone. Even though I was well accustomed to the effects of gangsters on the lives of ordinary people, it still made me both depressed and profoundly angry. Another story I covered about the violent escapades of Coates and Sugg concerned a horrific attack on a 34-year-old woman who had been having an ongoing row with one of Coates' relatives. The woman was abducted and beaten by 3 men using baseball bats. She suffered smashed kneecaps, broken legs and ribs, and extensive internal bleeding. Armed Gardaí protected the woman while she was being treated in intensive care. Later, she informally identified her attackers as Sugg and Coates, but was too terrified to make a complaint. She told officers she feared that she and her family would be murdered. The Gardaí had no choice but to drop the investigation. Cops seldom speak publicly about their targets, but in an interview I had with the officer in charge of the Western Division of the Dublin Metropolitan Region, Chief Superintendent John McLaughlin was uncharacteristically blunt. The Westies were public enemy number 1, and he wanted the people's help in putting a stop to them. He told me, "They've been involved in stabbings, slashings and shootings. They put vice grips on a fella's thumb. They're unbelievable. They're evil. I would love to see them on a charge sheet with Garda evidence. We've got to nail them." The narcissistic psychopaths were not in any way offended or worried about their growing reputations or the attention of the police. They revelled in the notoriety. Like all villains, they were building a wall of silence on foundations of fear. In the meantime, the Gardaí had compiled a number of cases against Sugg and Coates. They were charged with shooting and injuring a man who had identified the pair to the police. Members of the man's family had also witnessed the shooting and given statements. The investigators were confident that if convicted, the Westies would be jailed for at least 10 years. However, when the case came to trial, the victim and the witnesses suddenly developed amnesia. Despite his initial enthusiasm, Smiley McGuinness was also struck by memory loss and refused to testify against Sugg for scarring him for life. McGuinness did not suffer any memory loss about Andrew Allen and Herman the Vermin White, however, who were both convicted and jailed. Their defence counsel told the court that both men had been forced into the attack on McGuinness because of their relationship with a major drug dealer. Through the successful application of fear, Coates and Sugg were free to continue running their drug empire. But the police were gradually gaining the upper hand. By 2001, they had seized over €1 million worth of the gang's heroin and firearms and had successfully busted and convicted several gang members. The cab was also on their tail. Emboldened by their previous scrapes with the law, the Westies decided to hit back by plotting to attack a member of the investigation team. In the beginning of 2001, Coates and Sugg began targeting Detective Inspector John Mulligan, one of the senior officers leading the operation against the 2 thugs. The distinguished officer, who was based at Blanchardstown Station, was secretly followed to his home, his health club, and to a number of social events. In the early hours of the morning in late March, a uniformed Garda patrol from Rathfarnham Station stopped Sugg, Coates and another associate in a car not far from the officer's home, where he lived with his wife and children. Sometime earlier, a concerned neighbour had spotted the men acting suspiciously at the back of D.I. Mulligan's home. The disturbing discovery sparked a major investigation, and senior officers said they were treating the development very seriously. The officer and his family were given armed protection for several months. The Westies had upped the stakes in their war with the police. A week after the incident, Coates was brought to Blanchardstown Garda Station on suspicion of drunk driving. Coates was anxious to let the uniformed officers know whom they had arrested. It was the first encounter the 2 young Gardaí had with the hoodlum. The drink test proved negative, and as Coates was leaving the station, he asked the officers if they knew of his reputation. The 2 cops, who had been recently posted to the area, knew nothing of his criminal pedigree. He smirked and told them, "You'll get to know me all right. I'm an evil bastard." Thankfully, no harm ever came to D.I. Mulligan or his family, and he went on to have a successful career, spearheading several high-profile criminal investigations, including a stint as the head of the Garda National Drug Unit. He retired with the rank of Detective Superintendent. Following the alert and the ensuing publicity, the Westies had enough intelligence to back off while the police were coming down hard on them. In any event, they had other matters on their minds. One man who agreed wholeheartedly with Coates' description of himself as an evil bastard was Geoffrey Mitchell. From Crumlin in South Dublin, Mitchell was an armed robber and drug dealer who had a reputation that equalled the Westies. Mitchell became their business partner after his release from prison in 1999 at the age of 27, after serving a sentence for armed robbery. But in gangland, relationships and allegiances are as changeable as the Irish weather. The partnership between Mitchell and the Westies turned dangerously sour when the mobsters fell out over money. One of Mitchell's street dealers, 22-year-old drug addict Neil Hanlon, lost a consignment of heroin he had been holding for the former blagger. Mitchell had bought the drugs on credit from the Westies, who demanded payment regardless, as part of their deadly no-credit policy. Mitchell didn't have the money, and when he refused to pay, Sugg and Coates decided their business partner had to die. In June 2001, the two gangsters burst into Mitchell's home, armed with handguns, and opened fire on him, but he managed to escape untouched. In a fit of frustration, the thugs shot Mitchell's dog. A few months later, they raided a flat which Mitchell had been using as a safe house to count drug money. He had left the flat 10 minutes earlier. It saved his life. Sugg and Coates beat and tortured the couple who had allowed Mitchell to use the flat. Following the latest near miss, Mitchell accused Neil Hanlon of telling the Westies about his hidey hole. On the evening of the 29th of September 2001, Neil Hanlon left his family home at Downpatrick Road in Crumlin. The troubled drug addict, who had made several attempts to kick his habit, was never seen alive again. In February 2002, Gardaí found his remains in a shallow grave in a park in Crumlin. I later discovered through sources that the medical examination showed that the tragic young man had been mutilated at the time of his death. Information was received that Hanlon had been drugged and then murdered by Jeffrey Mitchell with the help of another associate, 21-year-old David McCreevy. A few months after Hanlon's disappearance, McCreevy was arrested with €200,000 worth of Mitchell's heroin. He was charged with drug offences. On the 3rd of February 2002, McCreevy was shot dead outside his home in Tala by a gunman who was the pillion passenger on a motorbike. The word on the street was that Jeffrey Mitchell carried out the killing because he suspected McCreevy might do a deal with the cops to finger him for the drugs and the Hanlon murder. That was how I found myself sitting across a table from the killer a day later. Jeffrey Mitchell had a pal who had a contact in the Sunday World printing works at the time. We already knew about him because the Gardaí had warned us about his associations. There was also another employee of the company our sources had identified as knowing some major gangsters socially. He was not involved in criminality in any way, but there was always a risk that he could be blackmailed or compromised. That was one of the reasons why we kept our investigations on the wraps and known only to Colin McGinty and a small circle. The day after the McCreevy murder, Saturday the 4th of February, I had written a story nominating Mitchell as the prime suspect and outlining the motive for the attack. But we didn't name him, and the picture we used was pixelated so that Mitchell couldn't be identified for legal reasons. When the page was laid out, it was sent to the case room. At that stage,